Hello everyone and welcome back to another stream with me, Grizelda K, and the great wait begins again as we wait for the court to return from their lunch break. They did say the jury needs to be back at 1. Now I know on average there'll be another 10 minutes or so, is what I'm thinking. So anyway, welcome back. I've been working a little bit. There's a few things I've had to do behind the scenes here, but one is also still continuing on with the text messages that I am making sure to transcribe for you. That's going to take a little time. I'll probably only have it fully ready tomorrow. But if you missed that, then check out what we did in the morning session today so that you can see some of that. Okay, so what's happening now in this afternoon session? So welcome to day 7. Afternoon session. Sorry, I'm laughing yet. Yeah, just another 5 minutes, says Stefan. Yes, just another 5 minutes or so. Okay, so what's happening now is the jury will be back at 1. That's now. So they should be like slowly but surely, okay, enter the courtroom. We hope to see the judge's head any minute. Let me put the court stream on. And let me just quickly make sure it's boosted for you. Yeah, we're going to boost it nicely there. Okay, and then... there we go. We want to see the judge's head here and him standing there and be like, okay, guys, we're back. So they're coming back any minute now. What's going to happen then is at 2:30 Texas time, they said that Dr. Stern is actually making her way back from out of town to be back on the stand so that the defense attorneys can have another shot at trying to, impeach her. Basically, that's basically what's happening. So, if you are brand new here, because there's always new people here, some of you guys have watched the entirety of this trial with me so far, all 7 days, and the state rested their case today. So, if you're only joining now, don't worry. It's very easy to catch up because all the fluff from these streams, meaning all the waffle time and the waiting around, all that, I normally trim that out so that the replays are nice and concise as can be. Then they're also time-stamped for you, which you can find in the pinned comments, description box, and if you hover over the video. So you can just go look at key witnesses, what do you want to see, what do you want to learn, all that kind of stuff. There's also a full summary video that I did for you about week 1. Okay, so you can check that out and be all caught up. Then on top there, we're looking at the case of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, otherwise known over here as Booger Boy. Oh man, this guy... and he's facing the death penalty, okay, for the murders of Grizelda Hernandez, who was 27 at the time, and their baby, Dominic Hernandez, who was 18 months old at the time. This happened on April 9th, 2018 in Laredo, Texas. Reminder that this content is for educational purposes and for adults only. So there's that. And yes, we are, every single day, I make sure that that we do some recaps, that I'm writing things down, that we do map time, that we look at any documents we can get so far. And so thank you for being here and watching this trial with me. So we wait for them. Debbie Valentine, welcome to Grizzly $5 supporter. Let me just try to get this chat going again. It's just a little bit stuck at the moment. It's YouTube and it's glitches. Stand by, let's see. There we go. Debbie Valentine, welcome to Grizzly $5 supporter. Also, if you want like a really brief, you want to read a quick recap, look in the description box because there's a whole case background there for you as well. So I hope you find all of that helpful. Okay. I'm just seeing what you guys are saying. Okay, welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Moderators have spanners or wrenches. It's not a spanner, it's a wrench. They're the wrench crew. They've got a wrench next to their name. That's who the mods are. And they help to keep the chat kind and respectful, especially to, victims of crime, their family and friends. So thank you so much, mods, for everything you do. Then, welcome to all my patrons and also all my members and all the new subscribers. There's lots of new subscribers. Every day, we've got lots of new people joining this Grizzly True Crime community. And thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll stick around. If you like the format of what I do, which includes presentations with bullet points. We love bullet points over here. We love old school notes, pen on paper. And I actually have my own range of notebooks too, if you want to make notes. But we love notebooks, right? I've got notebooks piled up all over here. Notebooks, okay? Presentations. We love map time. We love the Grizzly Boost, okay, to have the best audio and the best visuals possible, and especially during these trials and definitely during press conferences. We do our best to deep dive cases in as much detail as possible and follow them through. Now, we started covering trials a few months ago, actually, with Letitia Stark's trial, and I've never looked back. It's been wonderful. I've always summarized trials, but not live stream the whole trial. Now we're doing that, so now we could really see the case through, from the prep time to the deep dives to the document time to the map time to the trial. Oh, and sentencing. Isn't that great? Summer says, justice for Grizelda and Dominic. Yes, and hopefully we hear the trains again in the background there from the courtroom, and the trains of justice. Oh, they're coming. Yes. Janet says, I miss the Tiggy Juan. Me too. Also miss the Tiggy Juan. Oh, man. Consuela Medina. Oh, this chat is not working with me. Hold on. Consuela Medina says, thank you, Mrs. G. A lot of hard work. My respects to family. So very sad. What a burro? Is that what that says? What a burro. What's that? Okay. Oh, man. I can't believe they're not back yet. Okay, let's make sure the sound of the courtroom is on in case we can hear any, shuffling about, anything happening. Tex Lady, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Now I can put that comment up. Here we go. Thank you, Consuelo Medina. The winter melon that has good ability says, do forget. I'm guessing don't. We love G and Fury the most. Where is Fury? He's going to be here too. Yes. Okay. Jessica says, love your channel. Thank you so much. Please do give this stream a thumbs up and share it if you can, whether it's Facebook or Twitter or, I don't know, wherever you can, on email, share it with a friend, on WhatsApp or whatever you got going on there. Share it because it helps boost the reach of the stream, especially if people haven't really realized that we're covering this trial in an interactive way. So we talk our way through it and we try to understand it and just learn as much as possible from all these cases. Okay. Text Lady says, G, you're the best. You were made for this. Oh, thank you so much. I mean, I almost want to say I can't believe they're late, but I actually can. Can you believe it, you guys? So I think it's going to be a little bit of an event-filled afternoon. We're going to see the defense try to impeach a witness they already tried to impeach and did not succeed at. Right, okay. Chilla Maya, thank you so much for your $2 super sticker. And Busy Bee, say, yay, caught up, G. Hi, G Mods chat from Scotland. Hello, and thank you so much for your £2 super sticker. Lily Black says, I'll never forget the pregnant belly lady. The cash belly lady. Cash belly lady. Eduardo. We talk about the Letitia Stark trial. And the Tiggy Juan. Elf says, best format I found for watching a live trial. You've mastered it. Thank you, Elf. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoy it because I'm just doing my usual nerdy stuff. This is actually stuff that I was doing just without live streaming it. I would watch the trials, take notes, make presentations, bring you the summaries. But now you get to see the whole process live. So there's that, yes. Stefan reminds us that Letitia said the cash belly lady was very, very pregnant. Sam Jane Jones says, I can't believe they're still not back. I can. I mean, I can't, but I can as well. TN says, do you know if he's going to testify? We don't know. We will have to see. Is he going to testify? I might actually, let's see if I can make a poll here. Do you think Burgos will testify? Okay, wait. No way. He won't. Wait. This doesn't... I have to first do it here. Hold on. Restore that chat. Thank you. Now we can make a poll over here. Okay. Start a poll. Let's go. Do you think Burgos will testify? Oh, burro is donkey. Okay, thank you so much, Rando from Iowa. No way. Let's say no way. I'm just going to ask it like that. Okay. Are we seeing any movement in court? What's happening, guys? What's happening? It's not frustrating at all. Maybe Eduardo's having a nap. Okay. Would you like some chilled music, or do you? What would you like to do while we wait, you guys? There's always lots of things to talk about, lots of things to see. You know, to recap. But I'm sure most of you saw the map time from today, right? Want to do it again? Sometimes when we do things like that, then they come back. Like, let's get into a deep dive presentation. Then we know they're coming back. Sarah Sunshine says, I don't think he will apologize when he's charged either. That I don't think either. I don't think so. Wow. Wildfire says, if Grizzly Reyes could question him, I would love to see him testify. That would be amazing. I would love to see that all over again. Laura says, oh, I want to see Fury. I mean, don't worry. He will be here. He's very inquisitive, especially when the door is open. So, yes. Pernil says, is a defendant even allowed to testify in a death penalty case? I wonder. I think he can. Court, can't you have web? What you up to, guys? So now you see, it's 1:15 Texas time. They said jury should be back by 1. And I know it normally takes them 15 to 30 minutes to file back in. Whatever time they say. You can add half an hour, actually. That's what it's been every day so far. Whatever time they say, 9:15. Yeah, it's 9:15. 1 o'clock, 1:30. How do I know? Because I literally have to edit out half an hour segments that we were just sitting waiting around. Laurie says, go over what the defense is trying to do with the doctor for new ones coming. You say, gee, do you think they have any witnesses? They do. They've got Mr. Schenk coming, probably. I'm sure they're going to bring their witnesses. Mr. Schenk is one. I don't know who another one would be. I haven't heard. Google me. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Okay, I already went over what they're doing today, though. So, yes. Ooh, Holly Monster says, I can't imagine who he'd possibly have for a character witness other than his mother. So, Gigi says, I'm in Texas. Welcome to all the locals. Laredo, Texas, shout out. Or if you're in Texas in general, hey, welcome to the stream. Noni says, are you in law school? No. No, I'm not. I'm at the University of YouTube. I have a great interest in true crime, as do all of us, right? So, yes. Can't even hear a single noise from the courtroom. Johnny, we will see. There's the judge. Hey, judge.
Thank you all. Please have a seat.
We need to see him nap. I will make sure to.
So,
here we
let
go.
Cindy get back on her machine here.
Thank you, Charlie. Third trial. Love this
Check
community.
your phones. Make sure it's on silent.
Welcome to day 7, afternoon session.
We get started.
Here we go.
Event. So I think that Ms. Lenz just handed you all what I think may be the relevant portions of that section of the testimony in any event. So it's just in case y'all are going to need that. In any event, okay. So just to summarize, how we ended this morning was that we were going to. The state is rested. There was a motion filed by the defense with regard to requesting the court to urging the court to in fact strike the testimony
They're
entirety
recapping.
of one of the
Thank you.
state's witnesses,
LMC.
Dr. Stern, alternatively
Buckle up.
striking a portion of it and giving further instructions. The court then heard from both counsel and decided to, if the motion continued to be urged, I'm not sure it did, I think it did, it was, then I would overrule the motion to strike her testimony or to give instruction, and alternatively would allow Dr. Stern to be called as a witness for the defense so that they could put her on and clarify these testimony that in fact was given in direct, and so therefore she'd be subject to clarification, cross, and possible impeachment as well. So in any event,
That's a boost.
that is where we're at.
Now we got the
And of course, she's not here until 2:30, I believe, because she was coming from out of town. And so then our next thing that we have is in a minute when I bring the jury in, then I will, and I'd like to be able to know now, after you've had an opportunity to speak to your client,
boost. Thank you, Vince.
what is it that you all, what witness are you going to call other than Dr. Stern?
Judge, we anticipate introducing some self-authenticating evidence and...
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Yes, please.
Or you can come up here if you'd like, either way. Because I know you like to stand when you talk. Make sure this is on.
My brain.
Make sure that one's on right there.
Standing is good.
Thank you.
Judge, we anticipate introducing some self-authenticating evidence.
Self-authenticating.
And, we do not anticipate having another witness outside of Dr. Stern.
All right.
So there is a timing problem if Dr. Stern doesn't arrive until 2:30.
Oh,
As soon as we can get her here.
So
Yeah. So, yes, and we'll deal with that issue. So let's go ahead and, since they are self-authenticating, we can get them in now. Do you want to get them in while the jury is here?
How about
yes, sir,
that?
is what we prefer. And then I was going to publish them.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Okay, are y'all aware of the self-authenticating exhibits? Can y'all confer on those?
Yeah, I was.
All right,
so
go
I
ahead.
was going to get a copy.
Now, what is the self-authenticating evidence? What do you guys think that's going to be? I mean, if the state had said that, they'd be like, nope, sorry, I object. It can't be self-authenticating. I think the compilation yesterday was. Yes. A. Heinemann says self-authenticating witness. What, is that going to be like a video that Burgos has filmed? I was really well behaved. I complied with the police, didn't resist arrest, didn't even ask for a meal. Don't have a criminal record. Okay? Maybe that's what it'll... Or is it him? Will he take the stand? Is he the self-authenticated witness? Oh my gosh.
What is
Eduardo?
the exhibit number of your self-authenticating exhibits? You have several?
Judge, we have one that is 105 pages. It is exhibit number 7, Your Honor.
Defendant 7 then contains 100 and what pages?
Trying to confuse me. It's 105,
And-
not including the certification.
Okay, so it's a defendant 7, which has a certification on top of it, and then it has numbered pages from 1 to 105.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that's okay. Yeah. All right, so let's see what do you suspect you're going to have any objections to that document? We can. All right. So you can you can offer it then. You want to offer it when the jury's here?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And then,
And you're going to publish some of it?
publish, I think,
And of course, there'll be no testimony on it.
I'm sorry,
There'll be no testimony other than you publishing it.
and I know it's hard to believe, but my lips will be sealed.
All right.
He's
Any
like,
other document?
I know it's hard to believe. My lips will be
No,
sealed.
sir.
Any other exhibit? Of course, something may come in with Dr. Stern, but I'm not talking about that.
Here's what impeachment
We have
means.
no
If all of those you're asking. Refers to the process of discrediting or undermining the credibility of a
Alright.
witness during a trial. They want to impeach
So-
Dr. Stern by presenting evidence or
So we're
asking
going to bring the
questions
jury in.
that
You're going
contradict the
to
testimony.
introduce the exhibits. You're going to publish them. We're going to take them out. We're going to wait for Dr. Stern.
Yes.
As
You all look so
soon as she can
tired.
get here. And
You could read the rest.
you've had an opportunity to take a look at the charge as well. Making obviously
What
the
will it be?
assumptions that we have with regard to you potentially not having any other witnesses other than Dr. Stern.
No other witnesses?
Uh,
Are they going to arrest
is
their
there-
case? My word, is it going to be today?
Here I am again, trying to anticipate our bench conference on the charge and whether or not you plan to file any additional instruction.
Your Honor, I think with minor disagreements, we have a copy that is of substantial agreement between. I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah, maybe, I'm sorry, because there's no
Maybe.
mic down there.
Anyhow,
Sorry
also,
about that.
if they're going to arrest their case,
Your Honor, I think we have
Deliberations.
generally reached
This could be
agreement.
a
There are
good
a few
day.
points that the state and ourselves would like to argue at the time, but we're not going to be submitting any additional instructions.
Right, so you'll argue some of the language and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
welcome.
And depending on my ruling on that language, then I'll prepare the final document and we'll take it from there as well. Make my rulings and then give you the final document and take it from there.
All right, can we plan for closing this afternoon?
I do plan to close this afternoon. I need to, because of our calendar and what potentially could occur after this verdict and my
Verdict?
calendar for the rest of the month of July, I need to do that.
Judge,
Do what?
I
Do what?
anticipate the introduction of this document and the publishing of these pages to take less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
So is there an instruction as to what we should do until Dr. Stern's
I-
arrival?
An instruction to whom? To you all?
Yes, sir.
We could do two things. I could
Judge.
hold off and not bring the jury out,
Want me to call her?
or just to see how, yeah, maybe you could take,
Okay. She's driving.
yeah. And I know it was sort of last minute for her, so
Why are they like,
she's,
just
I
show
know,
us
trying
the
her best to get down here as soon as she can.
authenticating evidence. Show us that. Then Dr. Stern will be there. Rest your case. Jury deliberates.
Okay,
And
so,
let's get this in by 5. That'll be
We'll
amazing.
leave the defendant out here. Don't, even if we take a break, just leave him here because he might have to consult with counsel. Just leave him here. And then,
Bruce. Plug the
and
chair.
it'll avoid also the traffic that we may have in the hallways with jury going out to the
It's
restroom.
over
and
for you,
whatnot,
bro.
so.
Well, it feels like it. Bruce is plugging the chair. Ronald is ready. Stefan says Boggs reminds me of Tim Allen in Home Improvement. He actually does.
You do have each of you have a copy of the transcript of that portion of Dr. Stern's testimony during direct.
Yes, sir.
Both the direct and cross.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for providing that, Cindy.
Yeah, that's it. Kerry, during opening statements, the
Uh-huh.
defense
Let's
basically
see
said
what else.
GPS technology isn't super accurate, and that's it.
I have it,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and he will die in
Again?
jail. That was the opening. This is really what is he scribbling now? Is he typing? So if you guys missed Yeah, here we go. You guys are typing it a lot. Thank you. M. Spruce says self-authenticating documents in which authenticity is not a prerequisite to admissibility include acknowledged documents, documents that are notarized or sworn under oath.
Oh, yeah.
What else you got there? M.
Okay.
M. Spruce, I'm invested.
That's probably the last one.
Self-authenticating. We don't know if it's it is documents, yeah. Self-authenticating documents. Okay. Any document that can be admitted into
Okay.
evidence at a
Oh,
trial
so she's
without proof
literally
being
driving over
submitted.
here.
Okay, to
All right.
support the claim that the document is what it appears to be. Okay. And where's the jury right now?
So then let's do that. Let's, you think it'll take you how long to publish? About maybe 10 minutes or so, or?
Yes, if I can't talk.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're just gonna be saying these are a page whatever of exhibit whatever, and,
The prosecution has rested.
Yes, sir. So it may be even shorter. It is literally 5 pages that I.
Yes, please show us that now. We've got the time.
and
We're waiting for
leave
Dr.
it there
Stern.
long enough so that they can perhaps read it.
I'm typing this for you. Has rested their case.
All right. And that's defendant 7, and it'll be offered while they're here. And there's no objections by the state. All right. Okay, so we got a little timing issue. I think we just, oh, maybe you can ask her to park up here. Just drive completely up here,
But you can helicopter in.
and then just have security, allow her to come up here on your end. All right, thank you. Just find out what she's driving. She's probably driving a truck. I'm just guessing.
Objection, speculation.
Okay, so, trying to line it up so that we can, either way, we're gonna have a whole bunch of breaks, before
Oh, no.
we read the charge to the jury, because, we have, obviously we have the break in the morning, we're gonna have a break right now while we either,
We
'cause
don't want
can't
to
sit here,
break.
having the jury here wait for 20, 30 minutes, so.
Why? That'll
I
be
either
great.
just
Let them
keep
stare at him.
going, leave them there for a few more minutes.
A
I
few more
hope-
minutes.
But a few more minutes, meaning could be
An
30,
hour?
40 minutes, so. I'll bring
Exactly.
him out and take him back in. Either way, and then we do the direct on the doctor, on the recall of the doctor, right? Not even a recall, you're calling her as a witness. And then you examine her there, and then, and then if you rest at that point, and I'm not holding you to that, but if you do rest at that point, then
Yes.
I gotta take the jury out.
Why?
And then we gotta officially do the charge conference here, and then make
And
my
then-
rulings, print out the charge, and take the jury out and come right back in. So that's basically the timeline that we're looking at, just so that
Let's do it.
whoever's wondering.
Chop, chop, everyone.
Um,
Kathy Luna.
So
Thank
I
you.
suspect that the charge,
Yes. Stop with the brakes already.
and totally guessing on the length of the examination of the doctor, we're probably looking at maybe reading the charge to the jury around 3:30. So,
Sorry,
just a total
but no.
guess on that. So we'll
That's
take it from there.
objection, speculation. Not a good guess. They're going to cross-examine that witness for a long time. We know how they roll by now.
I think we're gonna have to do it at the end anyways, because if there was a particular language that they were asking for, perhaps I could do that now and then give my official ruling right afterwards, which is sometimes what we do. But there is no language that they're asking for, no additional charge that they're asking for, other than just arguing some of the language. And perhaps, if you all already know what that is, you've conferred on it already. So, it does give you more time to confer on that if you haven't already with regard to some of the language, and perhaps they'll agree to change whatever it is. So maybe I'll give you some time to look at that again, and then confer on some of the wording or whatnot. It might be just some wording problems, and therefore May not be much of an argument on that.
So, yeah, the judge is like, love judge's optimism over time.
Matters we'd like to discuss with Your Honor, but other than that, we're in agreement.
Okay, so then that's, and you want to wait till after we're done?
I think we could confer.
All right, let's do it now.
Oh, man.
Okay, so I have a copy of the charge on my screen,
What are we doing?
and again, we're anticipating that there's going to be one witness called by the defense and no other.
So no, no Mr. Schenk?
If there's something in the
given up?
charge that in fact will require that witness to testify before we make a decision, then we'll wait on that. But other than that, we can do it now.
Thank you,
And
Andrea
you all
Talu.
are in agreement to do that, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right,
What is it? What are they doing?
so let's, we have a proposed charge that's been filed by the state. Has
Okay.
it been filed? Or, I know it's been handed to me.
I know it's been handed, Judge, I don't believe it's been filed by
Okay,
the
so it's been
state.
handed to both. I'm gonna work with the copy that I have. In fact, let me see if I just print out this one.
Judge, just for the
Oops.
record, Cassandra,
I
that
have a
was for the
red line
state.
copy. Y'all have, let's see.
Yes, Your
I
Honor,
don't
that's
know
the
why I
copy-
got that.
That's the copy that we're working from. It indicates the changes that both sides have input.
Okay, so,
Rocky says we got nothing for
so
defense.
I would like to print this out without all the red line stuff that is in there. So
This is so
if
funny to
somebody
watch.
can do that
Can you
for us,
perform
please,
that?
and we'll take it from there, just so that I can file the copy we're working off of, and then I'll get a final one after we're
Print
done.
without the red.
Yes, Judge.
You can, if you have it on you can email it over here.
Yes, Your Honor, we're gonna email it.
The tech guy on the
To Alma Martinez?
prosecution side is gonna be like,
But one that's not, I know that there's probably just a couple of buttons that we gotta push to be able to not, to, maybe just a view button.
push a couple of buttons. Is this like hot mic or are we supposed to be watching this? It feels like we're looking into the court when we're not supposed to be.
Okay, so I'm gonna work with what I have here, assuming that this is in fact the one that we're gonna print out. and I
I
think
like
it
his
is.
chair. It goes back
So
like
I'll
mine.
file that copy, and then whatever changes are made to it, we'll make them on the record. And then we'll, depending on my rulings, if changes are made, we'll refile, obviously, that one before.
Julie
we-
Bean, they're totally winging it
Go
right
ahead.
now.
Yes, Judge, I believe that the first part, I don't believe we discussed this, but it does say the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, stands charged by indictment with the offense of capital murder, but since there's
Did-
two counts, if we can just.
Could you put a copy on the Elmo?
Yes, of
just
course.
So that we can. Thank you, Mr. Rizzo. And that way you can point at the area you're talking about.
Yes.
Margaret says court is so dysfunctional.
So as far as this area.
It's been a
we can
very
see that
interesting
out
trial,
there,
this.
there's two offenses. So, here would be by indictment with two offenses of capital murder because there is two counts. I'm not sure if that would be an argument to make.
So where is that at?
It's the first paragraph of page 1,
Oh,
right here, Judge,
because,
would be two offenses of. Let me just try to zoom it in.
so there's two counts,
Yes, Judge, because there's two counts.
so. Okay, was that something you all did not agree with?
No, Judge, that's just something that we noted right now whenever we,
Okay.
respond. I'm
It
not sure if
wasn't
there-
raised.
It was not raised.
No.
No, Judge.
I mean, in our position is that it's two counts of the same offense, I
I
think.
also want to know.
They clearly delineated it later, but.
And then it would,
Stefan
I
says
believe
I
on
need a break.
page 2,
We all do,
paragraph
Stefan.
3.
So now
Just
you're
5
going to
minutes.
whatever you all are.
Yes, Judge, this
All
would
right.
be the
So
disputed part.
paragraph 3 of page what?
Page 2.
All right,
So on this paragraph, we wanted to add this language which says that they can consider all relevant evidence pertaining to the relationship that existed between the deceased and the defendant I know that the legislature does have some precursor language as far as the Texas Code of Criminal
So
Procedure.
just so we know,
Yes.
this is your proposed charge, and you wanna add language to your proposed charge?
No, Judge, it's already on there. That was our proposed charge to keep it. I believe that they're arguing for us to remove that section.
So you wanna remove,
We would like to remove Roman 3, Your Honor.
We would like
oh,
to keep.
all three?
Yes.
And then you wanna add the word relevant?
Yes, Judge. Just so that it
You wanna
can.
keep 3
Thank you,
and
Jennifer.
add the word relevant?
Yes, Judge. Just so that it can quote the statute
All right.
directly.
Okay, go ahead and tell me why.
Yes,
So-
Your,
No, not you, her.
Yes, Judge.
well, Your Honor, that is language proposed by the state. We were unable to find it in any pattern jury instructions, and our position is that it's duplicative of the first sentence of Roman 9, and highlights the state's theory rather than introduces any evidentiary principle or element of the crime which the state is required to prove.
Roman 9.
Which instructs the jury that they may consider all of the evidence, which,
This is the
you know,
hard
necessarily
piece.
encompasses any evidence the state has introduced as to the nature of the relationship.
If you tell
Very
me where
interesting.
Roman, I don't have a Roman numeral 9 paragraph.
Your Honor, it is on
Look at Burgos.
page, for
Also run out of
my
patience.
draft. Oh, 8, I apologize, Your Honor. It's page 4 on my printout.
Alright. Which
Yep.
paragraph is that?
Roman 8, my mistake. You may consider all of the facts that are shown by the evidence and draw natural and reasonable inferences from such facts. We believe that encompasses the specific evidence to which the state is highlighting in paragraph 3.
And so she says it doesn't exist. I know I've seen it before.
Yes, Judge, I've seen it. We have it in our jury charge or our pattern jury charges, but that language we included in every case, the one that she's citing to.
Other than you including other case, what
Well,
else can you
well,
get?
not those. I'm saying like the other language we always cite as far as all the evidence, but since this is a homicide, it does change and the
Can you
law
tell
does
me-
give us.
Can you tell me the law instead of just
Yes.
just reading the law?
So the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, section 38.36,
Let me
gives
just highlight
this
it real
exact language. In all prosecutions for murder, the state or the defendant shall be permitted to offer testimony.
quick. 3836?
Yes, Judge.
One second.
Hey, tell them. Hurry. This is a horror hog. Tell them. It's a horror hog situation. Huh? Just chill. Look at the judge. Look there.
3836 A, B,
It's A, Judge.
okay?
Look, Fury's snarky now. Yeah, show them. Get up. Show them how upset the court makes you.
So,
Jellyfish? Jellyfish?
clearly, for purposes of bringing the evidence into the trial, you use this statute to argue it's relevant
Word.
because the statute allows us to bring it in because all relevant facts and circumstances surrounding the killing and the previous relationship existing, all relevant facts and circumstances going to show the condition of the mind of the accused, the time of the offense. That gives you then opportunity to say, I can bring this in, I can bring that in, because it goes to the actual statute. And I guess what you're saying, Ms. Waddell, what I heard you saying is that if you look at the pattern jury charges, that's not one of the optional or alternative paragraphs that you see there.
That's correct, Your Honor, and furthermore, our position is that that evidence was, as Your Honor indicates, introduced in the state's case in chief. It's
I don't like
covered
it.
under
This is just
the
like,
first
wow.
sentence of Roman 8, which instructs the jury that they consider all of the evidence which has been put before them.
Yeah,
And to
jellyfish?
highlight that
Chomp.
specific evidence would be highlighting the state's theory of the case and the jury instructions, which we argue is improper.
Text
So
this
I
Quarter
see
to
what
two.
your concern is. In other words, if you highlight that particular instruction, it's in fact highlighting the evidence that the state has been wanting or has been introducing and want the jury to focus on, which is the relationship of the parties and the fact and circumstances and the condition of the mind of the accused at the time of the offense. And so, what the concern then would be,
Snarky court. Show them.
what I hear them saying is, am I commenting or on the weight of the evidence merely by instructing them that they can consider it, is what they're, I guess my concern is, but is what they're, I think, saying in a different way.
Yes, Your Honor, that the instruction would in effect be directing them to particular portions of the state's case in chief to consider, in addition to being told to consider all of the other evidence that was introduced, which encompasses that specific section.
In other words, you're saying because paragraph 8 starts with, you may consider all of the facts that are shown by the evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all of the facts mean
Dana, we want the court to be
everything came in.
organized,
Yes,
like we see in the
including the
movies.
specific portions.
And Judge, for us, it would be that the statute allows them to consider more than, to consider the relationship where it wouldn't allow them to consider the relationship.
Well, that's not what the statute says. The statute doesn't say the jury may consider. The statute says the defendant shall be permitted to offer testimony. So this talks more about what you're allowed to offer as opposed to what the jury should be allowed to consider. The jury should be allowed to consider all of the evidence that was brought into the trial, period.
Exactly.
And put whatever weight they want.
Shame, the jury's
on
just
the
waiting
particular-
outside at this point.
And you know, I've never.
I think they're
I'm
watching
telling you
us.
the truth, We've put this
They're probably not allowed to, they're not watching
provision
us.
in there many times.
But imagine just waiting outside
So,
there, like,
I don't think anybody's ever brought it back to our attention. The problem with this case is that
yes, what is, oh, everything.
it's a death case, and you're gonna have so many eyes looking at this case, and so many people reviewing it,
True.
and they're gonna hinge and on every single word that we've said so far, everything that was said during voir dire, everything that anyone said during any part of this trial. And would this just be adding an additional point? And I think that's what
Are
I'm
we gonna do
concerned
that,
about.
guys?
Clearly, you're able to bring it in. Okay,
Don't worry. Judge Lopez, we're not gonna do that.
unless you all show me something that in fact says that it's been looked at and trampled on and reviewed by the Court of Criminal Appeals before, or even our Court of Appeals here, I suggest that we just leave it out.
Okay, so Judge, we do have, okay, yes. Judge, we do have the jury chart, I'm sorry, the jury pattern charge here, if I can just.
Go ahead.
And this is for the capital murder. You are instructed that in considering your verdict.
Paragraph 4 of that particular,
So it says capital murder, it's under
Yeah.
capital murder. And then the language is right here.
Side-eyeing the judge. He's doing that
All right.
bombastic
And-
side-eye.
And is that the pattern jury charge that you're showing me? Can I see
Yes,
this?
Judge, it's a Texas criminal jury
All right,
charge.
thank you.
Girls, Nana said, this is a zoo. Thank you for a sticker.
Okay, so I said, unless you show me, there, you showed me, and your request then will be denied.
Denied. Do you hear that? Your request will
Let's
be
move on
denied.
to the next one.
Was their request denied? I just heard
I
denied.
believe there's only one other matter that we wanted to raise. It's my understanding from the state that they do not dispute this addition necessarily, but wanted your Honor's opinion on it, which is in the instructions as to the count 1 and 2, in the second paragraph of each on page 3 under Roman 6, we would request that your Honor instruct the jury that unless you so unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt, the instructions as proposed to us did not include the requirement of a unanimous verdict. We believe that's required by law.
I think she added it.
Judge, it's on there. I've just never seen it. I just wanted to get your Honor's,
Well,
I guess,
if you
response
added
to
it,
it.
and it's your proposed charge. and
No,
she
Judge,
wants
that's
it
not
on-
our proposed charge. Those were some of the changes. We just highlighted that part.
We
This is
added-
already a merged version
Yes.
of both.
Hold on. You didn't add it?
I believe that one's already a merged version of both
Defense.
defense and state's arguments as
So
to.
you don't want that?
we're just looking for
Okay.
maybe some
That's okay.
instructions on that.
All right, let's look. Okay, can I look at the paragraph right before that? Oh, let's see. Let's see, here we go. So it's the application paragraph, basically.
Yes, Your Honor.
At this point, I wonder, with what we know so far
I mean,
about
it is what it
Burgos
is,
and his
right?
short
I mean,
temper.
you
Yes,
do
how-
have
Judge.
to
I mean, I just
unanimously
wanted some
find.
guidance. Oh, sorry.
They do have to unanimously find that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Tammy says, I think this is how the court system works. I've been on a jury and they know it's a hurry up and wait deal.
I'm fine.
This is
just
real
need the
trial
unanimous
time.
Okay.
All right,
We're
we'll leave the
in the
word,
corner.
you wanted it in there.
We did, we added it in, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll just leave it in there.
Okay.
Is there
Jerry
anything
Lynn.
else? Mr. Solomon?
And Terry Lynn Rock says, I'm ready for some cross-examination. We're ready. What's the time now? It's Texas time is 13:49, so another 14 minutes until...
And Your Honor, I apologize. I know I
Dr. Stern
indicated
gets
several
there.
minutes ago that we were not going to request any additional instructions.
But-
However, we would like to request that Your Honor also instruct the jury in our book, which is an outdated manual, so I'm not sure if it's numbered differently in the state's copy, but
Oh,
in the
no.
2018 version of the criminal pattern jury instructions, it's 9.16, instruction on warnings and waiver required for recorded oral statement. We would request that the court submit that to the jury as well.
Can I see what that? what
Yes,
that
Your
is?
Honor.
What on
do you
earth
wanna
is
put
going
it
on
up
here?
there?
This is worse than the Daubert
I can
hearing.
see it over here.
I think Burgos' patience is wearing out, and I hope, he doesn't lose it. Look at him. Is this fun, bro?
233 of the 2018 edition of the criminal pattern jury
Hang on
instructions.
1 second.
Yeah,
So
law
which-
school
which
was not for
portion?
him.
The whole thing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me 1 second.
Maybe he'll plead guilty. Maybe he'll run out of patience and be like, you know what? Guys! And they're like, detain that guy. Okay, he's just like, just make this stop. I plead guilty. Just stop it. That'll be amazing. Yes, please. Wear him out.
Okay. Can you scoot it up a little?
None of six says, with the defense team, I think he will appeal. Absolutely. We know they're going to do that. Magnetic Janet says they're just dotting their I's and crossing their T's because it's a death penalty case. Exactly.
All right. I mean, there was a statement made. The evidence is going to show that there was an oral statement made, and I mean, if they ask for it, they have to have it in there. I don't think there was a lot of issue made with regard to the voluntariness of the statement, but I guess you could make an inference or an argument of some sort. There was a suppression hearing earlier in during the litigation of this case, so where arguments, I guess, were made during that time. All right, so you're gonna type the language out and send it to me, please? That way I don't have to type the language out.
Yes, Your Honor.
And send a copy to council.
Yes, Your Honor.
Other than that, is there anything else?
No, Judge, I believe everything else.
Any particular place where you'd like that language? I take a look at it and.
Someone's
Your
asking.
Honor, I don't believe we
Oh, I'll
have
see now.
a strong position, but I would propose placing it between the application paragraph of count 2 and the paragraph now titled Roman 8.
Paragraph what?
Roman 8, page 4.
Okay, so right before 8.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Savannah Gary says jury instructions are extremely important. This can make or break an appeal, so let's be patient. Okay.
Maybe I don't wanna, well, you know what? There's no Roman numeral 7, so I can put a 7 there.
Molly says, in my experience, 23 years, this
Right.
usually happens in judges' chambers
like it.
in camera early
I think you
mornings.
left 7 out.
Yes,
on
Judge.
camera.
So we'll.
I guess not
here's
enough
a
room for all of
7.
them. Plus, he's not a morning judge.
Okay, okay.
So would Your Honor like me to include that in the current full charge of the court as Roman 7?
Yes, that'd
Okay,
be great.
I can do
And then just, is there anything else we took out? No. No, we didn't. We left unanimously and we left, we're gonna put in the,
The 2 offenses.
I'm
right,
watching what
the
Burgos
alpha
is
beginning.
doing.
So then can y'all get together on that language and then just send it to me and both of y'all?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'll formally ask you, I mean, once we're done with Dr. Stern, I'll ask you again if there's anything else in the charge, but I suspect that there won't be, so you can get that.
Okay.
So I'll have the charge ready. Thank you.
So what now?
All right, so it's 1:53.
Yes.
We still have a ways to go with Dr. Stern, so I think I'm gonna just opt to wait and keep the jury there, and that way, once Dr. Stern is here, then we'll do it with her, and then you'll follow up with your defendant 7. You'll publish, and then you'll tell me whether you have any other witnesses or you rest at that time,
And then.
and then we'll ask the state whether they close, and we'll
Oh,
send the
closing
jury out
arguments.
for a bit, and then be right back with reading them instructions and the charge. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, we'll be patient, people. So they're only coming back now in 35 minutes. Definitely hurry up and wait. I mean, you want me to leave all that in on the replay or not? Oh my gosh. Okay, now someone was asking why are they talking about going to the jail? This is how close the Webb County Courthouse is to the Webb County Jail. So I think Burgos went there probably for lunch. He probably went there to the Chow Hall. I'm just speculating. But that's how close they are. So he also talked about a tunnel. Maybe they went into a tunnel to the jail. Anyway, I think that's why. Am I right? Anyone who's local? Mom for Life says, please explain what happened. Chaos. Lots of chaos. So I actually can't explain it because it's just chaos. It's a mess. But basically, the defense would like to impeach Dr. Stern, the witness that was there for the prosecution on day 1. They already tried to impeach her, and now they want to again, based on the thought that she had, or her opinion that Dominic was injected with an 18-gauge needle, right? Instead of being bitten by a spider or that being an insect bite or something, okay? So now the defense is saying that their witness, let me just take this off. They're saying that their only witness that they're calling, it sounds like, is Dr. Stern. So that tells us that their strategy all along was, of course, that's what it is. He's presumed innocent or proven guilty. So they don't have to do anything. It's up to the state to prove that he's guilty, which I think they've done a really good job at, by the way. So, of course, the defense has to try to poke holes in the state's case, and they've tried to do that all along. It's been a little bit, I mean, what else do they have, right? What else there's actually a few things I could think of, an angle they could take, but I'm not an attorney and I'm not there. But the thing is that they're going to re-question Dr. Stern based on her credentials, on her saying board certified and not, that whole, all of that, all that legalese. What are her credentials based on what she testified on? They would like to throw her statements out because I think her statements help the state prove that this was a premeditated crime. In my personal opinion, I think there's other things that also prove that. Then, on top of that, yes, Savannah, the defense and prosecution, they were now for a while arguing the language in the charging instructions. So that's getting ready for, the charging instructions. And charging instructions are what we know as jury instructions. So you could see that this day, while it is quite drawn out, could actually be a very exciting day for us as the public to watch this trial. Because when they come back, Dr. Stern said she'll be there by 2:30. Right now, it's 2 o'clock, Texas time. So when she goes back, I think that'll be the longest part of the day because they're going to be questioning her on her credentials, and she was really excellent on the stand, so I'm sure she's going to tell them exactly how it is. I mean, she's especially driving from out of town here to be here in person. Tracy says, or did they question the FBI's credentials? No, they questioned Dr. Stern's credentials and they questioned the FBI's cell phone location data, saying that that's not accurate. So that was a whole Daubert hearing. We heard that as well, right? And so, I missed comments about the jail, by the way, if anyone's local, do you know? So basically, when Dr. Stern arrives in half an hour, and I always like to build in time, like as in, I'm a very punctual person and I'm very time orientated. And so, therefore, I would like to say Dr. Stern said she'd be there by 2:30, but what if there's traffic or a delay? So it could be by 3. Let's hope it is actually by 2:30. When Dr. Stern is in the house, the jury will be called in. The defense is going to question Dr. Stern. The prosecution will be able to, what's the word? Also question. It's like a rebuttal, but like also question. Then, once they say, okay, we're done, I think the defense might rest their case. That's what it sounds like. Okay? And if they rest their case, that is why they're already now arguing back and forth about jury instructions, because then they will present their close. They'll have a break. The judge said a little break, so we know half an hour or so. They'll have a little half an hour coffee break, come back, closing arguments, and then the jury will deliberate. Cross-examination. But it's been, okay, but it's cross on the other side now. True. I'm like, this is the state's witness. It's so discombobulated, as someone said before, that it's, yeah, this is the state's witness, but now they're also calling Dr. Stern as a witness in order to try to discredit her entirely. Great stuff. Defense strategies, not the strongest. So, and someone was saying also that Yvonne said, I believe in Texas, in death penalty cases, there's an automatic appeal. So there's that as well. Okay. You know, in every stream, you guys are just you are my witness to this. In every stream for the last 4 streams, I have said to you guys, whatever I said, you don't need to send me Burgos's wife's article again. Because I've received it 200 times now, and we've gone over it like many times. And you know what I just got in my inbox? More of it. Keeping an eye on my inbox, yeah, you know. In case important things roll in. And I'm like, more of it. I don't want to see it again. Anyway, thank you for the emails. Rosemary Hill says he's not being charged with the attempted murder of poor little Dominic, so why re-question Dr. Stern? I think they would like to throw out her testimony, if I'm understanding correctly, because it would prove premeditation if it really was a mark made from an 18-gauge needle, of which we don't know what would have been injected into his leg, but seeing as he had 14 and 18-gauge needles in his lunchbox, yeah, unused. So seeing as he had that, which Eduardo Pena, the defense attorney, said that was for testosterone, so that was interesting as well. We're like, what? Anyway, seeing as he had that, and the medical examiner, Dr. Stern, said that little Dominic on the 25th of March 2018 was injected with something that was definitely an 18-gauge needle is what she's seeing. I think she also said 14 or 18 gauge, right? I've just got 18 gauge in my mind. But anyway, puncture wound. If they are able to successfully throw out her entire testimony, that throws out, for the jury at least is what they're thinking, the defense, that throws that possibility out. Therefore, it would have to be a much more like impulsive crime, and then they could say, I don't know, maybe they hope the death penalty will then be off the table. T. Lee says, yes, death penalty cases go on and on with appeals. Then at some point overturned. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Miss Wales, just throw out everything. Impeach everyone. Rebuttal. They are not happy. Burgos is not happy. Stacy says, it was premeditated. He stalked them and ambushed them. I believe they do. Jury charges after closing. Crystal says this is absolutely inconceivable. Prosecutors have proven their case hands down. I think so too. Margaret says the judge is definitely on Texas time. I lived there for many years and there's no rush to do anything. Okay. So we shall see. Do we need coffee or what? The time now here in the Netherlands is 9 o'clock in the evening. In case you didn't know, I'm in Europe. 9 o'clock in the evening and we shall wait. So yeah, we'll be here till like midnight or 1 in the morning. It's all good. Love being here with all of you. So what I can do though is show you some more of those texts because I only added a few. I was in the break. I had a lot to do. But I added a few more. So let's quickly download that. Okay. I could actually ask you. Wait. Let's see the poll. Do you think Burgos will testify? 81% say no way. 7% say yes, he will. 12% say, not sure. Okay. In my opinion, I don't think he will. Elspeth Sinclair says, you don't self-inject testosterone. Treatment is done by a nurse. Interesting. Well, maybe he knew a lot of nurses, you know. He said he had a lot of exes. Thinks he's a player. Jana says, I bet the jury will only be out for 1 hour. What do you think? I agree. I think it will be quick. We never know. We never know with these things. But it has been a long day. Maybe. I wonder if I was on the jury, what would it be like? Would you want to be like, oh my word, let's just get this done within an hour, please, let's just finish this today? Or would you be like, let's just go home, sleep on it, and come back tomorrow to deliberate some more, make a decision? That'll be interesting. Loki Geldene says, hi, G, love the Grizzlies lots. You make us proud. Keep going with all your hard work. Thank you. So now I'm going to make another poll quickly. How much time? 25 minutes allegedly is what we have. Okay. Actually, again, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to ask you guys, I'm making a poll for you, and I want to see what you answer here. Wait. Text. We got that. And if you vote something else, please type in the chat what that would be. Fury, you're an option on the poll. You better stay here. Okay, I want to know. Do you want to see the text messages again that I'm busy making for you? Remember, I'm still transcribing all of them. So, do you want to see text messages again? Do you want to see the map time again? Fury again. I know some of you will be like, where's the option for all of the above, huh? I'll be like, challenge accepted. Dawn says, what part of the body would be injection for testosterone? That's a good question, actually. Would it be the thigh or what? Mary says, if RB testifies, there goes his hope for life, as he has no remorse. Yeah. Fury with text messages. You see, you guys are doing combo on the menu here. Diamond Heart says, thank you, G and mods, for all the magic you create. I can't imagine the family, Grizelda and Dominic's family that's in court there. Man, the patience they've had for more than 5 years just to get to this trial. Now here they are again, and it's taking so long, right? Gez Abebe says, who's Fury? Fury is our black cat. Louisiable says, can you go back to what the doctor said? Well, then we could do that too. We can look at what the doctor said. But most of what the doctor said, her testimony was that there was not an insect bite. It was in her opinion, but that's a good one. Lena, babe, we've looked at it like 5 times. I think the article's in my description box right now. That could be one of the votes, though. Everyone's like, again. Lou, Flossie, Fitz, welcome to Grizzly, $2 supporter. Vicky says, I never want to see this trial again. I do. I really enjoyed it with all of you. I thought this trial was very interesting because it's like real life, right? It's happening without I like those ones that are like a well-oiled machine too. But this was very interesting. Heaven Rain says, gee, he was probably doing roids illegally. Thank you for all you do. Right? That's what I'm thinking too. Freaking YouTube. Let me show the chat. Come on now. Heaven Rains, I'll put your sticker up when I can. So Studio says, I want to see more witnesses. Like who? I would like to see the wife testify, right? Emily says, this case did not speak of DNA evidence, nor why Anthony was injecting himself with testosterone. His doctor was not questioned. Yes, and that would then be speculation, I guess, from the defense. How do we know that was really happening? Amazing, right? Gabriela says, when are they giving the sentence? I don't know. Sometimes it could be on the same day as it was with Juan David Ortiz. Okay, let's quickly see what you want. Text messages against 41%. Map time against 16%. 30% Fury again. And 13% say something else. Pretty good balance there for all of you answering. Okay. We're going to get to these messages. Victoria Jones, welcome to Grizzly, $2 supporter. If you're a replay watcher, don't worry. We'll be cutting all this out because it's a lot of waffle and wait. Waffle and wait. So much waffle time, right? Nobody says you can self-administer testosterone. Okay, thank you for that. Heaven Reigns. Why can't I put your message up? There we go. Gee, he was probably doing roids illegally. Thank you for all you do. There we go. There's a sticker. Thank you so much. Okay. So, where is Fury now? Now he's left the room again. But what I can do is bring this up. Okay. Presentation. Presentation time. So, wait. What I'm going to do so quickly is just... If you guys bother her, I will be so mad. Do not bother this woman. But I'm going to show you this article for the 6th time, I think, so that that is done. This is Burgos's ex-wife, I believe. I think they are no longer together, is what we're understanding. Okay? And... so after this, do not send it to me again. Gregory, nice to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. So, CBP officer Amy Burgos was born in Orlando, Florida, and grew up as one of 8 siblings in her household. After high school, she attended Valencia College in Orlando, where she pursued a degree in criminal justice. Kathleen H says, thanks for making me laugh because this is a horrible case. Yeah, Fury ran. He's like, no. So, after college, Officer Burgos saw an opportunity to join law enforcement and began her career with Customs and Border Protection in September of 2016 at the port of Laredo, Texas. Officer Burgos transferred to the port of Jacksonville in 2018 and was placed on the passenger processing team. When CBPO Burgos was not boarding vessels or aircraft, she worked in the passenger analytical unit, sharpening her targeting and vetting skills. Evie says, yay me, but I was here since Gabby Petito case with you. Ah, thank you so much, Evie. And Footsie's girl says, I just checked. An 18G needle is used to draw up medication. Okay, a 22, 23, 1.5 needle for injections of testosterone. Thank you so much. Just an FYI, love you, G. Thank you, Footsie's girl. So, we continue. When CBPO Burgos was not boarding vessels or aircraft, she worked in the passenger analytical unit, sharpening her targeting and vetting skills. In 2019, CBPO Burgos volunteered for an opportunity to become the first female less lethal instructor at the port of Jacksonville. Upon completion of the course, Officer Burgos was given the title of Primary Less Lethal Instructor for the area port of Jacksonville, Florida. As part of these duties, she is responsible to teach ground fighting, baton, taser, and OC spray techniques, to name a few. This type of collateral duty assignment is traditionally held by male officers due to the vigorous physical and mental training regimen required to graduate from the class. However, CBPO Burgos has not only held her own, but excelled. She has consistently demonstrated her mental and physical toughness in this role and has been recognized as a premier instructor for the agency. Welcome, Denise. So she's kick-ass. She's G.I. Jane. You see what I'm saying? In 2020, Officer Burgos competed for, and so obviously she's still got the surname. He's Burgos-Aviles, so I do not know what that means. I have not seen an official divorce record, FY. We just got locals in the chat saying, some say they are divorced, definitely divorced, some say separated, some say, I don't know, there's all kinds. Okay, so in 2020, wait, let me fill it in. Detective Reyes said ex-spouse in his testimony. That's where we were like, ex, okay, ex. Now, in 2020, Officer Burgos competed for and was selected to be part of a brand new task force attached to the Port of Jacksonville called the Jacksonville Strategic Targeting Analytical Response JSTAR Team. Since the formation of JSTAR, CBPO Burgos and her teammates were instrumental in securing CBP Jacksonville's largest, that word YouTube does not like, sherbet seizure in 2021, seizing a record 2,816 pounds of this in one shipment. CBPO Burgos is also called upon to assist in joint operations with other agencies such as USCG, CBP Air Marine, HSI, DEA, and state and local law enforcement for joint, large, and small-scale operations including surveillance, offshore boarding, and traffic stop leading to narcotic seizures and arrests. Officer Burgos is a shining example of what it takes to be a CBP officer. Last year, she received a unit citation for her work with JSTAR, and she has been nominated for CBP's Blue Eagle Award, which is given to an individual or team in recognition of a significant enforcement result. The Blue Eagle Award is highly coveted within CBP and is one of the most distinguished honors a CBP officer can receive. Officer Burgos is the proud mother of 2 boys. They put their names there. Do not bother these people ever. Do not arrest them from this community. Congratulations to the 2021 CBP Officer of the Year Award recipient. There you go. Now you've seen it, okay? So, do not send it to me again. You'll be like, wait, what? Now, presentation. Fury's not here. Okay. Oh, but the judge is.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat. And
I'm going to make
I believe that Dr. Stern is here.
Going to complete this for you, okay?
So we're going to bring the jury in. Go ahead.
Before we bring the...
This is where we were at.
Just a
Okay.
state is rested, and before we open our case, we would like to make for the record, a motion for a directed verdict of acquittal
Go ahead.
for the court to rule upon. Judge, we do not
Oh my
believe
gosh.
the state has met their prima facie...
Acquittal. Now they're going for acquittal.
Very good.
Oh my
Your-
word. I can't even.
Your motion is with regard to all counts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your motion is denied.
Look at the
Okay,
shipyard.
let's
Your
bring the
motion
jury
is
in.
denied. He
The
literally
defendant's already here.
he
so
asked
we
for
can
the
bring jury in.
for an acquittal.
And let's get Dr. Stern is ready to come in at a moment's notice, yes?
She's in the room outside.
She's ready, okay.
I'm sorry we didn't see the text messages again, but just remember, I'm working on all of them for you. We'll look at them. If it's not tomorrow, well, let's see what happens tomorrow. I'll have it ready by tomorrow. Or I'll make a separate video for you. Did you see the judge's shifty eyes? Your motion is denied. They're like, Judge, we'd like to file for an acquittal on all the charges. No, denied. Yeah, denied and sit down. Janet, the way you say sit down. Okay, jury's in the house. Welcome to day 7 afternoon. The prosecution's rested their case. The defense is going to re-question Dr. Stern.
Thank you, everybody. Please have a seat. Mr. Peña, as you know, the state has rested Do you intend to call any witnesses?
We would like to call Dr. Corinne Stern up.
Dr. Corinne Stern?
So the defense calling Dr. Stern. Oh, good luck, everyone. Here we go. Let's set a timer.
Yeah, just overabundance of caution, I guess.
Okay, Dr. Stern is back in the house, smiling.
Now, I believe that you have been sworn in, but since I
Sure.
released you, I'm going to swear you in one more
That's
time.
fine.
She's like, oh,
Swear to
okay.
tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please
Thank
come
you.
around here to the witness chair.
Respect to Dr. Stern for making it there. Last minute notice. Wow. She's already looking at
Lower the mic a little bit if you'd like.
Eduardo.
Mr. Boggs, you'll be doing the examination.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Ma'am, just so everyone, well, let me start. We did not meet last week. My name is William Boggs. Thank you for your patience. You testified last week as an expert for the district attorney. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And I just I want everyone to understand your qualifications.
Sure.
And your educational background.
Absolutely.
And that was something about which you testified last week,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
And, ma'am, you do not hold a MD license, is that correct?
No, not an MD.
Okay. You are a doctor of osteopathic medicine, is that correct?
Osteopathic medicine. Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what the difference between a MD and a osteopathic doctor means?
Absolutely. So an MD, we call that allopathic medicine, and a DO we call osteopathic medicine. And it's just the type of training during the 4 years of medical school. It's osteopathic medicine is just a little different way of looking at medicine. So we use a more holistic approach, not as in holistic medicine, but in a holistic approach to the body, as in structure affects function. So in other words, we don't want to just treat the symptoms, we want to get to the cause of the symptoms and treat that. So there's a few more courses we take. We go all our summers. We take classes in osteopathic manipulative medicine, sports medicine, and other things that function on looking at the body as a whole, if you will. It's just a different method of teaching while in medical school.
And so, ma'am, you indicated that osteopathic medicine deals with the entire body, correct?
Well, yes.
So, for instance, the American Association of Osteopathy strongly recommends yoga, for instance, correct, ma'am? Is that, do I understand that correct?
Not when I was in, yoga wasn't a thing when I was in medical school, but they may now, I don't know.
So, for instance, if you visit the American Association of Osteopathy website today, they will recommend yoga, and I'd say we're all big fans of yoga. Okay, so this is no impugning of yoga,
Burgos
but that is an
did a little nod.
example of the approach of osteopathy.
I believe it
correct?
because we put a big emphasis on staying physically healthy. So I can understand that they would be promoting yoga. Yoga was just not a popular thing when I was in school way back when.
And you, on direct examination with Mr. Alanese, indicated that you do forensic pathology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you a board-certified pathologist, ma'am?
No, I am not.
Okay. And you remember being asked, because you indicated I apologize, let me back up a little bit. On direct examination, you were asked by Mr. Alanese about your qualifications.
Yes.
You recall that? And you said that Mr. Alanese asked, and I'm looking at page 146 of the draft transcript, which is, okay, can you tell us a little bit about your education background and your training that qualifies you in this field as a medical examiner? And you answered, sure, I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin Baylor in Belton. I graduated from medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I have a master's degree in public health. I went to medical school at the university, did my residency at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Honolulu. I then did a surgical pathology fellowship at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio, and I did my forensic medicine fellowship with the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner in Washington, D.C. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I passed my forensic boards in 2001. I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners and the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. You remember that question
Yes.
and that answer, ma'am? Okay.
Yes.
So when you said, I passed my forensic boards in 2001, you did not mean as a board-certified pathologist,
No.
is that correct?
Just my forensic board exam. That's correct.
So now, you were asked by Mr. Pena on cross-examination.
I'm going to object at this point in time because now it's
All right,
improper.
Let me do it this way. I think you
Oh.
should, approach, please.
Now it's a proper impeachment, is what District Attorney Isidro Alanis said. Well, in layman's terms, that's kind of what we knew they're going for, right? It's like, thank you, doctor, for being here, and thank you for your patience. As Caroline said in the chat, I'm about to, like, rip you apart, basically. Like, let's go. Thank you for the time. Anyway, moving on. Let's just make sure we debunk all credibility you have. Wow. Okay. It's a little bit intense, huh? Claire says he's trying to revalue her as not a real doctor. Even Western regular docs suggest exercise. Come on. But when William Boggs said, we all fans of yoga here, then Burgos did a little, just a little nod. Okay. Caroline says, imagine Boggs trying to paint DOs as new age quacks. Truly hilarious. What another low blow. I'm excited for them to rest their case. Are they gonna? And she's so lovely. She's not snarky, you know, she's not upset, she's not agitated. She's like, hey, sure, no problem. Everything's all good. KK says, I love Fury's snarky face. He does get snarky. Yes, look at the security. This guy's smiling a lot. Look. Now he stopped smiling. Is he listening to us? Are you listening to us, security? Hello. Neon says, toxic. Aaron says, probably a fan of the yoga pants. Okay, Eduardo's there too. They definitely want to impeach this witness. Yes, so, wow, if this is their only witness for the defense now, let's hope this wraps up in 10 minutes or so. And then, defense, will you rest your case? And then, closing arguments. I would love to see what closing arguments they have then. Is it going to be the same? I think it will be the same. I think Eduardo Pena's opening statements will be, his closing will be, the arguments will be the same. And then, after that, jury instructions, deliberation. Yeah, Burgos. And he says, that's the Southern influence. Bless your heart and bake him a cake, right? Kelly Galaf, she's very likable. Well, if there's anything that this trial taught me, well, there's many, but like, damn, patience, huh? A lot of patience. All of us. We've been in this together. Reneka Story says, will that be today, closing arguments? Potentially, yes. Ooh, the judge is now very, very agitated.
Please continue.
Okay.
Ma'am, Doctor, you remember being asked by Mr. Pena what you meant by passing your boards. Do you remember that, ma'am?
I don't remember that question. I remember him asking me the organization that those boards were under.
Okay. And you remember referring to the American Board of Pathology.
That's correct.
Okay. So when you were asked what it meant to pass your boards, last week you said the American Board of Pathology. Am I understanding you correctly?
That's not the question he asked me.
Okay. Ma'am,
That's right,
were
you
you
tell
asked the following question, did you give the following answer? Okay, doctor, you mentioned that you passed your boards. What exactly were you referring to? And your answer, the American Academy of Foreign, the American Academy, the American Board of Pathology, my forensic medicine boards given by the American Board of Pathology. Do you remember being asked that question and giving that answer?
Well, I remember him asking me what the organization was. I can't remember word for word exactly. I remember him asking me what the organization was, and I remember telling him I did pass my forensic medicine board.
Okay. And would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your testimony, ma'am?
No, I'm answering you what I remember telling him,
Exactly.
which is the same thing. I don't know how else to answer this.
Okay, so last week, and I just want this for the record to be clear, when you were asked by Mr. Pena, right, what you were referring to when you said, I passed my boards, you listed the American Board of Pathology. Did you not, ma'am?
When he asked me what the organization was, yes.
Okay. And so, but today, you're telling us
Thank you,
you are
Edie.
not a board-certified member of the American Board of Pathology, correct?
I never said I was, and I'm not.
So when Mr. Pena asked you what the organizations were, you listed American Board of Pathology, though, correct?
Yes, that's where I took the exam.
But you're not a board-certified member of the American
Oh,
Board
this is
of
going
Pathology.
nowhere.
No, I am not a board member certified of them, but I did pass my forensic medicine board exam.
And
Stop now.
ma'am, in fact, back in 2009, so some 14 years ago, you were one of only 2 medical examiners in all of Texas that were not a board-certified member of the American Board of Pathology, correct?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's complete speculation on her
Yeah,
part as
yeah.
to who.
Oh,
is-
Well, she can
judge.
answer. Over.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, in fact, you were contacted by Channel 5 Dallas NBC News for a comment on your lack of
I'm gonna object
qualifications,
to the-
correct?
I'm going to object to the relevancy of this question, and he is harassing the witness. This is
I'm
irrelevant.
over.
I have no idea. I do not remember that. Absolutely not.
And you declined to comment, correct?
I have no idea. I do not remember that at all, Judge.
And the
No
Just
recollection.
whatever you remember.
Okay.
And the other medical examiner who was not board certified in El Paso said he was going to seek his
I'm
board
going to object to
certification.
that question, improper
Sustain.
hearsay.
Ooh, it's getting intense.
The witness is testifying as an expert, Your Honor. She's allowed to give her opinion.
He's testifying from counsel's table, Your Honor.
What-
What's
Just
some other-
just rephrase your question.
I can move on, Judge.
Oh no, are they going to be like, okay, I'm done? Normally when they fiddle like this, they're like, okay.
Ma'am, last week there was a discussion about your experience in Alabama, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
And you wish you never left Texas. Is that correct, ma'am?
That's
That's
correct.
my memory? Okay. And you'd had a poor experience in Alabama where you were the state medical examiner for the Department of Forensic Science, correct?
I'm going to object. This has already been asked and answered and if they cross-examined on this topic, Your Honor. It's been thoroughly.
I think, I understand what you're saying, but I think that they have the opportunity to call her as a witness on their side. If they'd like, they're doing that now. I don't think I can limit that situation overall.
And the very organization that you were the head of disputed your findings in a death penalty case. Isn't that correct, ma'am?
Yes, after I left.
And last week you indicated it was because of defense experts. Do you recall that, ma'am?
Yes, that's
But
what I believe.
It was
Yes,
actually the district attorney who dismissed that case. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
That was already asked and answered last week.
Yeah, they went over
And,
it.
ma'am, you said that was after you already left. In fact, you sued the Alabama Department of Forensic Science after you left. Isn't that
I'm
correct?
going to object again. It's just badgering and try to attack her character, Your Honor. It has nothing to do with the qualifications. Way outside the scope.
I understand. Overruled, though.
Yes, that's not correct. That was before I left.
You sued them before you left?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if I could have just one moment to
Yes,
confer
sir.
with counsel.
This is so hectic.
For your patience. And I can have a combative manner. I apologize.
You're fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pass the witness.
Any questions?
Hello, Dr. Stern. Let's back up here a little bit and talk and explain to the jury what board examinations and certifications you have.
Okay.
If you
Oh,
can.
okay. So I am a diplomat of the National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners. I don't remember the year. I did pass my forensic medicine board exam given by the American Board of Pathology. I believe that was in 2001. I am licensed to practice in the state of Texas. I am a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences in the biology section.
This other question that they're making a big deal about, which is the being a diplomat.
Objection to the form of the question, Your Honor.
You open the door, Your Honor.
Sustain, just rephrase, sustain.
That you're not a diplomat of is it the American,
That's the American Board of Pathology.
okay. Is that required for the job you do?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. Are you a diplomat of any of the boards? Any other association?
Well, the National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners. I am a diplomat.
Okay, and what are the requirements to become a diplomat?
Oh, well, it's a three-part exam, and you must pass all three parts. And I passed all three parts.
Your American Board of Pathology, when did you pass that exam?
In 2001.
Okay, is that a specialty exam?
Yes, that's a subspecialty exam, yes.
Okay. And when you say my boards, what does that mean, my boards?
It's an exam. It's an exam given by an organization called a board.
Okay.
It is a board exam.
Are you familiar with the section under the Code of Criminal Procedure that regulates the medical examiners?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what chapter is that?
49.25 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures.
And do you meet all the requirements under that section to do your job?
Meet and exceed, yes, I do.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
Well over 20 years.
And let me ask you, Doctor, is it uncommon that your findings or opinions are contested or that other pathologists in your field may disagree with findings of other pathologists?
No, that happens in every single trial. You know, the prosecution has a witness, and in a civil trial, the Plaintiff has a witness, and then the defense attorneys, they have their witnesses with their opinions. That's what being an expert is all about. We're always questioned. We're always questioned.
Okay. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 533. And I would like for you to go. You familiar with 533?
Yes, this is a copy of my CV.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to ask you if you can go over the section of publications.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
So these are articles in peer-reviewed journals that I've written or co-authored.
Okay. Before you testify from that, Your Honor, I'd like to move to introduce State's Exhibit 533. I believe they have a copy of it.
Any objection to 533?
Objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
When this section says publications, what does that mean?
So these are articles in journals, peer-reviewed journals.
By whom?
So you write an article, I did the research, I wrote the article, and then it's, there's, on every journal, there's a list of editors or reviewers, and they have to review the articles and decide if it's worthy enough to be published. They check your research and things like that.
And these are articles you wrote?
Yes.
What was the first article that you had listed here?
Oh, unauthorized border crossing and migrant deaths in Arizona, New Mexico, and El Paso, Texas. I wrote that with individuals from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention.
What's the next one you wrote?
This was Mass Fatalities and Role of the Medical Examiner. This is a local journal by the El Paso, I don't know the exact title, but maybe Physicians Association in their local journal.
What is the next article that you published?
That was an antiphospholipid syndrome that has to do with your blood clotting. That was published in Laboratory Medicine.
Okay, what about the next one?
Warfarin-induced elevation of the activated partial thromboplastin time. It also has to do with blood clotting. This was an area I was interested in early on. Cervical vaginal cytology in women treated with tamoxifen for breast carcinoma. I did some research to determine if women who use tamoxifen, which is a drug we use to treat breast cancer, was making any difference in their pap smears.
Now, you're also a presenter. Have you had the experience of being a presenter?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the presentations and topics that you've made?
Yes. Let me just preface it by saying there's been probably a dozen since this. But I do quite a few crossing through the borderland. I do quite a few presentations around the country on border crossing fatalities. Myself and my office are subject matter experts on that just because we see so much of that. So that's a presentation I did at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I've presented twice at the Border Patrol symposiums. One was in Arizona. I can't quite remember where the other one was. I've presented at the binational conference between Mexico and the United States on this topic as well.
What about this presentation?
Blood and body fluid precautions with DMORT, that's the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team. That is a division of the National Disaster Medical System. I do serve on that team, and I've presented several times at our conferences.
What about the next one?
Crossing deaths in Webb County, again, dealing with our border crossing deaths. The death certificate dilemma. This was presented here at the Laredo Medical Society, but and I've presented that as recent as last year, so multiple times. Also, the state of Texas has me lecture on this to the incoming justices of the peace. They have me on a cycle, I think, every other year. I'm a presenter to teach the JPs on how to properly fill out a death certificate.
What about this one?
The role of the medical examiner in mass fatality incidents. I presented that in Washington, D.C. My master's degree is in public health. It has a concentration in mass fatality management.
What about this one?
Disaster mortuary operational response team, standard operating procedures, again, teaching teammates across the country of our policies and procedures. A case of death due to an air emboli in a male. This was a case study I had. It was actually a case out of Alabama. I presented at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. It was selected to be presented. Sudden unexpected death in infancy investigation, SUDI. We're now getting away from the term SID, sudden infant death syndrome. We now use sudden unexpected infant death or sudden unexpected death in infancy. That's what that mnemonic is for. And I did present at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta on this topic.
Okay, we'll take it from the top over here.
Forensic pathology and lessons learned in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. I do serve as a forensic pathologist with the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, and I was deployed to Hurricane Katrina. I spent 7 weeks there. I set up the portable morgue unit and worked. And this was a presentation I was asked to give afterwards with my experience there. Mass fatalities and the role of the medical examiner, again, that's one of my specialties. I presented that at the State Coroners Association meeting in Alabama. Pediatric autopsy, I was asked to present at the National Child Abuse Symposium. I was approached and asked to present and put a presentation together about the best approaches for a pediatric autopsy, so autopsies in infants and children.
That was also in Alabama.
Yes.
Okay. Next one.
Lightning strike fatality in a hunter. This is also a case I had in Alabama. It was selected to be presented again at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I presented it. The forensic pathologist and the role of radiology. I was approached one day, got a phone call from a radiologist with the Mississippi State Association of Radiology Technologists. She had seen a prior presentation and asked me if I would put something together explaining the role of radiology or the role of x-rays in forensic pathology, and I did travel to Mississippi to make that presentation. Texas death certificate and the role of the physician. Again, this is with the Texas Bureau of Vital Statistics. I currently still make that presentation. I'm kind of on a rotating schedule, and about every other year they do call me to make that presentation to the justices of the peace. 9/11 and the role of the forensic pathologist. This was one of the binational conferences with Mexico. I did serve at 9/11. I was actually deployed the night of 9/11 and served in New York. And I was asked again afterwards to present some of my experiences as a forensic pathologist on the ground there. Dying to be thin. This was a case presentation on a patient I had that died from bulimia and anorexia nervosa. It was selected to be presented at the National Association of Medical Examiners annual meeting, and that was a poster presentation. Aerospace pathology, I was asked to make that presentation with DMORT. My specialty where I trained with Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner is aerospace pathology. Fatal cardiac sarcoidosis in a patient previously diagnosed with Chagas disease. Chagas disease is caused by a trypanosome. This was a case that I had when I was in El Paso. It was selected to be presented at the NAME meeting, National Association of Medical Examiners, and it was a poster presentation. I was a panelist. This was a mass disaster response. This was a conference across the border I was invited to in Mexico, and I was a panelist answering questions related to trauma as seen by a forensic pathologist.
So much.
Sudden and unexpected deaths from seizure disorders, a retro and prospective analysis. This was my subject of research when I was a resident in pathology, and I presented some findings at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Texas Society of Pathology, I was a poster presenter. This was actually a poster on interdigitating dendritic cell carcinoma. I had presented it at a meeting in a lecture type presentation, and then at the Texas Society of Pathology I had a poster presentation of it. Same one, interdigitating dendritic cell carcinoma. Cervical vaginal cytology in women being treated with tamoxifen for breast cancer. Again, I was asked, this was a clinical research symposium I presented to, actually won first place. American College of Clinical Pathology, College of American Pathologists. I was a poster presenter. 97, that would have been with my tamoxifen study. Residence form. When I was a resident and also a fellow, I was our resident delegate, and I presented, I guess, the role of the physician assistants in pathology training programs. These were just presentations I was asked to give. The next one, the role of the pathologist as a vital member of the healthcare team. These were presentations I gave as a resident. Purpose of the nominating committee. These were actually resolutions where we were actually trying to change some laws within our organizations, and so I presented on them.
Let's go over some of your honors.
Thank you, nobody. Yeah, she must have been at work and called back. Shame.
Oh, Golden Key International Honor Society. That was based on grades, I'm sure. Delta Epsilon Tau Honor Society. I think that was during my master's degree. I'm not exactly sure, but again, it was a grade-based. I was on the president and dean's list when I was at the university. NDMS, gave me the 2008 Distinguished Team Member Award. That's from the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team for my service through the years. The 2005 American Red Cross Hero of the Past, I was nominated for this award along with several other physicians, and I was actually picked to receive it based on, they call it an act of heroism. I was given it, it was based on my work with organ and donation and recovery.
Mr. Alanis.
Yes.
The document's already in evidence. Do you wish to go through the rest
The
of
judge is
her
like-
college accolades and
I
others?
have 5 more honors and awards, Your Honor, and I'll
But-
finish up with that.
Is there a story to tell on each one of them, or,
What her explanation on each one?
I mean, you went over the dean's list?
Yes. Well, I just needed to just finish these last 4. Go ahead.
Okay, AFIP Fellow Symposium Original Manuscript, 3rd place. That was on research that I did when I was at the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner. Calendar Binford Scholarship. I received a scholarship to do my forensic medicine fellowship that was typically only open to members of the armed forces, and I received a scholarship to do one as a civilian. First place residence paper competition. That was on my research with epilepsy and seizure disorders. Again, the Dean's Research Award on the same topic, and then Who's Who in American Colleges and Universities. My medical school nominated me for that.
Do your qualifications comply with the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently conducting, or when was your most recent research project or anything current going on?
Still working with the border crossers with numbers and still developing policies, the best practice policies and procedures.
Now, you weren't the medical examiner that performed the autopsies in this case, correct?
No, sir.
But you did testify last week as to an opinion as to the injury on baby Dominic's leg, correct?
That's correct.
And do you still stand by that opinion?
100%.
And in your opinion, was it caused by a spider or insect bite?
No, it was not.
And what was
Here
your
we go
opinion as to what caused that injury?
This was a puncture wound. It was a deep puncture wound. In my opinion, it was caused by a large bore needle. That was most consistent with the injury that I saw.
Thank you, Dr. Stern.
Done. Bam. Mic drop moment. That's right.
That's what.
You've received a lot of awards. Is that what we are to understand, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, but I'd really like to talk about your testimony here last week.
Oh, no.
Because today, as I understand, you're saying that you were not certified by the American Board of Pathology. You only passed the exam in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. You remember being asked by Mr. Pena when you were certified by the American Board of Pathology, and your answer being it was in 2001?
No, he never asked me about certification.
So, ma'am, were you asked the following question, the following answer? Question, I see. So, and what day did you get certified? Answer, it was in 2001. You didn't...
I don't remember that question. I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your testimony?
Well, I believe what you're telling me.
Well, ma'am, I apologize. That's very kind. But would it refresh your recollection to see a
I don't think it's
transcript
going to
of-
make me remember him using the word certification.
Okay. So I just want to make sure the record is clear. You're denying that you were asked that question, or you do not recall whether you were asked that question?
I do not recall that question.
And you're saying it would not refresh your recollection?
Well, I can see it, but I don't independently recollect being asked that
And
question.
it comes from YouTube transcripts, right?
Now,
Make sure.
on the
Thank you, Joyce.
state's examination just now by Mr. Alanese, he indicated, and he specifically pointed out some conferences that you presented at in Alabama, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that was in 2006, correct?
I think most of them were in 2006.
Now, all of those conferences were before the November 2006 Alabama case that we have discussed here in court, correct?
I don't know. I don't know that, but
So once you left, for instance, the Alabama Forensic Commission, you were no longer presenting in Alabama on, for instance, pediatric autopsies.
no, I was
correct?
no longer presenting in Alabama.
Okay. And in fact, all those conferences that Mr. Alanese went through, right, pediatric autopsies, you didn't present on them anywhere, not just in Alabama, correct?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
You presented in Alabama in 2006 on pediatric autopsies.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you no longer presented in Alabama on pediatric autopsies. But the truth is, according to your resume, you didn't present on pediatric autopsies in any jurisdiction. Is that correct?
I guess I still don't understand your question. Alabama is a jurisdiction. I presented there.
After November of 2006,
Have I presented?
on pediatric autopsies in any jurisdiction.
Yeah, I believe I have. They're not on that. They're not on that CV there, but yes, I've presented at JP conferences on pediatrics. I have.
Okay. on pediatric autopsies, ma'am?
Well, yes, that's what I do, autopsies, yes.
But it's not in your resume? Or
No,
your
it's not in that resume. There are probably many, many more presentations that I haven't listed. That's, the resume gets 6, 7, 8 pages. It's, you know, I put some pertinent things on there, and
Judge, if I could just have one moment, I apologize.
It's just horrible for her. But she's handling it so well. Man. Yeah. Black Widow says, the suspense is killing me. Yes, Jean says, I wish I had her memory. She's like, yeah, I think that was all 2006. She remembers everything. I mean, no, she's amazing.
sure.
I've passed the
And now,
Anything
oh no.
else? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You are now re-released.
Re-released,
You go back to
okay.
business. Thank you.
That was...
Thank you for making time to read.
Thank you.
533 was? Yes, it was admitted. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Peña,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses, Your Honor, just some medical records that we would like to review.
Very good. Thank you.
Judge, at this time, we would move to admit, under the business records exception, what's been provided to the district attorney, Defendant's Exhibit 7, which is a self-authenticating document put out by Dania Cortines, dated March 29th of 23. It's 105 pages.
Defendant 7, any objection?
May we approach?
When the judge does that face, approach. His patience is running out. Ira says, I think this backfired on them. How do you guys think it went? Do you think it was good? Or did it backfire on them? CJ's mom says, this should be how to not be a defense team. Virgo says, that was embarrassing for the defense. Sarah Sunshine says, she should be a Grizzly. Maybe she is. Magnetic Janet says, the list would be too long on her CV. She's like, I only put a few things in there, and there was so much, right? Sandy Hurd says, standing ovation for the doctor. Mm-hmm.
Defendant 7, it'll be admitted.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to publish, the document is 105 pages in total.
Look at his face, look at the judge's face.
We just have 5 pages to publish to the judge.
Okay, there you
Go
go.
ahead. This document has been introduced and admitted into evidence. There has been a request to publish a certain number of pages of that document.
5.
I don't need to see.
This is the
And
self-authenticating
Mr. Boggs will do that
evidence.
right now.
A self-authenticating witness, which is the
For the
document.
record, this is page 29 of 105.
Okay, document time. Here we go. What you got? Oh, the testosterone, okay. Testosterone. They're trying to prove why he had the needles.
And
Which
Judge,
will,
change the page. This is now page 44.
they're trying to
of
debunk
105.
premeditation.
Go ahead. Mr. Ferrer.
What? What was that? Yes, this is the excuse of why he had the needles. Andrew says, I authenticated myself.
For the record, I'm publishing, putting on the projector, page 47.
Thank you. Is this the final witness? Self-authenticating document. Proving he had needles for testosterone. But my opinion is, who cares? Because he could have used it for anything else. And this doesn't help either. If it's a lot of testosterone, which I don't know, can't it make him super aggressive? Does that help the case? I don't think so.
Page 60 of 105.
Or was that it? Were they like showing that page? What's that? Void. 3. It's the script. Laredo Family Medical Center. I wish I knew what the jury was doing right now. They must be like,
I'm now changing to page 70 of 105.
Amanda says, basically telling on himself, saying, yeah, I had access to
For
needles.
this exhibit, Judge, that is all, correct the pages and. and
Defendant 7 then has been admitted.
That's it? That was so bad. Oh, shame, guys.
Then we have one other matter about which we would ask the court to approach as well.
Here we go.
You would what?
Ask to approach the court.
Approach, please.
Another issue, asking to approach. The judge is taking deep breaths. He's like, guys, look now. He's like, what is it? They've already asked for an acquittal, if you missed that, in this long stream. And the judge denied that. Dr. McDreamy said, if you want me to translate the medical documents, I can. Oh, thank you. Anything to add from what we saw? Look at him. What a trial. It's a marathon type trial. Definitely not a sprint. Yeah, Mr. Q said he didn't he didn't even explain them to the jury. He's just like, right, we're going to be showing you this page. And then also this one. And that's it. JG says prescription is dated 2017. Happened then it says medical records from April 19 from jail. What? Those are two different things said in the same time there. Elbo's mom says, gee, I wonder if he was on the roids and that was why he had syringes. That's what it seems like. Now, I don't know. The defense's argument is, you see, that's why he had needles. I'm like, and what did he use it for on Dominic? That's still the question, no matter if he had them or not, right? Araceli Spicy Chica says, phentermine actually gives you tons of energy. Okay. Thank you. Now what's going to happen? QB says, the defense rests. What is that now? That's like map time, or what is that? It looks like it. Type of exhibit they got there. Yeah, Janine says asking for acquittal after the prosecution case is standard. I think especially in a death penalty trial is what people are saying earlier, right? Is that true, Janine? Asking for acquittal after the prosecution case is standard. Thank you, Deb. Eduardo is actually really tall, huh? Tony Elias says he's going to ask for new lawyers. He already has, right? All the way up to trial. He's asked for new lawyers like 3 times over. He actually had another lawyer before, and he was replaced by Eduardo. K. Baker, Fen is also used, for weight loss. Okay. Margaret says, way to go, Dr. Stern. You know when they say the wheels of justice move slowly? We're seeing it in action right here. Okay. Leslie P. Welcome to Grizzly, $2 supporter. I think is he realizing? Did he think there's a chance? I know there's still a chance, technically. He's innocent until proven guilty, and the jury has to deliberate and all that. But now it looks like he's sitting there going, well, damn. No body used wrong. What? Used wrong, a needle is a weapon, right? Good point, good point. Anonymous says, Roro, are the walls closing in on you yet? That's what it looks like. So thank you all for being here as we, watch this trial. They did say 3 to 4 weeks. It's a death penalty case. So there could still be a lot that happens. We shall see. Man, Mr. Boggs looks really tired. Are you resting? Now, who just came through this door? Roro said, no, I'm good, thanks. I'm sorry, Roro. We have a Grizzly member who's called Roro. Sorry about that. Let me get... We need a sidebar song, don't we? I'm looking. I do not know what song this is, but let's hear it. Okay. Lola at heart says yes, but why are they in his lunchbox? Maybe he has lunch and then it's testosterone time. Maria says that paper with the testosterone info is not even a prescription. So in all of this chaos, just remember what this case is about. Grizelda Hernandez and Dominic Hernandez. And their families. Man, they've been through hell. Yes, we need a nice calm sidebar song. Yes, thank you, Grizzlies. You're so sweet. Look at all the purple hearts and the white ribbons for the family. The baby Yoda for Dominic. I'm always proud of this community. If you're brand new here, I hope you'll stick around for a while and see how we roll. We're a very kind bunch. But we're grizzlies, so we also roar really loud if things are not okay. Thank you, Rexy. Petrified says, I feel like I'm in a crystal shop.
Let me hold off.
Yes, sir, we're looking.
Okay.
We're still doing a search for them.
Back on. I'll put the music off when we know it's time. What is that now?
Thank
There was like one picture, and then what was that? They just like show one picture. There we go. There is the one picture, and then you and Mimi, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Diana says US and Japan are the only industrialized countries that have the death penalty. Okay. No, we need another song. I don't know what Ocean Breeze is, but I'm choosing it. All very chilled. Hey, Anonymous. Does the defense know what they're doing? Is it making you guys appreciate the Letitia Stark defense team? Okay, what's happening now? Ooh, the judge is giving him the look. There, sound's coming back on. Shame, Judge, it's gonna be okay. Oh no, shame. This judge looks so frustrated. Look at him now, look at him. Marcia says, are they doing closing arguments today? At this rate, no. Mama True Crime says, we can do some mindfulness while we wait. I'm analyzing the crowd. We are analyzing body language. Welcome. Day 7, afternoon session, where there's a lot of silent portions. We are seeing a visibly agitated judge, understandably. The jury are still there, as far as I know, right? And we're gonna need freaking coffee soon. Again. Probably too late for that. Let's find some more. Inspiring, okay. Oh my word. Nancy says, Grizzly True Crime, wish you could share some Fury pics, but you have so many. You gotta join Patreon. Nancy, Fury's on there a lot. He's a star on Patreon.
Witness, if any.
What this time we rest from?
All right, so the
What?
defendants have rested.
Oh, the defense has the rest of the case.
Is there, I understand, I want to put this on the record, that you had, Mr. Peña and Mr. Boggs, your defense team had opportunity prior to making that decision to rest, to speak to your client. Is that correct? Very good. Throughout the entire trial, you've had the opportunity to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the decision, obviously, could you approach? I'm sorry.
Oh man, okay, they're approaching again. The defense has rested. Wow. Okay. The defense has rested. I'm so excited, okay? State has rested their case. Defense has rested their case. I do not know what that sidebar was about with the one little picture that they tried to show for a second. This poor jury, they must be looking at this like, what? Wow. Okay. Linda says, I expect a quick deliberation. I actually also expect a quick one. Rodolfo Jasso, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Thank you, Lieutenant Peter Pronzo, for welcoming everyone. Tara says, doesn't the judge normally ask the defendant if they want to testify? Well, I don't know. Everything differs per state, so I'm not sure. I can't really say how it normally works, because every time one figures out how it normally works, then it's a different state with different rules. So I'm just here learning with all of you. I'm like, wait, what? It doesn't seem like he's going to testify, though, from what I'm gathering. It would be amazing if you did, though. Like, what do you have to say for yourself? Aaron says he has to. The judge has to ask the defendant if he wants to testify. Okay, ask him. And will he answer? Will he even utter a word, or will he just go... I think he has to utter the word, right? Someone says, what defense? There. KJ Devil or D? Apple? What defense? There was no defense. Yeah, Samara said, that's it? For the defense? Mm-hmm. I just want to hear some of this. No, we don't want that one. Sorry if you can hear all these sounds. I'm just trying to pick a song for us. That'll make us sad. Sorry for the mixtape. I like how the judge, like, he touches his eyebrow when he gets really agitated. Like, oh man. Here we go. We're getting ready, guys. Game over, says KJ. Thank you for the sticker. Game over. There we go. Wildfire says every state, every district, every courtroom, every judge has different rules. Yep. What would you describe this look as? He looks scared. He looks like a little kid sitting there like that, just like, oh no, what are they doing now? That's what it looked like. That's right, Pumpkin Porter. The prosecution did everything possible to tell the story of this young mom and her beautiful boy.
Do you close, or do you close, or do you have a rebuttal?
We have one rebuttal, Gabriela Rebolledo, Laredo Police Department.
One rebuttal. Oh, okay.
She's got, yes, well, I'll label it. It's
What
just
was
to introduce this one, what would be the next exhibit? This time.
That's right, Jan.
Please wait, go ahead.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
A rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am, please state your name,
Gabriela Rebolledo.
and what is your job?
I am currently employed with the Laredo Police Department as an evidence custodian.
How long have you been with the Laredo Police Officer?
I've been with the Laredo Police Department for 14 years.
You're a licensed peace officer?
Yes, I am, sir.
And what's your current assignments and duties?
My current assignments for the past 3.5 years have been assigned to the property and evidence section.
Okay. My approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what the mark states.
I missed her
Exhibit
surname.
534. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
That's right, QB. Okay, let's see. A rebuttal.
I'm going to move to introduce offer states exhibit 534.
534?
Now they're really looking defeated.
Admitted.
Okay, and
What do they have?
what's the context of this? You know? Can you check it?
The contents is a one fabric black in color satchel, quotation Live Strong Austin Marathon and Half Marathon. One pair of Nike tennis shoes.
And this was, where is this, what case is this from?
This is from case number 1800-8810.
Is that the same case of the state of Texas versus Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, sir, it is.
No further questions? Any questions?
Why?
Do you close? I'm sorry, you may sit down.
Thank you.
State closes, Your Honor.
Do you close?
What was
Ladies
that?
and gentlemen of the jury, you have received all of the evidence that you are receiving in this case. I'm about to send you in to the jury room, not the deliberation room yet, just the jury room right
Okay,
now.
okay.
It will change hats here in a moment, where I am going to discuss a couple of things here with, it shouldn't take very long at all, because we have already discussed them ahead of time. And then I'll bring you back in to read you the instructions, and you can hear argument from counsel. If you all want to make some calls, to let them know that you'll probably be getting home a little bit later than normal, and you may do so as well. I can't tell you obviously how long that would be, but so
All
we'll
night.
go ahead and allow you to use your phones to be able to get that done.
Totally pulling an all-nighter here, guys.
Thank you.
Definitely in the Netherlands. It's 10:30 already. Wow, okay. To the jury room so they can discuss more things. The state and the defense have both rested. Rodolfo Jasso, Row on his way to death row. Yes, Rodolfo, thank you. Rebecca, DP means death penalty. Renee says she could be a ventriloquist. Now what's gonna happen? But that was like the tennis shoes, right? The tennies? Is that what that was what he was wearing when he got home? But what was the rebuttal? What was the point of it? Do we know?
If you can, yeah, I need that document now because we're going to talk about it like this moment.
Okay. trains. You can hear the trains
So,
going.
Maybe you can go in and just get that. I'm gonna get that printed. You all should already have, or you should send them a copy of it, the one you worked on here at the very last moment. Check out the changes, and then we'll make the, whatever
Thank
other
you.
announcements with regard to the charge there. All right, thank you. We'll be right back.
Yeah, right. We'll be right back. Yeah, right. Becky G said the only bad thing about him getting the death penalty is that he won't be in Gen Pop. I'll bet he would have gotten some prison justice there. I know, but that's if he gets it, right? If he gets it. Now, I wonder how long is this going to be? They are on a quick break. How long will this break be? Do we know? What are they doing now? They're going to do what and come back? Print something out? Are we talking about 15 minutes or what? So if so, I do think I need to get up and stretch my legs a bit. Sit here for hours. Just sitting on my chair. Not good, not good. I need to just quickly move around a bit. I might actually get some coffee. I think I'm going to need it. So to all of you who bought me a coffee, thank you. Let's put our little trial 20 minutes. Someone says they said 20 minutes. But we will monitor the court. As soon as they come back, I'll put it back on, right? Yadi says, Divi, Grizzly, as usual, your work is impeccable. Thanks for everything you do. Thank you so much. Okay. So, let me put on our coffee tunes. I'm back, everyone. Okay, thank you for waiting for me there. We're still waiting for the court, of course. We know how it goes. So, in the meantime, I'm just researching because every state, right, it works differently, as we know. Okay, now, let me just close this. We were looking at the self-authenticating evidence. I've got that. So, what I want to show you quickly is this. And, wait. I think we'll hear it. Yeah, we'll hear it. So, I'm going to put this here. Okay. Let's do this. Wait, I don't want to miss it. So I want to make double sure. I'm going to move the screen over. Just give me 1 second. I do have my coffee, by the way. I do. Okay. Go like this. Bring it over here. Bring this over here. And there we go. This will be good. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. I'm just going to take this border off for a second so that we could see it nicely here in the middle. Okay. So this is from capitalpunishmentincontext.org. Resources trial process. Overview of the trial process. Okay, so we're going to look at this quickly. And while I monitor the court. Okay. Miss Ma'am says, get ready for bubble ass when this trial starts to slow down like this. Don't worry. This is where I come in. I'm good at all this. These in-between times. Downtime. Lots to see, lots to read, lots to learn, always. Okay. So, overview of the capital trial process, right? Overview. Okay, so let's look at this. Note that now, if there's anyone in the chat who has legal experience and you are from Texas, please fill us in, right? Fill us in. See, Jean already is telling us, in Texas, the jury decides punishment and it will be down that day. Okay, let me just put the chat back on. Where is it? There. Thank you, Jean. So, they say pre-trial. So I'm not going to read through that because the pre-trial is done, arrest is done, arraignment, tick a box, right? Preliminary hearing, grand jury, indictment. Information, we got there. Hearing and pre-trial motion. This is what 5 years has been about. Intention to seek the death penalty. So there's that. Then, jury selection. Opening statements. So we saw that. This is day 7 afternoon session. We saw it on day 1. Opening statements together. Sarah Jane, thank you so much for your sticker. $9.99. So, opening statement. The statements at the outset of the trial in which the lawyer for each side gives the fact finder. The fact finder. Is that what the defense did? The jury or sometimes the judge alone. A preview of the case and the evidence that will be submitted. Freebird says, R.A. Burgos-Aviles is toast. He's actually roasted. Thank you, Freebird. And you say, love your channel, G. So, opening statements. The prosecution's case, we saw that. They rested. Was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday. It all feels like a bit of a blur. It's been long days. Omar, yep. Thank you so much. So, prosecution's case, the government, which has the burden of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, offers evidence in an effort to convince the jury that the defendant committed the offense. Then the defense's case, right? The defendant offers evidence to rebut the prosecution's evidence, although the defendant has no burden of proof and is presumed to be innocent till proven otherwise. He or she may introduce evidence either to weaken the prosecution's case or to help establish innocence. You can hear that their strategy has been to weaken the prosecution's case. It doesn't seem to have gone too well from what we can see as the public, right? Then, closing statements. So now both prosecution and the defense, they've rested their case. Then they say closing statements. The final statements to the judge or jury before they begin their deliberations to decide the case, in which the lawyer for each side asks the jury or judge to consider the evidence and apply the law in his or her client's favor. After that, no, we're talking about the defense rested. The defense rested today. Was that today? Oh my word. That the state also did. I don't know. It all feels like one whole long 72 hours to me. Moving on. So both have rested their case. Closing arguments or closing statements will now be presented. They say jury instructions. Then the direction or guidelines that the judge gives the jury concerning the law that is applicable to the case. After that, verdict. The jury's finding or decision on whether the defendant's guilt on the charges has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? But now, in these death penalty trials, you see this is a capital punishment one. Overview of the capital trial process. There's a penalty phase trial, correct? I sound like Eduardo, correct? Aggravating circumstances. Facts that make a crime worse or more serious by such circumstances as the fact of the crime, the defendant's prior criminal record, etc. Some aggravating circumstances are very specific. Example, the murder of more than one victim. Other aggravators are broad. Example, the murder was committed in a heinous, cruel, or atrocious manner. Mitigating circumstances. The facts that do not justify or excuse an act or offense, but may reduce the degree of moral culpability and thereby reduce the penalty. Examples include mental impairments, deprived background. So I think if they're going to be streaming that, which I think they are, that's probably why they said 3 to 4 weeks. That would be very interesting to see all this. And of course, if they're streaming it, we're seeing it together. Kelly says, you are the most organized and thorough YouTuber I've ever watched that covers trials. Damn, thank you so much, Kelly. So this is all under the penalty phase trial. Aggravating circumstances, mitigating circumstances, victim impact statements. Because we're also wondering, well, when does that happen, right? Statements read into the record or presented through testimony. Oh, that's going to be a hard day, you guys. And we're going to support the family from all over the world, right? So, yes, and all death penalty cases have an automatic appeal. You're right, Victoria. Victim impact statements. Statements read into the record are presented through testimony of witnesses during sentencing to inform the jury of the financial, physical, or psychological impact of the crime on the victim and the victim's family. Jury sentence recommendations. The jury considers the aggravating and mitigating circumstances surrounding the crime and the defendant and returns with a recommended sentence. In a death penalty case, the jury chooses between a death sentence and a lesser sentence of life without parole, life, or a term of years. Judge sentencing. After considering the jury recommendation, the court formally pronounces punishment on the defendant. In some states, the judge must follow the jury recommendation. In other states, a judge may sentence without a jury or override a jury's recommendation. Damn. Tony Elias says Dominic's blood will avenge him and his beautiful mother. He's the hero in the story, but still no one wins. Very sad, right? So that's something that I found quite interesting, right? That where are we at now, basically? The prosecution's case, the defendant's case, they're both rested. So now we get to the closing statements and the jury instructions. Can we expect more than that today? Jury, are they coming back with a verdict? If they do, whether that's today or tomorrow. Okay, let's see. Then we enter the penalty phase trial. That'll be interesting, right? Okay. Ooh, yes. Van, you're telling them right. That's right, Van. Thank you. You say, Dr. McDreamy, that's interesting. If you have any documents, please email them to g@grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Now that I do like in my inbox. Yes, please. Sue says, will we ever learn what he injected Dominic with? I don't think so. Oh, my word. Sean McWinnie says, the motto in Texas is you try them, we fry them. He's guilty, period. He am guilty. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing what I missed. Rexy, thank you for sharing hearts, Baby Yoda, and white ribbons. You guys are so sweet, oh my word. I just see lots of nice comments here. Thank you, CC Orleans. Or Orleans? Orleans. All right. So, yep, the court's still not back yet. So that's one article that I found quite interesting. And here's another one, which I was looking at, which is this is the Capital Punishment Appellate Guidebook for Texas Attorney General.gov. Okay, wait, sorry, I could see it. I'm just going to quickly take these pictures off just so we can make it nice and big for you, okay? Sorry about that, I'll put it back on. Okay, Capital Punishment Appellate Guidebook. Welcome to Grizzly Law School. It is Grizzly Law School time. Member Nancy for 6 months. Thank you so much. You say you're the best, Grizzly. Love your channel. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, but which way did I say it? Orleans? Sorry. Okay. So look at we like the contents. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Part 1. Trial and direct appeal. Trial, direct appeal, Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, direct appeal, United States Supreme Court. Part 2. State Habeas corpus proceedings, part 3, federal habeas corpus proceedings, and so we go on, right? We move on. In federal court, the Office of Texas Attorney General represents both the state's and the victim's interests. Mailer's mom says penalty phase will not be right away unless that's why. That's what I'm wondering. Is that why they planned for 3 to 4 weeks or not? Thank you so much, Beverly Davies. The next, is closing statements and then instructions to the jury, and then the jury goes off to do their thing. Yes, T-Dust, that's what I'm understanding as well. Claire Bear Lewis, thank you for supporting the channel for 2 months already. Okay, appellate process. After defendant is convicted of a capital murder, this actually looks, the sizing looks weird to me. I just want to move it over a little bit, right? Like that, something like that. Okay. After a defendant is convicted of capital murder and sentenced to death at a trial, the appellate process begins. A capital conviction is normally reviewed in appeal to both state court and federal court. The district attorney's office that prosecuted the case at trial represents both the state's and victim's interests in state court. In federal court, the office of the Texas Attorney General represents both the state's and victim's interests. The following is a brief explanation of the steps in the appellate process. Right? Okay, just checking. Heather says sometimes they give jury instructions before closings because closings aren't considered as evidence, just like opening statements. Thank you, Heather. See, that kind of information is so helpful. Dandy said, yeah, the judge said leaving late today. And we already know if he says we're leaving late, you better get your... Look, guys, I got a coffee the size of my head. I'm getting coffee and everything. Okay, it's a mocha as well. Moving on. The explanation assumes that the conviction and death sentence are affirmed at each stage of the process. If at any given stage either the conviction or sentence is reversed, a retrial or resentencing may be required. In any event, every case is different and some cases may involve more appeals than others. The circumstances under which either the state or the federal courts will reconsider claims raised in second or successive habeas petitions appeals are extremely limited. Part 1. Trial and direct appeal. Trial. A capital murder prosecution begins when the grand jury hands down an indictment charging a defendant with capital murder. The trial, which occurs in a Texas district court, proceeds in 2 phases. During the first phase of the trial, called, the judge is back, the guilt or innocence phase, the jury must decide whether the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty or not.
Have a seat. I need to do something here on the record. Cindy, when you're ready.
Okay, wait, you need to do something on the record. Judge is back. We'll continue.
So we had discussed the charge earlier, but now that the case, that the parties have rested and closed their case, I'd like for you all to take a look at the charge that I have, that we prepared after much conversation and argument on the charge that the court is inclined to read to the jury.
Can you hear?
I understand that the objections that have been made have already been made on the record, and I'll carry the same objections to the question that I have now. Any additional, in fact, I think there were only 3, oh, wait a minute. Did you include the paragraph that, or the provision that was
later.
asked for? And it was a paragraph 7, is that correct?
Yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
I see it there, yeah. All right, so the state had asked to change the 2 counts at the very beginning. The state had also asked whether or not the word unanimous should stay there. It stayed. And then the state had asked to keep an instruction on paragraph 3. That stayed. I know there was an objection to it, and it continues to be. It's the same ruling on paragraph 3 of the proposed charge. And I believe that there was a request to include new language and to make it paragraph 7 of the charge. And in fact, I see that has already, wait, what happened to paragraph 8? Nope, I see that paragraph 7 has now been included in the charge. And anything else? Oh, they don't have a copy? Yeah, they do, no? Did y'all get a copy of the last one?
I gave them.
Okay.
did give us a copy, I just printed what I sent.
Yeah, I better give you those.
I just boosted it a bit more. It was a
Thank
little bit
you.
soft.
It should be exactly the same thing you sent, Alma. We haven't changed it.
Okay, but how will I know when to go?
We can hear we can hear Boggs. He's like, how will I know? Staying late today. Humphrey says, I think that
All
mug
right.
is actually a flower pot. It's actually a mug.
From the state side, any other, any objections to the charge of the court?
No objections, Judge.
From the defense side, any objections to the charge of the court other than the ones already posed?
It's not an objection, Your Honor, but I just did want to point out that in paragraph Roman numeral 7, there are a couple, just so that when the court reads this, doesn't stumble over this, and I think this is just typographical
Thank you.
things. So in the third paragraph, it says, "An oral record statement," and I believe it should be an oral recorded statement by a defendant. So I think that might be a typographical error.
Just for the record, you all typed this one out, right?
I
then?
agree.
Yeah.
It was typed up just a few moments ago, and there's a second one on page 5, at the first full paragraph at the top. If you do not find that state, it should say, if you do not find that the state has proved these things.
Thank you.
And those are the two typographical things.
I have, I'm going to read it as the way that you have just suggested that I do, so I don't stumble with my words. And I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you.
Okay.
And in fact, the original one is the one that I have here. The rest will be a working copy for both you all and the rest of the jurors. Other than that, anything else, Mr. Peña?
Okay.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
No further objections, no further inclusions, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Very good. Oh, you know what I don't have here? The verdict form.
The verdict form, okay.
That one did not change.
Sue, I literally wouldn't know.
Your Honor, I
Don't know what
believe
they
we
look
did
like.
add unanimous to the verdict form as well, but that was provided to the state last night, and we made no revisions today.
I don't think that one was sent to me. Can you send it to me now?
Oh no.
Well, let me see.
We gotta click. Linda said your mic is too
There's a
small.
verdict form that I have that says
click
verdict
that?
of the jury defense revised, but that one was sent to me way back then. That was not it. Can you tell me where?
Yes, Your Honor, if the title is defense revised, then that is ours.
I have it here. I don't know if you can see it.
Just to remember that red line and keep the track change where we insert unanimously, and that was our
Okay.
position.
And that was it, right? So I'm gonna, hopefully.
You guys are all saying no closing arguments. I'm assuming it's still about to happen? Is it not? What is happening? I'm waiting for closing arguments. See, you could see lots of people in the courtroom, but I don't know who they all are. I know there's family in the courtroom. But, you know, people... I mean, in Letitia's case, we could recognize from all the interviews and
Yeah,
everything.
something
Like,
there,
there's Al and there's Landon, but this time, I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna go print this out.
Where?
At the,
I thought that's what they did in the break.
at the color one.
No.
I think this is the only one, I'm gonna print one for them, for the parties, and then
Deja
for
vu.
the one that we're gonna submit to, the original one. So I'm gonna print them out already here.
Yeah,
So I'm
no
gonna
closing yet
give
soon, exactly.
5 of them
Thank
there,
you.
I think. Let's make it 6, because one for Cindy.
But sir,
All
I
right, thank
thought
you.
that's what the break was about. Yes, Roro.
Did you all get, I think they wanted one over there. Did we have an extra copy?
Jury instructions, closing
Solis,
arguments,
where are you?
or closing statements.
I think she does. She has some comments.
Yes, Rosebuds, if anyone wants to know, why did it
Okay.
take so long?
I
We could see.
think they wanted one over there. I don't know if they got one over there in the back. Did y'all get one? Come and get it. Yes, somebody. Ramirez,
Ramirez,
you want it? Give it to him.
I can take it
they will
Give me
have
a
closing.
staple.
They're going to have closing. I just don't know why everyone in the chat's saying no closing, no
Yeah.
closing. We're waiting
Stapler?
very patiently.
Did I do? Okay.
I just really thought the break was
Uh-oh.
to also print things.
I have two chargers here. I'm not sure which is the one.
Hot
Pretty
mic,
sure
hot
it's
mic.
not this one.
Mic check.
Oh yeah, both of them are fine.
In kabooms. Oh, my word.
This is gonna be the original.
Okay, there's still a bit of a mic. I can hear my right ear.
Did y'all
very
get a verdict
softly.
form? This is for the defense? It's the same one you all had already prepared. Cindy, do you have a whole copy? There's a verdict form.
Okay, jury instructions.
Okay. Huh?
Oh, they need the monitors. Yes, show us that compilation again.
You can keep that as a copy. And then this will be the original one that I work with over here. I'm gonna go ahead and have you file stamp it after I sign it.
Oh, that was a loud signature. We heard that signature.
And let's get the jury ready, please.
Yes, let's. Where'd the check go? Wait. Where'd you guys go?
Thank you. That blue? Not sure.
We can still hear. We're not supposed to hear right now, cameraman. Be careful. Can't see the judge, but we can hear.
So we'll move the podium.
Waiting. So, jury instructions,
Thank you.
closing statements. Let's go.
You're good? Okay. Oops. What happened with this one? Oh, this was this, okay. Oh, let me confused.
Thank you, Copper Horse. Yeah, we need the music. It does help, huh? Is this part of the presentation time, or what's going on here?
Not sure they got the jury ready.
State of Texas versus Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Huh?
Interesting, Dr. McDreamy. Did you say Dr. McDreamy? Did you see
Mr.
the part of the
Alanis.
last photo? That photo they showed so quick, yeah.
Less than an hour up front, 15.
Very good. I'll give you a 5-minute heads up on both ends.
Can we do 10 minutes?
10 minute, okay. 10 minute reserve.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
do it.
okay.
Music with the judge chatting. Okay. I'll put the music off as soon as they are actually. Judge reminded me to take a sip.
Thank you all. Please have a seat.
Kai Mojo, thank you. Community. Here we go. Okay, musical.
Members of the jury and alternates, I'm about to read you the charge of the court in cause number 2018 CRA 852 D1, the state of Texas versus Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, a case filed here in Webb County, Texas, in the 49th Judicial District. Members of the jury, the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, stands charged by indictment with 2 counts of the offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed in Webb County, Texas, on or about the 9th day of April 2018. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of murder if he intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder, as hereinbefore defined, and the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of more than one person during the same criminal transaction. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of capital murder if he commits murder, as hereinbefore defined, and the person intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual under 10 years of age. A person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or a result of his conduct when it is his conscience, objective, and desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct or to the circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Individual means a human being who is alive. You are instructed that you may consider all relevant evidence concerning the relationship that existed between the deceased and the defendant, if any, prior to the alleged killing, the facts and circumstances surrounding the alleged killing, and all of the relevant facts and circumstances showing the condition of the defendant's mind at the time of the alleged killing. Our law provides that the time of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by limitation. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There is no limitation period for the offense of murder and capital murder. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state proves that the offense alleged was committed sometime before June 27th of 2018, which is the date the indictment was filed. Any words not specifically defined are to be given their ordinary meaning, and jurors are free to use any meaning which is acceptable in common speech. Count 1. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond reasonable doubt that on or about the 9th day of April of 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, did intentionally or knowingly cause the deaths of Dominic Alexander Hernandez and Grizelda Hernandez during the same criminal transaction by stabbing Grizelda Hernandez multiple times with a sharp object and by stabbing Dominic Alexander Hernandez in the chest or slashing Dominic Alexander Hernandez's throat with a sharp object, then you will find the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Unless you so unanimously find beyond reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of murder and say by your guilty or by your verdict, not guilty. Count 2. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 9th day of April of 2018 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, did intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Dominic Alexander Hernandez, an individual under 10 years of age, by stabbing Dominic Alexander Hernandez in the chest or slashing Dominic Alexander Hernandez's throat with a sharp object, then you will find the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Unless you so unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of murder and say by your verdict, not guilty. You have heard evidence that the defendant made an oral and recorded statement on April 9th of 2018 during custodial interrogation conducted at the Laredo Police Department by the Laredo Police Detective Rick Reyes and Ernesto Elizondo. If you find the defendant did make the statement, you may consider the statement against the defendant only if you resolve a preliminary question in favor of the state. An oral recorded statement I gave you the copy. An oral recorded statement by defendant, should say recorded, by defendant made as a result of custodial interrogation may be considered only if before the statement but during the recording, 1, the defendant was warned that A, he has the right to remain silent and not to make any statement at all, and that any statement he makes may be used against him at the trial. B, any statement he makes may be used as evidence against him in court. C, he has a right to have a lawyer present to advise him before and during any questioning. D, if he is unable to employ a lawyer, he has a right to have a lawyer appointed to advise him before and during any questioning. And E, he has a right to terminate the interview at any time. And 2, the defendant knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived the rights set out in the warning. Therefore, you may only consider the statement made by the defendant to Detective Reyes and Elizondo on April the 9th, 2018, if you all first agree that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that before the statement was made, but during the recording, and the defendant was given the warning set out above, and knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived his right set out in the warnings. If you do not find that the state has proved these things beyond a reasonable doubt, you must disregard and not consider for any purpose any statement the defendant may have made. If you do not find the state has proved these things beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider the evidence that the defendant made the statement and give that evidence whatever weight you believe appropriate. I may have said if you do not find. Actually, it's if you do find. Paragraph 8. You may consider all of the facts that are shown by the evidence, and to draw natural and reasonable inferences from such facts. You alone have the authority and the duty to determine what the facts are in the case. In evaluating the evidence, you must totally disregard what you believe is my opinion about any factual matter. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant. Unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. In a criminal case, the law permits the defendant to testify in his own behalf, but the same law provides that his failure to testify shall not be considered as a circumstance against him. You will, therefore, not consider the failure of the defendant to testify as a circumstance against him, and you will not, in your retirement, to consider your verdict, allude to, comment on, or in any manner refer to the fact that the defendant has not testified. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. You are further instructed, as a part of the law in this case, that the indictment against the defendant is not evidence in this case, and that the true and sole use of the indictment is to charge the offense and to inform the defendant of the offense alleged against him. The reading of the indictment to the jury in the statement of the state's case against the defendant cannot be considered as a fact or a circumstance against the defendant in your deliberations. You must not consider facts that have not been introduced into evidence or legal principles not contained in this charge. It is improper for a juror to discuss or consider anything which they know or have learned outside of the testimony presented to you and the law contained in this charge. If a juror should discover that they have any outside information, they must not mention this information to any other juror nor consider it themselves in arriving at a verdict. You shall not discuss or consider the punishment, if any, which may be assessed against the defendant in the event he is found guilty. You may not discuss this case with any court officer or the attorneys or anyone not on the jury. You must not discuss the case unless you are all present in the jury room. If anyone leaves the jury room, then you must stop your discussions about the case until all of you are present again. You must communicate with the judge only in writing, signed by the foreperson and given to the judge through the officer assigned to you. You must tell the judge if anyone attempts to contact you about the case before you reach your verdict. Questions and comments of the attorneys do not constitute testimony and must not be considered as evidence. You must also disregard any statements of the attorneys that is inconsistent with the law contained in this charge. The role of the judge is to preside over the trial and to rule on objections and the admissibility of evidence, but not to comment on the weight or credibility such evidence is to be given by the jury. Therefore, the jury shall not draw from the conduct or comments of the judge any inference as to the weight or credibility of evidence admitted before them during trial. You have been permitted to take notes during the testimony in this case. In the event any of you took notes, you may rely on your notes during your deliberations. However, you may not share your notes with the other jurors, and you should not permit the other jurors to share their notes with you. You may not, however, discuss the you may, however, discuss the contents of your notes with the other jurors. You shall not use your notes as authority to persuade the fellow jurors. In your deliberation, give no more and no less weight to the views of a fellow juror just because that juror did or did not take notes. Your notes are not official transcripts. They are personal memory aids, just like the notes of the judge and the notes of the lawyers. Notes are valuable as a stimulant to your memory. On the other hand, you might make an error in observing, or you might make a mistake in recording what you have seen or heard. Therefore, you are not to use your notes as authority to persuade fellow jurors of what the evidence was during the trial. Occasionally, during deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur in this case, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of the disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You shall not rely on your notes to resolve the dispute because the notes, if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately your verdict in this case. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witness, and of the weights to be given to the testimony. But you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is herein given to you, and be governed thereby. After the reading of this charge, you shall not be permitted to separate from each other, nor shall you talk with anyone not of your jury. After argument of counsel, you will retire and select one of your members as your foreperson. It will be his or her duty to preside at your deliberations and to vote with you in arriving at a unanimous verdict. After you have arrived at your verdict, you may use the form attached hereto by having your foreperson sign his or her name to the particular blank that conforms to your verdict for each count. But in no event shall he or she sign more than one of such blanks on such form. I have the original, which does have the verdict form. Your copies that you have with you are your working copy that you can keep to assist you during deliberations. The original has on top, says original copy, and is signed by me. And it also it also has the corrections on some of the words that I delineated. So you'll know exactly which the original is. And this will be the one that the foreperson will have and will sign when the time comes. Mr. Alanis?
Your Honor, I'll request an hour and 5 minutes, and I'll reserve 10 minets.
1 hour and 5 minutes for closing statements from the prosecution. Whoa.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's time. It's time. More than 5 years ago, 2 innocent lives were taken. Time has gone by. Court proceedings have been held. We've lived through COVID. Court dockets move slowly. But throughout all of this time, 2 beloved individuals have been missed by their families, by their community. Grizelda and Dominic. And this is why we're here today. This is who we are here for. Think back to the day on May the 2nd when close to 400 people, 400 Laredoans like yourself, came together at TAMIU. You answered the call. Your civic duty. You showed up not knowing what type of case you were going to hear. Little did you know that you would be part of one of the biggest cases in the history of Laredo. When you came to court and were selected for this very big and important case, you rose your hand and you made a promise. You each remember sitting in this witness chair as we questioned you to find 12 fair and impartial members of our community to hear this very big and important case. And you answered the call. And you are now in the box. It's time. You remember when we were at TAMIU, I made you a promise. And that promise was that the state of Texas would give you a professional presentation of this case. And we have worked hard and diligently to bring you all of the evidence.
They did?
Because we spoke about that. That's how important this case is. It's important to Mr. Burgos, but it's important to the state, it's important to the victims, it's important to the community. Because what are we seeking? What are we after? Through all the evidence, through all the facts. Truth. Truth. And we have spent the last 7 days bringing you evidence, seeking the truth. And I submit that we have proven the truth beyond a reasonable doubt. Why do we go through all this trouble in the United States of America? For justice. For justice. Justice for the victims. Justice for the accused. We have all the faith in each and every one of you to make the right decision. And the only decision in this case. And what is that decision? What is that verdict? Each and every one of you know, when you use your common sense, when you review all the evidence, when you weigh all the credibility of the witnesses and of the evidence, you know the answer. You know the answer. It doesn't matter what I believe, it is what the jury is going to believe. You remember that statement during the interview?
Detective
You remember
Reyes.
Detective Reyes telling that to this man that is sitting here today?
That one.
He couldn't be more right. It's what you believe. It's what the evidence shows. Now, I told you in opening statement, I said, we're going to take you to Father McNaboe Park. We're going to take you to that dirt trail. Now, we didn't put you in a bus and take you, but how did we take you there? We took you there with evidence, with videos, testimony, photos, physical evidence, forensic evidence. We have accounted for almost every minute of his movement on April the 9th of 2018. Think about that. Think about that. And we've narrowed it down. And you heard me ask the question to lead detective Raimundo Garcia. When that last Snapchat was sent, she was still alive. She was still alive. Remember the time? Remember what time it was? 9:44. 9:44. She made that 10 to 12 to 13, 14 minute walk, pushing her stroller, pushing her baby with his Doritos, holding his phone into the trap. 9:44. 10:10. He's on the camera. The other time that we can't account for are those 5 minutes behind the church. Remember that? What happened behind there?
Yes.
Why would he go on April the 7th to scout it out and then go back there after he got in his kilo unit when he left the house at 10:37? What was he doing back there? Use your common sense. I told you in opening that Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles is a danger. He is a danger to the family, to Grizelda's family, to law enforcement.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's argument, Your Honor.
I believe it's the appropriate time for this option.
Please object.
What did Detective Garcia say when he heard the transmission from Gilbert Benavides? It's an Anthony Burgos. Griselda went to go visit her ex or her baby's father, Anthony Burgos. What did the detective testify? He had a surge of adrenaline. He felt fear. He felt fear for his fellow officers. The killer was among them. He was armed. He was dangerous. And he's a danger within society. Why? Because he hides behind the badge. Credibility. Instant credibility. I told you in opening that every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. This story didn't start on April the 9th of 2018. I told you in opening that we were going to go back to the beginning of how this started, and it started in 2015. That's when they meet online. They enter a secret relationship. She gets pregnant, and little baby Dominic is born when? On July the 26th, 2016. In the beginning,
Wow, I see another picture.
it's Grizelda Hernandez, Dominic. And who's missing from that relationship?
She's so beautiful.
Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. What did the evidence show? The evidence showed that for the first 18 months of this baby's life, Grizelda raised, supported, used her student loans for daycare. Not a single penny, not a single dollar given by the presumed father. What did she want? What did she want? She wanted what every mother would want. She had dreams. You saw in her text messages to Anthony and also to her family, she was studying to be a nurse, like her big sister Angelica. She had ambitions. You saw, you read her words where she didn't want to cause this guy any trouble. She even said, maybe even before the baby turns 18, I won't need you anymore. But right now it's hard as hell. Help me out. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. The text messages are there, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be able to read them. All the evidence that we brought, all the evidence that we put on this projector, you're going to have it. You can review it. She had hope. She had hope. And you know, hope is a very powerful emotion. Hope is something that keeps dreams alive. It helps keep dreams alive. Hope is something that gives people inspiration. What did she want? She wanted her baby to be loved. She wanted her baby to be accepted, to be acknowledged. It wasn't anything monumental, but it was something very important. She wasn't out to wreck his life. What would have been wrong giving this little beautiful baby a chance? What would have been wrong with that? He never gave him a chance. The most innocent of our society, the most vulnerable of our society are our children. Our children. They don't get to select who their parents are. And parents have a responsibility to love their children. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But what happens in this case? You saw the practice text when she texted herself saying, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but I really need help in December. And then in January. We took you into the inner discussions between Grizelda and Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles to show you how he was manipulating her. He would play the guilt game. I started to have a heart 2 days ago, but not anymore. Then he would go into the sex talk, but he would never reveal his rage. Very careful not to scare her away. Very selective on how to bring her near so that he could have that opportunity. Time was running out. Time was running out. His reality check is when he gets the child support paperwork. What does that mean? What did it mean in his life? Threats. He perceived that action as threats. Threats to his marriage, threats to his job, to his career, his lifestyle, his bank account. Who was the biggest threat? This little baby was the biggest threat. Remember, I told you, pay attention to the details. Pay attention to the details. You know what? We're lawyers. We go through this over and over and over again, preparing ourselves, but we're only human. Study the evidence, the details. One of the details I noticed was that he never calls Dominic by his name. The baby, el nene. Why? How's Dominic? What's wrong with saying, how's Dominic? Give him his name. Call him by his name. Not even that. The threat is this innocent little baby. And who does he have to get through? Remember? The mama bear. And what does every mother do? Every mother will protect. Every mother will fight. Every mother will die to protect their child. The first meeting in Winfield, it's there. It's there in black and white. Evidence of the first meeting. that he set up. We brought you the analysis by FBI cast agent, putting them there. We put them both at the park on March the 25th. And what I put up there is the insect bite in quotations. There's been a lot of testimony on the insect bite. Again, use your common sense, okay? Use your common sense. Go back in time with the evidence that we brought you, and it is perfectly logical. It is perfectly logical that everyone in the medical community, even her own sister, a registered nurse, thought it was an insect bite. There is no way that anybody could even fathom that somebody would inject a baby. Do hospitals, do emergency rooms, do pediatricians, do clinics make mistakes in diagnosis? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And what is the number one factor that every physician, every ER room, every clinic relies on when any patient goes in? The history provided by the patient or caretaker. Those were the working conditions or diagnosis that the doctors were working with. They worked with what they got. And yes, there was one expert after the fact, after the plane crash, to go in and do the forensics, that's able to say, hey, wait a minute, this wasn't an insect bite. One person who had the expertise and the courage to come here and call it what it was. And we had to, and she was brought back twice and raked through the coals. You be the judges of Dr. Stern's testimony. Use your common sense. Who mentions it first about necrosis? He does. You know he could get necrosis, right? He does. What happens on April the 4th of 2018? Stops communications on Facebook Messenger.
That's right.
What are they?
Here's the clothing, you guys, on this table here.
Here they are. These are the Facebook records that law enforcement got. Same time period. Grizelda's on top. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles on the bottom. Side by side.
I wish I had that.
Grizelda's and his. What happened to the communications that he had leading up to the murder? They're gone. You'll have this. But they are in hers. It's in the details. Look at that little ghost on the Snapchat. Remember I asked Detective Garcia, well, what's the deal with Snapchat? What's the advantage? Well, they delete, and I said, you mean they disappear? He goes, yes, they disappear. The messages show up, and they disappear into space. That man, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, switched his comms, his communications to Snapchat, leading up to the murder. Follow the evidence. Intentionally, knowingly. Planning. The final meeting, you have the text message from Grizelda to her sister asking her for the white car. Remember the white car? That famous white car, the Mercedes that and we'll get into it, but when he goes into the interviews, I don't know what white car, I've never seen that white car. Lies. You saw through the communications how he even talks to her. Are you in the white car? Remember when they get to the Winfield Park? Is that you in the white car? Manipulation, deception, lies. All of that is evidence. April 9th, 2018. The timeline. Through the concerted effort of law enforcement, the DA's office, Laredo Police Department, FBI, Customs and Border Protection, everyone, all hands on deck. Double homicide. All the resources to find the killer. We brought it to you. You saw the level of investigation that was done. From the moment he left his house, we have the video. When he arrives at the Border Patrol station, in his uniform. In his uniform. You remember, and I'll get into that right now. The morning of April 9th at 8:29, remember his vehicle is spotted or marked at the crime scene. It's at the crime scene early that morning. Grizelda and Dominic arrive around 9:05. He Snapchats at 9:27. The Snapchat records are in evidence. We went over them with you. You see that the sender and the person who received it. Grizelda's final Snapchat at 9:44. She was still alive. Probably walking and getting near the dirt trail. The radio GPS places Burgos-Aviles at 9:49. Remember, what did Miss Stevens say when you turn off the unit? The GPS marks. Remember that at 9:49? And what was the next time? 10:10. Twice he turns it off. She's walking into the trap around 9:45, 9:46. The last transmission we have and photograph that you saw off of the camera, the drawbridge camera from DPS is at 10:10. 16 minutes. In there is when he took 2 lives. He departs the crime scene at 10:10. He arrives home in shorts. You saw it. He was in uniform that morning. He's arriving at home with shorts and tennies. "10:37, 10 minutes later, he's getting back in his kilo unit, 66119. As he's stepping on, watch the video, you'll see he's in socks. You'll see he's not wearing his boots. Where are his boots? His boots are in the kilo unit. He puts them on. Phones travel with him, with Burgos-Aviles. The phones. Teléfonos. Teléfonos. He forgot the phones. He speaks to Agent Dennison, Agent Lara. 11:18. That's when he discovers the body of the female.
Copy 6-8. Hey, bro, I need your help right here, bro. My Bristol, man. And employee 6-8, I'm in EMS ASAP at the Bristol River. Bristol, the River Road, the ATV Trail. And this is subject here needs help, ASAP. Employee, I don't know yet, stand by, let me go check. Just have to come over here. Yeah, come for, I'm here with Lara. Any of the agents heading this way, just stand by. Stand by.
The crime scene. The crime scene. 11:18. He goes back to that brushy area along the river. Where he lied in wait. He used his skills. He used the brush. He used the camouflage to ambush, and with vicious and violent blows attacks Grizelda. The evidence is there. It's in the autopsy reports. But panic equals mistakes. Panic equals mistakes. You remember, you saw the photos, the phones. These were found in Kilo Unit 66119. Grizelda's and Dominic's phones. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the amount of adrenaline and fear running through his veins after he just killed 2 innocent people in cold blood? One being his own son and the mother of that innocent baby, and then trying to stage the crime. Can you imagine the adrenaline rush running through the veins of trying to get out of there and make it look like someone else attacked these 2 people? And that's why he made mistakes. That's how those phones ended up right here, right on his vest. And that's why this belt keeper that holds his Sam Brown, where's the these belt keepers, you heard officer after officer testify. How many of these are standard in order to hold this up to your belt? 4. This one, full of dirt, full of mud, found under the driver's seat with Grizelda's blood. She marked her killer. She marked her killer. You have the photos. The dirt trail tells a story. Remember I told you that in opening. That dirt trail that we took you there through all of the evidence, all of the photographs, the video, tells a story. It tells a tragic and horrific story of the last seconds of 2 people's lives who lives should not have ended that way. It is hard to comprehend why people murder. That's not, motive is not an element. No matter what reasons he had, he did not have the right to end their lives. Not like that. Not the way he did. Not a law enforcement officer. Not a young mother. Not an innocent baby. She went there that day with hope that he would accept his son. This is how he left her. This is how he left her. You know what? Maybe it was some dogs. Maybe she got beat up last night. He had the audacity to say that. And this is how he left this innocent baby. Drenched in blood. It's in evidence. 5 or 6 bags of hair found on the trail. Hair, long strands of hair that were cut off. You saw the number of clusters of stab wounds to the back of her head. Long hair on the dirt trail. The bloody rock drenched with her blood. And what does he do? He walks over the trail, kicks the rock, moves the rock, drags his feet. But you remember all that testimony. The shoes. The left shoe, he comes walking and throws it by her body. The right shoe found over there by the river, trying to make it seem like she was coming from the riverbanks, staging the crime. What did I tell you? What did I tell you at jury selection? The biggest enemy that law enforcement has in trying to solve a crime is time. Who decides where? Who decides when? Who decides how to commit the crime? Who's able to plan it? He's able to plan it. He's able to decide when, where, how. That's what the evidence shows. Every little detail. You have it. Maybe Dominic speaks to you guys with his innocent blood. With his fresh haircut that the officer Cortez testified to. You just need to listen. All you need to do is listen. And if you listen, you'll learn. Look at the evidence. Look at it. Listen to it. Learn from it. It's there. Look at the shirt. Do you see where the knife went through the shirt? Do you see where the knife went through the shirt? Do you see where that knife went into that 1-inch penetrating cut to the chest? No. You don't see it because it's not there. The person who punctured that little sternum didn't go through the shirt. He lifted the shirt. He lifted it. And he went for the heart. That man who sits here today, the United States Border Patrol supervisory agent, he went for the heart of this innocent, beautiful baby boy. Dominic's clues. Listen. He speaks to us. How does he speak to us? Little Dominic put his blood everywhere so law enforcement can find it. So that Ms. Nicole, who came here, and she said, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Boggs. It may be meaningless to you, but it's not meaningless to me. Remember that? It's not meaningless to me. I do the analysis. I make the match with what I got. There was no contamination in this case. There was no contamination. The evidence was preserved. The chain of custody was followed. It was taken to the lab at Bexar County. You got that expert who came over here with no agenda, no motive, no conspiracy, but only to tell the truth. And what did it show? You have the DNA results. Dominic's blood on his mother's phone and Mama's blood on Dominic's phone. Mama's blood on Dominic's phone. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? He kills Grizelda. His hands are full of blood. He goes to Dominic's stroller. He unbuckles him with his hands full of Grizelda's blood. It's on Exhibit 4. Nicole told you, Grizelda's blood on the stroller, where I told you he unbuckled the baby. There's blood splatters on the canopy where she was attacked from behind and the blood falls on the canopy. The fight goes 20 to 25 yards down the dirt trail till she finally loses the fight. She's overpowered by strength and violence. He goes gets the baby. He's probably playing with his phone. He puts her blood on his phone, on that cricket. He takes him over, he kills him. Then what? I need to go get her phone. Then he goes back, he grabs Grizelda's phone, and guess what? He puts Dominic's blood on her phone. He throws him in the truck. Then he's full of blood. He goes by the tailgate. There it is. He rubs the tailgate. Maybe when he's taking off the pants. Maybe when he's leaning, trying to take off the tennies. The blood transfer. Dominic says, tag, you're it. Mark's the killer. You need to listen, look at that. And then the blood inside the truck. The blood flakes. Blood everywhere. He didn't count for that. He did not plan for that. He did not plan for that fight. Grizelda speaks to you also with her blood. Her blood on the rock, her blood on the stroller, on the canopy, on the belt keeper, and on her little angel's phone. Her blood. It's all there for you. His statement. Voluntarily, knowingly, and in his training. You have it. You have it here. The Miranda warnings. You saw the recording. What did it say? Let's just get to it, man. Come over here. I want to talk to you. Let's just get to it. This is a law enforcement officer, okay? This is not your ordinary Joe Blow. This guy, he's a supervisor. He's taking courses. He's certified. He's taken courses on crime scene preservation. Here you go. You have it right here. He's got the transfer of physical evidence. It's in here. These are the courses. This guy, he moved up through the ranks there at Border Patrol. Miranda training, States Exhibit 515.9, right here. You can't say that he didn't know what his rights were. Because he's somebody that has sat on the other side of the table reading Miranda warnings to people who he may arrest. He's knowledgeable. You saw his demeanor in that room. You saw the charades he was playing, the act that he was putting on. Well, I don't know about that shit about crime scenes. Really? Basic, but Lara does? Dennison does? No, I don't know anything about that. Deflecting. Always deflecting. Now, you have the benefit now of sitting here for 7 days and getting all the evidence. What he didn't know back then, as he sat there on April the 9th, was that all of his lies were going to be exposed through a thorough investigation. Okay, so now we have the benefit of the investigation to compare to his statement back then at the time, and you get to see how he's attempting to manipulate the situation. These are just some examples. Well, there's a dead body, there's dead people. Listen to his statements throughout the initial stages. He uses people. Was it a person? It was a girl. Starts getting confused. We are the Border Patrol. We don't got shit about crime scene shit. That's what he says. That's not true. I mean, she could have been unconscious. I can't, what do you say? I don't want to call in and say she's dead. I mean, every officer, every law enforcement officer that was there said she was deceased, right? So what does he do? He wants to deflect. He says, I don't, maybe she was unconscious. Then he says, well, Lara said, I don't think she's gone yet. You heard Agent Lara. We're going to go over his testimony. Agent Lara never said that. At the time, I only thought she got beat up. This is the woman who has his baby, okay? This is the woman who has his 18-month-old son, who he denies. He denies her. Lara said something about dogs. I found the shoe. I found the stroller. He didn't find the shoe. He didn't. The shoe that he brought over. Then he tries to take credit for finding a stroller. You heard Agent Dennison. You heard Agent Dennison. I don't know whose car it is. How many times through the evidence did you see the white Mercedes being discussed prior to this date? And he has the audacity to sit there and tell two homicide detectives that he doesn't know and he's never seen that car before. And then, well, maybe I've seen that car. Right? Lying that was the first time he saw that car. Well, it rings a bell. That was the most they got out of him. It rings a bell. Well, I saw her 2-3 weeks ago. It's like you killed her this morning. If you snap, what did Reyes tell him? Listen, man, you know, just tell us the truth, man. No, the last time I saw her was 2 or 3 weeks ago. Last time I talked to her was about maybe a week ago. Come on, dude, you. And he's real smart. He goes, check the phone. Check the phone. Thinking about Snapchat, right? Those messages disappear. So he's challenging the law enforcement, right? She was smarter than him. She took some screenshots of some of the Snapchats, remember? She went into that tile, takes the screenshot. Something in her told her not to trust him. And she took those screenshots. I wasn't supposed to meet no one. Continue. He denies meeting the child. Hard to explain the situation for the fucking jury. If you're looking for me to say I shot her in the face, I can't do that shit, man. Do you know why? Because I'm not gonna fucking jail for something I didn't fucking do. He likes to throw out the F-bombs as a default. I don't know if you noticed that every time he's confronted with the truth, he starts throwing F-bombs to deflect.
Go trains.
Because of this shit, because I hit it 2 years ago, I'm fucking guilty of it?
That's what he said.
Because I hit it 2 years ago? Because he got her pregnant? Listen to the way he's talking about the person that he just killed. No remorse. It ain't fucking fair. You saw it. You listened to it. He says that. It ain't fucking fair.
Look how he looks at him. Look how he looks at him.
No. It was never like that, man. She was never on me like that. I'm telling you, she's not that type of person. She was never like that. Oh, you better man up and this and that. It looks like she took a beating from last night or whatever. It's a fucking major coincidence. You know what? He's right. He is right about one thing. She wasn't out to destroy him. She wasn't out to ruin his life. She just wanted support for his baby. Man up. Help me out. This little boy that looks like you. almost identical to his own son. Never a moment of clarity. Never a moment of saying, wait a minute, what am I doing? There was still time. There was still time after he killed Grizelda. There was still time to stop. Leave the baby in the grass. Stop. That tells you how depraved of a heart he has to follow through. And when Dominic didn't die with the first stab, what does he do? He transects the jugular, the carotid. It's not a mystery. I know what's coming because I'm not fucking stupid. I know what's fucking coming. I can freaking easily show you guys that me and her were fucking good. I never had an issue with her. That's right. That's right. Never had an issue with her. So why kill her? I won't give you fucking shit. Remember when he asked, well, let us see your phone. Let us help you. You know, we want to help prove, you know, clear you from this. Can we see your phone? Now, I'm not going to give you fucking shit. No way. I'm not giving you the password of my phone. I didn't speak with her today. Probably, I'm gonna apologize for. You're gonna apologize for investigating me. I'm gonna want an apology when all this is done. And then Reyes walks in and he's like, "Well, I was just telling him about the child support." Did you remember Elizondo? Hey, dude, you didn't mention that, dude. What are you saying? Well, yeah, you know, I tried to tell you about the process, man. Dude, you didn't tell me anything about the child support. Lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. We brought you state witnesses.
10 minutes.
Angelica Hernandez. You heard her, the sister. She confirmed the relationship with Anthony. Even the name that he gave her at the beginning was his middle name. So that later on, if things got ugly, he was Anthony. He wasn't Ronald. He was Anthony. He challenged Reyes at the time, hey, take me to go see the sister. Why? Because they had never seen him. Aren't you going to take me? Take me to who's accusing me? Hey, dude, take me over there so that they could see me. Because he knew that they had never seen him. She confirmed the April 9th meeting. She owns a Mercedes-Benz. You heard from her how she lent it to her sister. And she also was the one that went to call Dr. Stern on April the 12th to say, Dr. Stern, please check my nephew. I don't think it was an insect bite. That's how it all started. Dr. Rodriguez, he had a working diagnosis. But one of the most important things that came out of Dr. Rodriguez's testimony was when I asked him, okay, now that the word syringe has come out, does that change, would that change your diagnosis? He said, that would expand, was the word he used. I wrote it down. That would expand my working diagnosis. Meaning, so it would open it up to another diagnosis? Yes. I don't remember what he called it. You all heard him. I mean, it was a puncture, right? A pinpoint type lesion, I think he said. Pinpoint lesion. So you mean a puncture? Yeah, it was a puncture. But now we're introducing syringes into the formula. He's like, okay, well, I didn't know that then, but now if you're telling me they found syringes, maybe my working diagnosis would expand. I was going with what the ER had said and what the clinic had said. What was also significant about him was he said Dominic's condition never improved. His condition was actually getting worse. I wish that we would be able to find out what substance was put in him. And I wish that we could have found the weapon, and I wish we could have found the bloody clothes. but we have given you enough beyond a reasonable doubt to convict. Dr. Corrine Stern. Hold on. Dr. Corrine Stern. You didn't hear from her once, you heard from her twice. She didn't perform the autopsy. But based on something that's rarely happened to her in her career, you heard her, right? She had a family member come over there and say, please check my nephew's leg. Now that he's dead, it all makes sense. Please check his leg. She goes, she cuts open the leg, she finds the black, dead, necrotic tissue deep in the tissue. And she calls it like she sees it, plain and simple. They want to say, well, you in Alabama, you had all these other medical pathologists that turned on you and testified against you, and that the DA dismissed your case. Hey, we're not in Alabama. We're in Texas. And we do things differently in Texas.
So good. This is so good.
We need to send Alabama a message. Because she's telling you the truth. Common sense. Common sense. Even today when I ask her, do you still stand by your opinion? I absolutely do. She never tried to make herself out as being some super medical pathologist, that Nobel Prize winner. She just, hey, I'm a medical examiner, and this is what I saw. You guys can believe it or not. That's what I saw. And that's my opinion. You guys are the ones that decide. Adriana Flores, she's a criminal her friend, what was it with her? She said, I was the last one. How do I look? Wish me luck. How do I look? Wish me luck. The last one to see her alive. Bradley Dennison. This guy's I tell you what, an amazing agent on what he did that day. One of the most significant parts of his testimony was when he said, to me, it looked like an ambush. This guy's 17 years walking the brush in South Texas, cutting trails, looking for sign. And what did he tell you? There was a circle or a patch of grass where somebody was pressing the grass. Okay, let's go with that. Imagine you're about to kill your own son and the mother, and you're hiding in the grass, and you're getting ready to do this violent act. And you're waiting, and you're pacing, and you're getting yourself ready to do this. Now, I doubt he was just sitting there calm, leaning on a tree. This guy was getting pumped up for the moment of truth. It was going to happen. And the grass was there. It was pressed down on the side of the trail. Lara, you heard him. The odd behavior that he saw. He takes the lead and he sees all the contamination that his supervisor's doing. It doesn't make sense, but it made sense later on. Elizabeth Stevens, Motorola, she places him, and you saw my co-counsel when he questioning her. She puts him right at the Border Patrol Station North, puts him on that trail through Motorola. Albert Cortez, he's the first officer on the scene. It's a bloody crime scene. He says Dominic looked like he was placed, not thrown. Gilbert Benavides, you remember his testimony?
Well, Gilbert. This is going to be the 20th. She's at this morning and she hasn't answered for the last 4 hours. She was supposed to be baby daddy or the ex Anthony Burgos, who was a Border Patrol agent.
What did he tell Detective Ricardo Ramirez? I don't even know who the owner of the car is. I have lots of exes. So if you could extend me 5 minutes, please. I have lots of exes, he tells the detective. I don't even know who's in that car. Greg de la Cruz, he takes the belt. He takes the belt off of him, and it just falls in his hands. He catches it. He also takes the phone, puts him in the unit, and you remember what he says when he gets in the unit, right? Teléfonos. Andrew Masters, FBI certified. What was one of the main emphasis by FBI agent Masters? He used 5 independent sources to make his analysis. It wasn't one. There was a big there was a big emphasis put on, well, Sprint gives you this disclaimer. He was trying to explain, I just was not using Sprint by itself. I'm using a combination of different sources. Now, if a source on the antenna says that they're outside the Webb County Courthouse, okay, and then a camera from City Hall picks up the car there, well, then you can conclude that the signal was accurate. He put layer after layer after layer after layer after layer. And that's how we were able to put together for you that compilation. All the sources yielded the same results. And it places Burgos-Aviles and Grizelda's phones at the crime scene, at his house, and all the important places. Adriana Escamilla, she's the investigator. She gets the camera from the drawbridge image. She gets the work schedule, the vehicle assignment, his certifications, and the child support letter at his desk. One of the most interesting courses that he took was on the weapons course. He was certified. Dealing with knives, you have it there. This guy was trained, he was skilled, okay? There was only 2 units with that spotlight on duty that day. Kilo 66119 being driven by this man right here, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, on the job, wearing his uniform, under the cover of law, commits a double homicide. Nicole Morales, she establishes Burgos-Aviles as a father. You have her DNA analysis. There it is. The stroller, Grizelda. The canopy, Grizelda. The headrest, Grizelda. The belt buckle, Grizelda. The belt keeper, Grizelda. The rock, Grizelda. The passenger door, Grizelda. The cricket phone, Grizelda. The rear passenger floorboard of the Kilo unit, Dominic. The cricket phone, Dominic. The ZTE phone, Dominic. The tailgate, Dominic. The science doesn't lie. The science doesn't lie. Detective Rick Reyes, Ronald. Remember, he gives him that incomplete name, trying to throw him off. Why? Because they know him as Anthony. It's like, dude, tell me your fucking name. Oh, that's because you didn't ask me. Web of lies. 27 stab wounds, Dr. Hernandez. The carotid and jugular are transected. Ladies and gentlemen, the person who did this, the individual that did this, had, what did he say? They had knowledge. They had knowledge on where and how to kill the person. You have the evidence. The 27 stab wounds to her head, her shoulders, her arms, her wrists, her hands, her back, her ear. All at the hands of this man. Supervisory Border Patrol Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. What does he say? Targeted the vital areas with a sharp object. And what was most amazing of his testimony is that both mother and child were killed in the same fashion, transecting the jugular and the carotid arteries on the same side. You have it. He knew what he was doing in ending their lives. The detective, lead investigator, he brought you the digital evidence, the video surveillance, Facebook, Snapchat, the timeline, the syringes. It's not a coincidence. Dr. Stern said, find some syringes in the lunchbox. Weeks later, syringes are found. They bring you evidence of him being on testosterone. That's fine. All it does is establish that he has access to syringes. What did he put in that child on March the 25th? Intent. Knowingly. Trying to end him.
Hey, he's the guy that found the body. He's the border patrol agent that found the body. Does anybody have visual on him?
What's missing? The murder weapon, the bloody clothes, and the 5 minutes by the church. Everything under his control. The murder weapon, the bloody clothes, and the 5 minutes by the church. There he is, calculating, manipulative, and deceptive, hiding behind the badge. Lucky they are. Think about that. What were the last words that Adriana said to Grizelda, or what Grizelda said to Adriana? Wish me luck. How do I look? Wish me luck. And then the little baby is wearing a shirt of Baby Yoda, and it says, lucky I am. And I'll tell you what, the luck wasn't with him on that day. It wasn't with him on that day. But the luck is with him now. The luck is with him now because they have you. They have you. He's guilty. The only thing left for you to do is to go in there and find him guilty on both counts. Find him guilty.
What a powerful statement.
Thank you.
Sit down.
That was amazing.
One second, want to make sure that
Like, just 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. Okay, it's time for the defenses.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, counsel, members of the jury, I really believe that our criminal justice system is the best in the world, but only if we apply the legal principles upon which it is based. Only then will it function properly. I never imagined that I would hear Mr. Hernandez tell you the only thing left to do is to go into the jury room and find him guilty without deliberating, without looking at the evidence. That's not how our system works, ladies and gentlemen. I understand, I get it. We have a dead mother, we have a dead child, and it's a type of case that elicits very strong emotions. But that's exactly why we have to adhere to the legal principles that are the foundation of our criminal justice system, because that system is designed to minimize, not to completely remove the possibility of an innocent person being convicted, but to minimize the odds of that happening. And so when you make an argument that is based on anger, on emotion, on displaying bloody clothes that proof that somebody was murdered, but they don't tell you a thing about who committed the murder. What is the approach? The approach is to elicit the mentality of a lynch mob. And that's the last thing that we need in a case in which the state is seeking death against the defendant. The most important principle that you can take with you into the jury room is to deliberate with reason, with fairness, with extreme caution, and leave the emotion for when you're done with your duty. If I can have slide number 2. First, we begin with a legal proposition that all persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a very basic principle of our legal system. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The state has to prove it. But they have to do it with rational, persuasive evidence, not by wrenching emotions that want you, the jury, to just get vengeance or revenge on somebody. That's not how it's supposed to work. Slide number 3. The right to a presumption of innocence is so vital to our criminal justice system that it's embodied in state law and in federal law. In state law, you find it in Article 3803 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and then it's also embodied in the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees all persons a right to the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence is not specifically set forth in the Constitution, but the U.S. Supreme Court has long held that it is a very essential component of our criminal justice system. So you have to begin with that presumption that Mr. Burgos is innocent. You remember during jury selection, Mr. Hernandez and his assistants constantly asked you whether you could set aside your bias and your prejudice and render a decision, a verdict based on the law and the evidence. Well, now they seem to have forgotten that. Now they want a verdict based on bias and prejudice. And that's what you have to set aside. And take a look at the evidence. This is largely, almost entirely, a circumstantial evidence case. And although circumstantial evidence may carry as much weight as direct evidence. The pieces have to fit together for you to be able to actually
They do.
arrive at
They
a
do.
verdict of guilt. Slide number 4. The burden of proof is always on the state, and the defendant is never required to present any witnesses or evidence. If the state fails to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, it's the duty of the jury to find the defendant not guilty and to acquit him. And reasonable doubt, I will remind you, is the highest level of proof that we have under our criminal justice system. The state has told you during voir dire that the state does not have to prove its case beyond all doubt, and that is true, but I'd like to give you some legal standards of proof that also are not what is meant by beyond a reasonable doubt. Slide number 6 shows you that a reasonable suspicion is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable suspicion is a fairly low level of proof. It's the level of proof that an officer needs to have to conduct a brief investigatory stop. And then we also have probable cause. And probable cause is another level of proof higher than a reasonable suspicion, but it still does not rise to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A probable cause is the level of proof required to issue a search warrant or an arrest warrant. So it's a higher standard of proof than reasonable suspicion, but still well below the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we have a preponderance of the evidence, which is the standard used in civil cases. And in civil cases, people are usually fighting over property or money, and so it doesn't require as much proof as our system requires to deprive a person of his life or his liberty, which is what we have in this case. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the high standard of proof in the American legal system, because the law does not contemplate that it should be easy for the government or the state to deprive a person of his life or his liberty. So that is the standard by which you must decide the fate of Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Has the state proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt? A person who is accused of a crime has an absolute right, slide number 7, has an absolute right to either testify or remain silent. And if he decides not to testify, no inference of guilt may be made from that decision. It's an absolute right to either testify or not testify. There may be many reasons why a person may choose not to testify. He may feel that the state simply didn't present sufficient evidence to prove the case against him. He may have a speech impediment. He may just not be a good speaker. And so the law, in its wisdom, has decreed that a person has that absolute right to remain silent. and it's something that you have to respect. Don't question why Mr. Burgos made that decision. It's his decision alone, and it should be completely disregarded in deliberating on his guilt or his innocence. Now, slide number 8. The state's case is based primarily on circumstantial evidence, so it's important that you understand the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that directly points to the defendant as the one who committed the crime. For example, eyewitness testimony, somebody comes in here and says, I saw X shoot Y, and I'm sure it was X. I've known him for a long time. I can positively identify him, and I saw him shoot the victim. That's direct evidence. A confession by the defendant is also direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence, on the other hand, is evidence from which the jury can reasonably reach an inference that points to the guilt of the defendant. And although the jury can make reasonable inferences from the evidence, they are not allowed to speculate. A reasonable inference is a conclusion based on known facts, whereas speculation requires guessing what the facts are. Slide number 11. For example, Detective Richard Reyes testified that Mr. Burgos became a suspect because he failed to give investigators his full name and only identified himself as Ronald Burgos. But everybody at Border Patrol knew him as Ronald Burgos. His name tag only said R. Burgos. And then Detective Raimundo Garcia, who was the last one to testify, admitted that when he first arrived at the scene of the crime, he saw 3 Border Patrol agents there. It was Bradley Dennison, Mr. Burgos, and Francisco Lara. And the first one that he spoke to was the agent who reported finding the body, which was Mr. Burgos. And he asked him to identify himself. And Mr. Burgos handed him his ID, which showed his complete name. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles. And so the cops very quickly jumped to the conclusion, he didn't tell us Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles is his name, and therefore he's guilty. Put your hands on the car, take your belt off, and away they take him. And so this is the type of circumstantial evidence that you can't base a reasonable inference on, because the evidence itself may not be true. So before you reach a reasonable inference from a piece of circumstantial evidence, you have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the circumstantial evidence itself is true. If it's not true, you can't reach any reasonable inference from evidence that it's not true. That's a prime example right there. Slide 13. The state also claims that Ronald was intentionally contaminating the crime scene, but Border Patrol agent Lada
knew they're going to go for
while
that.
accusing Mr. Burgos of contaminating the crime scene, was himself contaminating the crime scene. Remember, he got a pair of gloves from an agent that he was trading. Smith is what I recall his last name was. He only got one pair of gloves, so he put one on and gave the other one to Mr. Burgos. And he touched Grizelda's body, checking for the pulse, the same thing as Mr. Burgos did. And then he threw the bloody glove on the tree limb, and then realized, I'm contaminating the crime scene. So what does he do? He picks it up, and instead of placing it in a plastic bag or a receptacle where he can deliver it to the cops without further contaminating it, he throws it in Mr. Burgos' pickup truck, in the bed of the truck. Now, there was also blood on the side of the truck. I imagine it occurred the same way. Either Lara or somebody else. There were a lot of cops walking in the area. It was chaotic. There were border patrol agents there. There were EMTs. There was a helicopter hovering overhead, probably spreading flecks of dirt all over the place. If anybody opened the door to Mr. Burgos' vehicle when the helicopter was overhead, it could have easily blown some flecks of dirt with blood on them into Mr. Burgos' vehicle. Slide number 14. The state also relies on GPS data that was extracted from Mr. Burgos' government-issued mobile phone, mobile radio. But the state's expert testified under cross-examination that she only measured degrees of latitude and of longitude. She did not include hour or minute measurements, which are intended to produce a more precise location. It's kind of like reading a clock. If I just read the hour hand, I'm going to tell you it's 9 o'clock. If I read the minute hand, I can tell you it's 9 o'clock with 15 minutes. And if I read the second hand, I can be even more precise. I can tell you it's 9:15 with 20 seconds. 9:15 and 20 seconds. But she only took latitude and longitude. And so I asked her if 1 degree of latitude equals 69 miles, and whether 1 degree of longitude equals 54.6 miles, and she said she agreed. And that was all that she did. So what does that do? Well, those are very broad measurements that place Mr. Burgos within 69 miles from the crime scene, within an area that he was assigned to patrol that morning. Slide number 15. The state also points to Grizelda's cell phones as being found in Mr. Burgos' patrol unit. But Mr. Burgos told investigators at the scene that he had picked up the cell phones. And just as Mr. Burgos handed his ID to investigator Garcia, and then later the investigators twisted it around to say, hey, you didn't tell us your full name, so you're guilty, get in the car. Same thing, they forgot that investigator Garcia had it, and then he gave it back to Mr. Burgos, And Mr. Burgos forgot that he had gotten it back because he was in shock. And several of the state's witnesses says that he looked spaced out. He looked like he was in shock. Yeah, because he had just witnessed a horrible crime. Maybe he was going to meet with Grizelda that morning. But can you really conclude from that he killed her?
Poor Burgos.
That's
Wow,
a
bro.
huge jump in logic to make.
No.
And then
Objection.
the puncture one, they wanted to take the word of Corinne Stern. Corinne Stern, who had a woman on death row because she diagnosed the death of that woman's baby as suffocation or strangulation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pena, I'm just gonna object to that as there's no evidence of anybody being on death row. As those aren't facts, not in evidence.
I believe I asked Dr. Stern about that.
I'll instruct the jury that you are the triers of the fact. You will use your best effort to recall the testimony of the witnesses that have been brought here and whose testimony has been admitted into evidence. Do your best to recall that. Remember that I instruct you that whatever it is that the lawyers tell you was the evidence is not the evidence unless in fact you've heard it actually here come from the evidence. So you use your best recollection to do the same. Thank you.
Dr. Stern also thinks that she's board certified, and she's not. She came back and muddied up the water some more, and that's the type of witness that she is.
Come on, bro. Oh man, this is bad.
But they want you to disregard the emergency care clinic, which diagnosed the puncture wound as an insect bite. They want you to disregard Dr. Antonio Rodriguez, a pediatrician who saw the child 3 times, and each time diagnosed the wound as an insect bite and prescribed treatment for an insect bite. And the state wants you to disregard the medical records from Doctor's Hospital, which also show that the diagnosis was that it was an insect bite. And then there was a testimony of Adriana Flores, who also testified that Dominic was already sick the night before Grizelda met with Ronald at Winfield Park. So above all, ladies and gentlemen, remember to rely on logic, reason, and cool reflection, and set aside the lynch mentality that the state wants you to go into the jury room and deliberate when it has no place in there. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes left. Or were you done?
Ladies and gentlemen, we do not promote the lynch mob mentality.
Nice.
Everything that we brought you, all of the evidence, the physical evidence, the direct evidence, the forensic evidence, the circumstantial evidence, the medical evidence. It's all credible. It's all consistent. And it's all corroborated. You make your decision individually, collectively. And I agree with Mr. Peña. This is a serious matter. This is a serious matter. But when you go in there, let them guide you. Let Grizelda and Dominic guide you
That's a great statement.
so that you can have clarity. And that you could be able to be confident. And I guarantee you that when you take all of the evidence, all of the physical evidence, everything that we brought you over these last 7 days, that you'll be able to go home tonight and have a clear conscience that you did your job, that you weighed all the evidence, and most importantly, that you brought justice. That you brought justice to baby Dominic and to Grizelda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anís and Ms. Peña. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm now about to send you into the jury room, which will become your jury deliberation room. Will you follow the instructions that I've given you in the charge and start deliberating? Mr. Rubio will have the 4 alternates step out to another room. You will not be in the same deliberation room. You will be in another room, waiting to see if, in fact, your services will be needed. Thank you.
You guys with jury?
Verdict watch. Okay, everyone. Verdict watch time. Let's put it on the thumbnail. Day 7. Wait. Oh my word, that was so powerful from the state. Verdict watch. Let's make sure. I'm just waiting to, just a little bit here. I just want to quickly put this. Wow. Okay, you guys are asking for a poll. Let's do that as well. So just give me a second. I'm quickly just doing a few things here for you. Verdict watch. Let's do this. Bam. How about that? Okay. 2 things. Stand by. Go, it's on the thumbnail. Now, poll time. Start a poll. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. I'm going to ask you now. There we go. Poll time, everybody. Let's go. You know, everything with a defense was such a low blow, man. Come on. Sorry, that was just break time music. It's just to chill a little bit. Okay. I'm back. So, verdict watch. Let's see what you guys say on the poll so far. How long do you think the jury will deliberate? 15% say under 30 minutes. Wow. 47% say 35 minutes to 90 minutes. I could have said 91 minutes to 2 hours, of course, but I just 2 hours and then verdict tomorrow or next week. Okay. Now, keep this in mind. It's something we were looking at before the break. So let me take the music off quickly. I'm going to take this court screen off for a second. Because I want to show you something. We said we would continue, right? So, verdict watch is happening. Let's put this over here. All right. And we got this back. We were still looking, okay? Faria Hirsi. Hope I said that right. Faria Hirsi. Grizelda streaming these trials while maintaining sensitivity towards the victims and their families deserves our recognition. Let's come together as a community and demonstrate our gratitude to Grizelda by tipping. Thank you so much. I'd never ever expect that. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate everything. Okay. Now, we were looking at this before. We first looked at this overview, okay, which showed us, if they come back, you know, I'll put it right on. Okay, I'm monitoring that. Okay, which showed us what's happening. So a lot of people were confused of like, wait. Why? When are the jury instructions? And when it was happening, everyone's like, what about closing arguments? In Texas, they do it different, okay? Especially in a death penalty case, where they first did the jury instructions, then the closing statements, all right? So that's why it was now closing statements, off they go to deliberate, because they already got the instructions, which was a really good idea too. I can see why they do that. I think they should actually always do that. But anyway, they do it differently everywhere. Welcome, Shirley, to Grizzly, $5 supporter. Casey Cat says, I only said 2 hours because I think they'll bring dinner in. Okay, so what we saw was jury selection, then opening statements, the prosecution's case, the defendant's case. Both rested their case in the last 24 hours. Then closing statements, okay, and jury instructions. Here they did jury instructions and then closing statements, right? Now the jury is deliberating and we're on verdict watch. And they say the jury is finding a decision on whether the defendant's guilt on the charges has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Wildfire, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, Duck, I'm going to continue reading. Duckosaurus. So it's already 6 p.m. I think they'll call it a night and start fresh tomorrow. You know, I feel like because the judge is like, okay, go to the deliberation room and start deliberating. That's it. I just think he might think it could be quick. Very interesting. Okay, so they've had the jury instructions, the closing statements. We heard both. Now, if you missed the prosecution's closing statements, you have to go and watch it. It was so good. It was, they asked for 1 hour and 5 minutes, then they asked for another 5 minutes, and then another 5. So it was about an hour 20, maybe an hour and a half, about an hour 20 of the prosecutor's closing statements. Very good. The defense, I mean, that was just, I knew they're going to go for Agent Lara at some point, because Agent Lara had felt, with gloves on, for Grizelda's pulse, and he got blood on the gloves and took the gloves off, put it on the ground, and then took it off the ground and put it in the back of the kilo unit. And I just knew at some point that defense is going there, but they keep on doing things at a weird time, almost like, wasn't that for earlier, you know? Couldn't they have cross-examined Lara then? Calcification says, where does Burgos go during this time? Is the jail closed? The jail is 1 minute away. I'll show you quickly here. So here's the jail. Here's the courthouse. Okay, and there's the jail, like across the road. I mean, like 1 minute walk. Literally across the road. So I think he goes back to his cell, honestly. Isn't that where he goes? It's so close. And I think they said they got like a little tunnel under there. Not? Did I hear that correctly? South, Florida Gal. I hope it's Florida because I always say that. Florida Gal, FL Gal. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. Linda says, I hope the jury's going to get dinner too. Right? And so, okay, taking this off again. And so, oh, There we go. Jury instructions happened. Closing statements happened. Now they're deliberating. They're going to come back with a verdict, but that verdict will be on guilty or not guilty, right? After that, they're going to go through the penalty phase of the trial, especially because this is a death penalty case. And it's Texas. So there's a whole another phase of this trial that we'll watch together if they're streaming it, which I assume they are. From my understanding, they will be showing this. Am I understanding that correctly? Because then we continue with this, which is sometimes it's delayed. Sometimes it could be why they set this trial for 3 to 4 weeks, right? Oh man, okay, wait, let's just see. That's not a bad idea, actually. Shirley Williams, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to continue reading this now to you. I just quickly want to see if I could do that. A clock. Let's do the clock timer. Wait, timer. No, not like that. We want a stopwatch, right? There. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, man. Okay, here it is. Like this? I just started it now. Like that. Something like that. Verdict watch. How's that? Hope that doesn't freeze anything. Sometimes it does. Myrna, thank you so much. You say keep it up. I really appreciate it. Cheetah Chrome says he's in the bullpen at the courthouse. Is he? Okay. Sarah Wagler, thank you so much. You say thank you for your great coverage. Thanks for your $10 super sticker. Now, the penalty phase of the trial, I don't know, that sounds exciting to me. I'm like, ooh, and then what? So they're going to look at aggravating circumstances, mitigating circumstances, victim impact statements, the jury sentence recommendation. See, this I think they're going to take longer with. I think that when they come back now, I think this could be pretty quick. It could be today. But when they get to this, jury sentence recommendations, that's where it comes in of death penalty or not. Life imprisonment or death penalty, right? That is where I think they could take a little bit longer to deliberate, because that is a tricky topic and people feel many different ways about it, of course. Janet Shepard, thank you so much. Look at the cute little stickers. Thank you. And then the judge's sentencing takes place. So they say, after considering the jury recommendation, the court formally pronounces punishment on the defendant. In some states, the judge must follow the jury recommendation, and in other states, a judge may sentence without a jury or override a jury's recommendation. So there's that. Now I'm going to read each individual thing that happens in the penalty phase. I just want to give you the bullet points, because last time we got to the top and then they came back and then I couldn't read it. So now you know what the penalty phase of the trial will be. Thank you so much, RD. Really appreciate it. So one more time, where are we at now? Okay, where are we at? We are now at the verdict. The jury is busy deliberating. So we're waiting for them to reach a verdict. Will that be today? Will that be tomorrow? I don't know. I think it will be today. I think it'll be within the next 2 hours, in my personal opinion. If not, okay. If they've already gone so late. That's what I mean. They're in it. If the judge was going to call it early and say, look, man, they need to go. They've got families, they need dinner and all that, he would have let them go now. That's my opinion. That's my calculation based on time. I like calculating time. So anyway, once they come back with a verdict, let's say if it is guilty, if they come back and they're like, that's it, guilty on all counts. Right, what happens next? The penalty phase of the trial. So that is why it's not going to be the verdict and then sentencing. In a case like this, I think, if I understand correctly, it's going to be this penalty phase of the trial. Aggravating circumstances, facts that make a crime worse or more serious by such circumstances as the facts of the crime, the defendant's prior criminal record, etc. I think him being in uniform, working as a Border Patrol supervisory officer, all the training he had, the way that he lured the victims, but Grizelda there, and even what he did to Dominic, as they say, on March 25th, all of that is pretty bad, huh? Pretty aggravating circumstances, check. They say some aggravating circumstances are very specific. Example, the murder of more than one victim. Other aggravators are broad. Example, the murder was committed in a heinous, cruel, or atrocious manner. Yep. Then mitigating circumstances, they'll look at that in this penalty phase of the trial. Facts that do not justify or excuse an act or offense, but may reduce the degree of moral culpability and thereby reduce the penalty. Examples include mental impairments, deprived background. Okay, victim impact statements. Statements read into the record or presented through testimony of witnesses during sentencing to inform the jury of the financial, physical, and psychological impact of the crime on the victim and the victim's family. Then the jury sentence recommendations. The jury considers the aggravating and mitigating circumstances surrounding the crime and the defendant and returns with a recommended sentence. In a death penalty case, the jury chooses between a death sentence and a lesser sentence of life without parole, life, or terms of years. In my opinion, in your opinion, what do you think is going to happen? Because in my opinion, I'm thinking this guy's probably going to get life without parole. But let's see. Let's see. We shall see. Mandy says, I'm a good timekeeper. Great analogy, G. Thanks for your content. The mods too. Oh, thank you so much. And for me in the Netherlands, by the way, it's 1:15 in the morning. So I told you we're doing an all-nighter. And by that, I mean Holland time. Welcome to Holland time. All-nighter. So if they're tired, just remember, guys. I'm here in Europe. 8 hours ahead of their time zone. Okay, and we are here, and we are committed to it. We want to see this through. So, jury sentence recommendations, and then judge sentencing. After considering the jury recommendation, if they say, yes, we recommend the death penalty, or no, we don't, life without parole, let's see then what the judge says in Texas, okay? Now, what we were reading was also this before we went. Okay, I'm just going to put this here. Shame, little Dominic here. Okay, now we've got to also move the clock somehow. Wait. Clock. Okay, hello. Can you move? Okay, wait. I'm so sorry. I'm going to put the clock here where Dominic is, and I'm just going to take him off for a second, okay? So that you guys can see. Oh. So it's been about 10 minutes. I started at about 4 minutes after they actually went. Emma Rose says, pulling an all-nighter. I think so. Oh, that's true. Vicky says, this is Texas, G. Death penalty. Right? I mean, it could be. Now, we were looking at this, the appellate process, and then trial. We were busy looking at trial. A capital murder prosecution begins when the grand jury hands down an indictment charging a defendant with capital murder. The trial, which occurs in a Texas district court, proceeds in 2 phases. During the first phase of the trial, called the guilt or innocence phase, the jury must decide whether the prosecution has provided beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of capital murder. If the jury finds the defendant guilty, that trial proceeds to the punishment phase, penalty phase, right? During which the jury answers special punishment issues. The jury's answers to the special issues determine whether the defendant is sentenced to death or life imprisonment. Arlene van der Veer, thank you so much. Becky G, happy Friday, G. You're in the future. I am in the future. Thank you so much. Now, if we continue reading here, wait, I just need to make it a little bit like this. Let's do it like this so that we can see nicely. I hope you can still see it, that it's not too small for you. And now that I've sized it, we can also put Dominic back here. All right. So, direct appeal. Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. A defendant sentenced to death is entitled to an automatic appeal to the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, the highest court of criminal jurisdiction in Texas. At this point, the defendant is called the appellant, and the state is called the appellee. The record of the trial, including all documents filed in the trial court, evidence presented at trial, and the written record of the trial testimony is compiled and filed in the Court of Criminal Appeals. The appellant's attorney files a brief in which it is argued that error occurred during the trial and that the appellant's conviction and/or sentence should be reversed. The district attorney's office that prosecuted the case at trial files the state's appellee's brief responding to the claims or grounds of error in the appellant's brief. In most cases, there's an oral argument before the Court of Criminal Appeals. So they also have that to look forward to. But maybe we do too, if they're going to show it. We might be here together again. Yes. Okay. They say the Court of Criminal Appeals reviews the briefs, considers the written and oral arguments advanced by each side, and issues an opinion that addresses each of the defendant's claims. Based on its resolution of the claims, the court affirms or reverses the conviction, the sentence, or both. If the court affirms the conviction and sentence, the defendant may petition the United States Supreme Court for, I need to see that word, certiorari, and that review. Sorry, I'm not a lawyer, clearly. That review is a discretionary device used by the Supreme Court to choose the cases it wishes to hear. I hope you're finding this interesting at all. Are we learning or what? Direct appeal, United States Supreme Court. The defendant, now called the petitioner, files a petition for writ of certiorari. Am I saying it right? Lisa Marie, thank you so much. Look at your sticker, so cute. Thank you, I've really appreciated. Okay. Asking the court to review the case and arguing that the defendant's federal constitutional rights were violated by the trial court or the Court of Criminal Appeals. We know that's going to happen in this case, right? The state continues to be represented by the district attorney at this level. The state called the respondent files a brief in opposition responding to the petition. The state argues various reasons for the Supreme Court to decline to review the defendant's case. In the vast majority of cases, the Supreme Court refuses to hear the case and denies with a short written order. The defendant's petition for certiorari. At this point, the defendant's direct appeal is complete. Okay, so we can expect lots of appeals, right? Part 2, the state's habeas corpus proceedings. I just want to see what part 3 is. Part 3, the federal habeas corpus proceedings. Can we skip over? Can we carry on there? Ah, thank you. Danielle says, you're saying it perfect. You can also shorten it to cert. Great. I'm going to say that. Cert. Wow. Look at all of these procedures. Oh, my goodness. The United States Supreme Court. They explain everything here, right? Direct appeal, the appellate procedure, direct appeal, trial court, Court of Criminal Appeals, United States Supreme Court, state habeas, trial court, Court of Criminal Appeals, United States Supreme Court, federal habeas. All of that. Tanya S., thank you so much. Yeah, coffee time. Wow, I'm gonna need so much coffee. if they don't come back soon, that will be quite interesting. I definitely don't want to miss it though. And I mean, honestly, how long could they go on? You know, worst case scenario, we start another stream and call it verdict watch and wait. But I don't mind waiting here a bit. While monitoring it all. Okay. So, part 4, executive clemency. Executive clemency is the power of the governor to grant full or conditional pardons, reprieves of execution, and commutations of sentences, and to remit fines and forfeitures resulting from criminal convictions. These can be granted by the governor only upon the recommendation of the Texas Board of Pardons Paroles. Ooh, part 5, execution. Often more than one execution date is set in a case. We've seen that. We've seen that happen. Like, I just remember writing those books about Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy and all those. Yeah. There were many different dates, sometimes years apart. Anyway, they say once a stage in the appellate procedure is complete, an execution date may be set to induce an inmate to file the next appeal in a timely manner. The execution date then may be stayed by the court with jurisdiction over the next appeal. Once the appeals are exhausted and the inmate has exercised all rights to appeal with no relief, and any requested clemency is denied, the execution takes place. A victim's surviving family member has the right to request to view the execution. Ooh. I wonder, if his ex would be there. Probably his mother, I would assume. If so, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead. It's just in my head. I'm just thinking out loud now, like, wow, if that happens. Larisky says, Court TV says 14 minutes. What do you mean? We've got a timer here. Do you mean in 14 minutes or what are we talking? Well, they can't say. They don't know. Emma says, if they decide within the next 5 hours, I won't have to stay up past my bedtime. Linda, welcome. VDub says death penalty 100%. The only way I would vote life is if they had real hard time, breaking rocks every day, all day, for the rest of his natural life. I would personally, you can express what you would personally want, right? To me, it seems like life imprisonment without parole is just, to me, that seems a little worse. I know here they have that like uncertainty of when's it going to happen. However, I think they get better conditions. They're segregated. They've got more privileges and rights and whatever. And they can go through all this court stuff. And we can see he's got stamina for all the court stuff, right? He feels nothing. It looks like. So therefore, if it was life imprisonment without parole, for someone like Burgos, personally, I think that'll be worse for him and his ego and everything. I think Gen Pop in prison, I think it'll be hectic. Yeah. So Kimmy B says death penalty is the easy way out. So, okay, the victim's surviving family members the right to request to view the execution. Approval and arrangements must be made through the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I mean, that's years away. This could be, damn, we are in 2023. What if this defendant is found guilty, gets the death penalty? I mean, that could really happen in like 10 years, 20? What's the average in Texas? Because things take long. That's all I know. Ooh, B. Gonzo says, nope, it's worse on death row. Worked for 20 years in the department. Can you email me and tell me why? Can you expand on this? I would just love to know. I would love that insight, you know? Why is it worse on death row? K80 did too says, prison is never like a hotel. Are you sure? Because Letitia Stark seems to complain about it like she thinks she's in one. Susanna says they adapt to life in prison and they live a full life still manipulating others. Good point. Okay. So, I think the family's already, from what I read, you say, Susie Blue, I think her family should decide it will be just whatever they chose. I think they have indicated that if he gets the death penalty, which, from everything I read, it seems to be the way they wanted to go, then they would vote for lethal injection. I think that's what I read before. Okay, so part 6, post-execution. Once an execution is over, families and friends of the victim may have complex reactions. Despite feelings of relief, one can also feel very at referrals to a support group or grief counselor in your area. Okay. Megatruth said disagree. Not since convicts get computers, TVs, take some college courses and graduate, etc. Once they made prison so cushy. Man, Casey Cat says it could take 20 to 30 years, but he's young. Yeah, he's 33 years old now, for those of you wondering. 33 years old. Also, let me change my title here quickly as well. Verdict watch. There you go. April says, I'm tired, but I'm going to hang out here with... What time is it for you, April? For me, it's 1:30 in the morning. And here we are. Notes. Okay, notes. Here we go. So, I don't know. Can you guys see this clock? We've got a clock going here. There's the verdict watch clock. So that's what I have to show you there. Okay, Attorney General's office. Nice. Now, let me bring this back. Just hold on one second. Be this full screen. Like that. And there we go. Verdict watch. Right. We're waiting. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. I'm putting on my PJs and staying right here. I wonder how to make this just a little bit bigger. Back to full view. Do we want full view? I don't know if we want full view, do we? I don't know if I like full view. I prefer it smaller. Yeah. Sorry. It's so tiny. How do I make this bigger? There we go. Okay. Vicky H is not that long in Texas, I don't think. Oh, damn. Small Wildflower says, an inmate in Oregon that killed a child died mysteriously. That's quick justice. I'm going to put this picture. What a beautiful picture. I wish we had some more pictures. They showed a few more in the closing statements. I think they could have chosen some better ones. That's my only critique. Verdict watch. How's that? Okay, this should be good. Put it on top of the star. That's a good idea, actually. I wish it could be like a medium side. Look, this stupid ass thing. You could choose back to full view. I mean, do we really want that? Not really. Maybe what I can do. I think that looks better. Okay, could see it a little bit better. So, yes, his cute little teenage mutant Ninja Turtle costume. We are on verdict watch, everyone. Okay. Let's make a little slide for you. Maybe we can even do this. Burgos-Aviles, huh? Okay. If you're wondering, damn, she's so slow right now. I'm a little tired. I admit it. But I'm here. Sheila says, it's so funny hearing our lovely G curse a little. Did I curse a little? Laura says, thank you, Grizzly to Crime, for being an awesome host. Oh, thank you so much, Laura. Now, where'd the chat box go? Because I'm not seeing it. Damn it. Let's try again. Freaking YouTube. Tracy Dietrich, thank you so much for your $3 super sticker. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Kimmy B says, that's good. Looks like G's thinking it in her head. Yeah. How long has it been? This is how long it's been, the verdict, since they've started deliberating, right? That's true. Virgo says, ooh, I see the camera moving. Okay. Virgo says, the picture the state used in closing arguments of Grizelda and Dominic was really beautiful. It was. When you say, what is the white blob, what are we talking about? Do you mean in the courtroom? I think that's a light, is it not? Let me go find that sticker again. Okay. I'm going to look at your poll results now quickly. Tracy, thank you. Yeah, you can. I know what you mean, plur baby. But I want to watch this screen in full, so I don't want like two screens. I know what you mean. It's a little complicated right now, though. But what I could do, you guys are gonna be like, stop it. Do it like this. Put it in the middle. Huh? I saw the camera move slightly. I can't wait to see the judge's head back here. Come on, sir. Come back in. We're ready. We are so ready. So what I'm going to do is this. Should we work this magic? I want to put it on top there. Yeah. Okay. Watch me work it now. I'm going to do this. This. It's not bad. Not that bad. Make a bit of a contrast. Good, 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 good. Okay, not the highest quality, but there it is. Okay, so it should be a slam dunk. Now let's see. If I say, okay, how long do you think the jury will deliberate? 13% say under 30 minutes. Well, you got 5 minutes left until you're wrong. Actually, yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, 42% said 35 minutes to 90 minutes. 27% said 2 hours. I think I'm in your camp. And 19% said verdict tomorrow next week. NEP says, Grizzly to crime, I think he should be fully punished, but I think of his 2 remaining sons, life in prison might be less scarring for them. Ah, interesting. Okay, maybe yes. Thank you, Jean says, Grizzly, you're not only brilliant, but I love your sense of humor. Thank you so much. Sometimes we needed to cope. Hey, just a little bit of humor here and there. Rosebud's like, OMG, slay, G. Now, let's look at Texas time. Texas time right now is 18:35, huh? 18:35. I'm going to do this. And Dorothy says, good point about his other sons. Joanne Jackson, thank you for your £9.99 sticker. Ooh, Carly says, I doubt their mother will be allowing visits to the prison. I mean, they moved to Florida too, right? Yeah, that sounds like a write-off situation, from what we know. Let me put some music on. You guys are like, turn the music down, but why? It's so nice. Little bit, little bit. Where's Fury when we need him? Shame. When Fury was here, can you hear me? When the music's on. And are you hearing double or no? Okay. When Fury was here, and I was holding him like that, when he heard Eduardo, that's when he was looking up like that and looking at my face because he could hear him here. That was so cute. Oh my word. He was looking for him. Where the heck is that noise coming from? Oh man. Paul Senior says too loud and it drowned you out before. Is it too loud now? It's so soft now. And is the fan on is the question. Let me look quickly, okay? We'll be right back. Yes, the fan was on. Okay. Now, it's been 28 minutes and a bit. I'm still bugging by this stupid thing. I still prefer this view. This view right here is so much better. Just a kidder says, can you sound the alarm when they come back just in case anyone's on bathroom break, etc.? I can only do that on Patreon. There's no way I could sound an alarm. Like, what do you mean? Like an alarm on here? Like a sound? Wake up, everyone. You wanna have a nap while I wait here? And then suddenly it's like, wake up, everyone, they're back. Okay, that was just a false alarm. We're just practicing. Mama Bear said, don't inmates frown on baby killers? Yup. And especially ones I would assume that were Border Patrol agents, right? Weezy said, thank you for all you do, Grizzly True Crime and chat room, good people, and all the mods. Take care and be safe. Mods, I'm sure you need a break at this point. My word, it's been a long day. So don't worry. I'll hold down the fort. Watch the trolls rolling. I'm like, oh, damn. So, what stood out to you the most throughout this trial? I mean, I know you're going to say the closing statements because they really were good from the prosecutor. It was brilliant. Why? Okay. Let's say this. Eduardo said, the defense attorney, that this is all just circumstantial evidence. So tell me why you believe it's not just circumstantial evidence. Give me some facts, things that are not circumstantial. They are evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Anonymous says, but did we talk about G's impeccable presentation game? 100%. Those text message visuals earlier. No trial like a Grizzly trial. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Keep It Real says, I got your back if they need a break. Thank you so much. Peter Pronzo, Harlem Raiders says, a pleasure hanging out with G or hanging with G. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet buying the mods coffees as well. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for that. The mods work very hard and they also need coffee, okay? Okay, let's see what you say. Jillybean says, blood on trunk and phones. Ooh, that's not circumstantial. That's like blood, the baby's blood on the truck. Plus the phones, yes. There you go. Love to care as well. Of course, now the chat gets stuck and I can't put it on the screen. Don't worry, it'll be back. The compilation, says Gia. Yes. Oh, okay, I think this is the problem. So I'm going to go there. Okay. Blood evidence, says Jeepsla. Direct evidence, KK, says DNA. Phone messages, phone placement, now DNA. Tiff Knox says common sense tells us he did it. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to get the chat to work. Mace says, Grizz. Okay, you grew a heart. Lol, Ronald. You killed that. Yeah, dead was the most chilling for me. Mm-hmm. Oh my word. Caroline says, I laughed when Eduardo said a helicopter might have blown the blood drops into his truck. Is that how the phones got there also? Right. Desiree says, why do you wear the same thing on all the videos? Okay, firstly, Desiree, you're obviously new here because I don't wear it in all the videos. Why am I wearing the same thing? Huh? Throughout this trial? Because the family is wearing purple in court. For solidarity, you see the purple up there? The purple behind me? Purple. I've got a few of these, by the way, in case you think I'm wearing only one. I bought myself a few purple shirts in honor of Grizelda's family. They're wearing purple in court. That's why we've got the purple emojis. We've also got white ribbons. I don't have a white ribbon. And we're also showing the baby Yoda. Okay? So that's why I'm wearing the same thing every day. Because I, number one, always wear blazers when it's court time. So I've got a like court type jacket on. I always blazer up for court. It's what I do on this channel. Also to show respect for the court, you know. And it's trial time. And then I'm wearing purple for the family. During Gannon's case, I wore the same necklace every day, which was for Gannon. With a blue heart. Because there we were all sharing blue hearts for the family as well. Blue was Gannon Stark's favorite color. Soyo says, amazing coverage of this trial. Thank you. So I hope that answered that question for you. Tyler Bailey says, gosh, people are so rude. What kind of question was that? I'll answer it though. I will answer that question. Don't get my snark tank going. Magnetic Jan is like, geez, got style. But I mean, maybe they're genuinely curious, you know? We gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. They are innocent till proven guilty, right? Maybe they're just like, why do you always wear the same thing? Consistency, solidarity, trial time. Let's see what else you guys say. Yes, that's right, Cherry. This is her court blazers, and she color coordinates for victims. She's a professional. Kind of ticks me off. What she's supposed to wear. Something new every day. Never wear the same thing twice. Well, yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's not get snarky. We rein it in, Grizzlies. Rein it in. Web Weaver, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. But yeah, if you even want it's the same thing, you could see all these neck ones. They're all different sizes. Got a small, a medium, and a large. And I don't know why. I was like, which one will fit better? I just want all of them. Sometimes I want the one with the looser neck. The others are in the wash right now. Karen Moring says, thank you for your amazing coverage of this trial. You are the best. Love from South Carolina. What a beautiful picture as well. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate it. Love to South Carolina. Yeah. Magnetic Janet says, we are your protective grizzlies. Bossy Boot says, I'd rather you just say thank you, G. What are we talking about? What are we talking about now? Jelly Bean says, you always look professional. Thank you so much. Yeah, you guys got my back. We've got some snarky grizzlies up in here. Wow, okay. So with the poll, now we might need to make a new one because under 30 minutes is out the picture, okay? So let's make a new poll. How about that? So it's been 35 minutes. It's probably been about 40, actually, to be fair, because I started it a bit late. Penny Lot's getting snarky. Did you change your underwear? They appear to be in a bunch. Penny. So, I shall be restoring the chat so that I can now make another poll. Wait. Start a poll. Oh, that was... Wait. The jury... We've got to start a new one. The jury will deliberate. Thank you to all 6,500 souls here right now. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. So you're looking at they've been busy for about 40 minutes, right? So let's just look at the timer. So I'm going to say under 1 hour. How about that? 1 to 2 hours. Okay. The next one's going to say 2 to 4 hours, which will be like, damn. I'll say tomorrow or next week. I can only make 4 options. There you go. Okay, here we go again. Are you ready? And vote. Okay. Kelly. Charbonneau. I wish I could say it right. You say, how's it going? Thank you so much. That would be a French surname, and you're from Canada too. I'm probably botching that so bad. Charbonneau. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate your $5 super sticker. Lena Babe said, defense presentation's crap. Look at the mistakes on the slides, not professional at all. Looks like they rushed it. And it was just so boring, right? That presentation was a little boring. Okay, we can say that. Like no pictures, nothing, right? You guys are still snarky. Happen Leonard says there can't possibly be one juror holding out right. I believe this jury is mostly female. We read it out on the first day as well. Can't remember though. That's so nice. Deanira Centino says, thank you so much covering the trial. I'm from Laredo, Texas. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to everyone in Laredo, Texas watching with us, and especially the family that is watching with us, and they feel very safe here with us. So thank you to this community for being so kind and respectful. And of course to the mods for holding down the fort. Suzanne O says, love your channel, G. Amazing coverage and best mods. Oh, thank you so much. Barbara Ann says, so sorry for the families. Yes, what a terrible, terrible loss, and what a horrible process. I mean, April 9th, 2018, all the way to now. I mean, today's date is, for me, Friday, July 7th. For you guys, it's still Thursday, July 6th, July. April, May, June, July. Like 5 years and more. Wow. Ryan says, I bet $1. Wait, what are you betting? Mama 4 says 1 to 2 hours tops. Tanya says the judge said the jury could not talk to anyone. Is there a chance they are sequestered? I don't know. That'll be interesting. Aaron says it was actually 10 minutes before you started, so it's 10 minutes behind. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, what? I'm a kid of a man that committed double murder. Oh, damn. Okay. Sharon says, I'm a kid of a man that committed double murder too. My mom kept us well away from him in the trial. Like Burgos, he still denies what he did, even with all the evidence against him. I'm so sorry, Sharon. Wow. Thank you for sharing. Monica, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Miss Zippy says, Roro knows he's pucked. Liz says, don't forget 40 minutes to eat dinner. Thank you, Nana Banana. Okay. We can go over some of those text messages again if you like, you guys. CJ's mom. Grizzly to crime. Someone told me you talk too much. Someone told me you talk too much when I was promoting you on Facebook. I defended you and said, well, that's okay. The likes of you aren't welcome here. It's so weird to me when people say the host of a channel talks too much. Like, what are you on the channel for? Go watch it on the news. It's so weird. I don't get that mentality at all. When people are like, no, just stop talking. You talk too much. Go watch it where it isn't. There's no host. There's no talking. There's no pictures. There's no borders. There's nothing. No presentations. Nothing happening. Just raw data. Go watch that. You're welcome to. No one's forcing you on my word. So, yes. And that's the other thing. Cleo says streamers need to be talking. Like, hello, fair use. Have you ever looked at that? Right. Yes. Okay, so Tracy says appeals are not televised. It's a very different procedure from the original trial. Okay. I think you're a little behind in the stream, I think, right? Or you're answering from earlier. Thank you, Tracy Dietrich. Okay, so. Oh yeah, don't worry. You guys are like, there's Karen. Do you guys think I'm bothered by Karens or trolls? No way. They don't bother me at all. We literally make skits out of this stuff. On my second channel. If you don't know about my second channel, maybe you want to check it out. Okay, I'm going to do this. I would like to somehow move this. Wait. No, we're sorting out our screen again. Stand by. Someone's going to be like, get it together, woman. The beauty of being raised by trolls is they don't affect you. Trolls don't affect me. They're comedy time for us. Okay, so. And they're very unhappy people. Verdict watch. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do, stand by, is move this, put that up there, right? We're still monitoring the court. We'll hear if they come back. And I'm gonna put these text messages up here. Then. Like that. Okay, that should be good. So, presentation time again. We're going to go over the text messages one more time here. If you missed it earlier, well, this will be great for you. If you've seen it before, well, we can snark it up a little bit while we wait. Phantom says, if you didn't talk, I'd feel weird. Yeah, and then on the other side of the coin, if I disappear for like 5 seconds, because I literally, it's 2 in the morning. I'm at home. So here and there, I might like look at my husband and be like, oh, hey, are you good? You got dinner? You good? And people are like, oh, where did she go? So some people are like, where'd she go? If I disappear for 5 seconds, right? And others are like, shut up, woman. Dr. Quinn, thanks, G, for all your hard work. We love you, okay? The Facebook group. Oh, the Facebook group for this case. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Quinn. That means a lot to me. So, screenshots that Grizelda took. I'll make the music a little bit softer. In fact, I'll put the music off for now. So, Roro, which someone in the chat earlier said that Roro is it a Spanish word or like Spanish slang that means handsome? Is that why he called himself that? Obviously, he's Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, but do you think he called himself Roro because he thinks he's handsome or like a player? All right. Thank you, Maureen's 100. You know what you are, Gisla? You are an extremely intelligent, but above all, caring, loving woman. So happy I'm in your tribe. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen's 100. Mary's like, how long will they continue tonight? That is the question. That is the question. Anonymous says, how will Roro survive without his hair gel in lockup? So Grizelda took screenshots, which was so freaking brilliant of her. Oh my word, he did not think that would be happening. He did not think it, because he's like, you could check her phone. We saw it from the interrogation video. Check her phone. I don't know, I saw it 3 weeks ago because he thought, I'm smart. I've already deleted all my Facebook messages. Yeah, right. Just a kidder. You say, lol. Thank you so much for your $9.99 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. C Minor Op says, wait, he calls himself Roro? After this, we could look at some medical stuff, which someone had sent me. I've also got some power of attorney stuff. Thank you, Mary. I don't know what it means, but I think getting things on email. Mama 4 says, trolls, be gone. Or trolls, level up, please. Make it creative so I can make some content on my second channel. That'll be nice, because most of you are lame. I mean, trolls. I'm talking to the trolls, right? Grizzlies are not lame at all. We eat trolls for breakfast. Okay, moving on. So, watching the time here. So, it's been almost an hour because I think somebody said in the chat, remind me again, that I started 10 minutes after they actually started. But does that include walking out, going to the bathroom and all of that? That's debatable. So Grizelda said, given you any problems, that's where the screenshot starts, right? Given you any problems at all, not once, or I've done anything to you, this is literally breaking me right now and I can't do it anymore. I've had my back against the wall this whole time trying to get by, and I hate to say that I can't do it because I'm trying and I've tried everything and I can't. Dominic won't always be that little boy in the picture not knowing what's going on. He'll soon be older and question me and want to know you. You can't do this to me, ... Aries Dawn says, okay, also I want to say, if someone's going to say, why do I have to interrupt my own presentation? We've done it before. We've done it already. We're busy waiting now on Verdict Watch, and I'm just going over it again. Aries Dawn says, towards the fund for a shirt in whatever color you want for the next trial. I appreciate your coverage. Thank you, Aries. I really appreciate it. I'll probably buy it in the color that shows support to the family. Whatever color they want. Is that okay? Reptiles says, I can't find your other channel. Can someone help him out? Or her? Okay. Now, this guy right here texted her, in a few weeks, I'll be stopping by. And he wrote stopin by, because he cannot spell stoppin. In a few weeks, I'll be stopping by. Gots get with you. This guy, honestly, this guy. Tony says he thought Dominic might look for him when he gets older. Well, did he? Remember, the blue is what Grizelda wrote to him, okay? Freaking chat getting stuck. Sorry about that. Lisa Marie says, I'm an OG looker, member, patron, been following G since Gabby Petito. Wow, long time. Love the channel and mods, drama, free zone, snark it up. Thank you, Lisa Marie. As soon as I can put your sticker on the screen, I will. Here and there, YouTube's chat glitches a little bit. Okay. So, in a few weeks, I'll be stopping by. Guts get with you. I mean, she's trying to have a serious conversation here. And he's like, Guts get with you. Come on. He thought he's such a player, this Roro. There we go, Lisa Marie. Okay. So we continue on. Thank you, Teresa. Now, Detective Raimundo Garcia asked for data from March 20th, 2018 until April 11th, 2018. And on Burgos' records, though, there are no messages from him during this time frame. But Grizelda took screenshots of his messages at the time. So even though he thought he was really smart, you also have emojis that say not smart or really smart, or there's one that says smart and one that says not smart. Right? Even though he thought he was really smart and deleted everything, she was 10 steps ahead of him. After this, I'm going to ask you, so think. Don't type it now because I won't see it. We're focusing here. Wait, just think about who is your favorite, who are your top 3 witnesses in this trial. Okay, so March 20th, 2018, Grizelda said, because you're all fine. Don't see me then. Okay, ignore me. He said, I just saw this. What the hell? Anyways, quick question. What is it that you're exactly asking for? Or what were you asking for initially, since I better change by now? I mean, like, okay, attitude, right? She said asking for when. He said, what you said you asked for from me. Then you said you take me to court. Yeah, not smart. Oh, there we go. T. Lee says he was taking phentermine to lose weight, and you can tell he's gained while in jail. He's going to be a fatty in no time. But he's been there for 5 years. More than 5 years. Angela, you're being naughty. I told you, don't say it yet because I won't see it. But I did see it. Think about it. Top 3 witnesses. Wait, I'm going to look just now. And then after this, okay? We're going to do the text messages. Then I'm going to ask you. Okay, so she said asking for when. He said what you said when you asked for from me. Then you said you take me to court, right? Okay. I never said I was... Then he said, what was it that you asked for? Grizelda said, I never said I was going to take you to court. I was asking you to help me with Dominic, his daycare. I told you what I was paying, and it was too much. That's what I said. I wasn't making it. I told you. And he said, okay, so what is it that you want then? Because he just can't understand. Just doesn't get it. And she said, I want you to help me financially with him. And then she said, if you don't want him or don't want anything to do with him, I can't make you want to be there. But the least you can do is help me with him in that way. And it isn't so much me being any type of way with you. I just need the help right now. It isn't anything personal that you did, anything to me or me seeking for vengeance. It's nothing like that. I don't hate you. You made your decision, and I can't do anything but respect what you chose. When he gets older, that's just something that he'll have to understand. As for me, the best thing I can do is continue my studies to give him the best that I can as his mom. You can't say I'm not right in what I'm doing for him. Stephen says, during ME impeachment, did I see Eduardo stand, staff in hand, and shout, you shall not pass. Thank you, Stephen. S. Trinker, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Katie says she did everything right and he still took her life. Then he said, so how much money you want? And Grizelda said, it's not up to me anymore. And he said, so who? And Grizelda said, child support. Haven't you gotten any letters? I got them today. Again, this was sent on March 20th, 2018. Literally just right now. He said, I'm not in Laredo yet, even though he lived there. And she said, check your mail once you're here. You should have them too. On March 27th, 2018, they did do these in like... Later you'll see messages from March 24th. So when I'm actually finished with this, which I said I would be tomorrow, but at this point I'm going to be up all night, so wish me luck. You know, but I will put them in chronological order, because that's how we roll, right? We want to see it all from the top, the 20th, 24th, 27th, so on. So he said, but thanks for telling me. Guess if they say you need 2 million, you need 2 million. Whatever. Okay. And Grizelda said, you can have what he doesn't need. It's not like that. I'm being really nice telling you that, given everything you've told me. But money doesn't make me. And not once have I ever been a money person with you, ever. Then he said, so they gave you the letter today for 7 days from now? And Grizelda said, you know, things were never like that between us. I don't know. I guess. He said, you better call them and reschedule because I won't be able to make it. And I don't want to have a warrant for failure to appear because some asshole gave you 7 days notice. Mother effers. She said, you won't have a warrant, and for when? Do you want to call instead and let me know? If you think I'm lying, I'm not. The last thing I want to do is fight or argue with you. That's why I thought you were asking all these questions. I thought you knew before I did. And he said, like, they should give me 2 or 3 weeks. Don't tell I wouldn't have never known. Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking. Okay. He said, no, I didn't, but good thing I asked. Gonna get raped without even knowing. And Grizelda said, LPL, correction, lol. Calm down, I would have told you. He said, now I gotta go and give parental rights away thanks to you. She said, you're still being like that? Okay, Anthony. Call and reschedule. I guess that day will be the first and last you actually see him in person. And I say that since I guess I'll be doing the swab at the office. He said, I'm being like what? You the one, not me. This guy. And then March 27, 2018. Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. And then I don't know what that was. You sire. I can't hear what that was. So I put in brackets because it sounds like you sire, but I don't know what it means. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to argue with you or anything right now. Call and reschedule. I'll send you the picture in a minute. He said, no, you call. It's actually quite amazing how boundary violators have no problem expressing their boundaries. And that's a lesson. You know? It's a life lesson of like, we should all have our own firm boundaries. It's something I personally worked on a lot. And in every scenario where I find myself, I'm like, this is a little bit awkward. I don't know what to do because this person is so like this, you know? The way that he talks. Then you realize, well, there's nothing to be scared of. Don't be scared of setting your boundaries, okay? Oh, okay. So Miss E says, you sire? You sure? Is that what it means? You sire? You sure? Okay. Yeah, the poll is right now. It's on the screen right now, Laura. Carol Anderson says, you were a pilot? Can you explain the GPS argument about hours and minutes? that was a very silly argument. He's just saying it's not accurate GPS data. Because degrees, minutes, seconds, and that can be calculated as distance, right? Ooh, I see ahead. Do you see? I saw someone here at the bottom of the screen. Okay. Who was it? I don't think that was the judge. Okay. So, March 24th. You see, this was before. He said, yes, sure, if only you knew. And she said, whatever. And he said, if only you knew that I don't have shit. She said, yes, you. And he said, you know, I'd like to tell you something, but not on Facebook. Meet me in person or phone. But I'm sure that in a few weeks, I'm not going to be your friend. And then she said, what? I saw movement in that court. Are they coming back or what? And then she said, and why is that? Tell me why. He said, whip them out. In Spanish. So now it's translated, but whip them out. She said, no, tell me why. You always shut me out, so tell me why. He said, you see, you always do that. She said, if you're saying that to me right now, then why tell me whip them out? If you say in a few weeks, that's going to happen, whatever you do or did just in time for my birthday, just great. Then he said, what's in time for your birthday? And she said, whatever it is you're talking about. Then he said, I'm talking about whoop them out. This guy. Dandelion says he don't have shoes now. I know, right? Yeah, what time is it in Texas now? Texas time, 7:10 in the evening. Okay. So, just still processing. Whip them out. I'm talking about whip them out. Because I wanted to tell you something because I do. But never mind that. So he means, you don't give me what I want, I don't tell you, shoot. That's what he's trying to say, right? She said, why don't you just say it? I don't get it. You're not going to die by telling me. And I can't. Not right now. My boyfriend is here. Casey Cat says, Court TV clock is still running about a minute ahead of yours. Well, the thing with a stopwatch is it can't catch up. Right? So, Kimmy B says they're back in. How do you know? How do you know, Kimmy B? Tell me. So, talking about whip them out, wanted to tell you something. Never mind. She said, why don't you just say it? We just read that. And then he says, whip out them melons. Oh, this guy. So she said, she can't tonight. My boyfriend's here. And he says, oh, but tonight. This is a red flag for coercive control. This person is pushing boundaries and chipping away at self-worth. Be careful of that, ladies or gentlemen, anyone. Be careful of that. Just be like, no. Like, even if you fear, because sometimes with this type of situation, the person, like, this is, unthinkable what happened here in this crime, right? But if it wasn't a true crime case, it still can be very abusive if you think of coercive control, meaning you might feel fear of like, oh no, I don't know how to handle this now. I don't know what to tell this person now. But just say, ew, no, and block them. It's not actually that scary on the other side of empathy. Yes? Oh, yeah, of course. yeah. Jeeps said, gee, push boundaries long before this comment. Absolutely, I agree. Okay. I'm still waiting to see. Kimmy B says they're back. How do you know? LG and Howell upgraded membership to Grizzly $2 supporter. Oh, thank you. Okay. So then. He said, put your melons out there and Bad Bunny. Oh, I hope his wife saw all this. Not that I want her to. She'll just get more mad, but it's like, what? Like this guy. Ex-wife, right? Like, see him for exactly what he is, even before this verdict. Chrissy, welcome to membership. She said, not tonight, tomorrow. Lol, I never have them out. They're not for everyone to see. Which is her way of also saying, like, do you think I walk around with them out all day long or what? Like, he's like, put your melons out. Oh, man, this guy got a one-track mind. He said, well, as a warm-up, whip them out. She said, warm-up, haha, give me a bit. And then he's like, I'm not going to give you shit. A jury question, says Eliza. That would be interesting. Could it be a jury question? Interesting. Stephen says, I keep seeing a head bobbing about. She said, is it Bendy or Bebby? I heard Bendy. The courtroom's right behind us, you guys. It's right there. So if you see anything, you'll see it there. Yes? We're monitoring all of it. My Bendy woke up. He said, no, I just don't understand why you say you can't no more. Good. Good thing you weren't here. Who is Bendy? She says, bless you. He said, let's meet up. We'll bring him also? She says, yeah, right. Never have you asked to see him or anything about him. And then he said, I'll leave it at that. Okay, whatever, forget it. Keep your excuses. And Grizelda says, excuses? I'm telling you that he's awake. March 25th, 2018. That's the day of the injection. He said, and I told you, let's meet up and to bring him, but you're going around with excuses. And Grizelda said, I thought you were being sarcastic. You don't do this. That's all. No, I wasn't, but effort, your comment pissed me off. Block. Hey, Sunny Girl says, are they still deliberating this late? Yep. Indeed they are. Okay, Sandra says Bendy means the child. Okay. My Bendy just woke up. So it is Bendy. That's what I heard, right? Sassy Girl says Bad Bunny is a Spanish singer, whatever that music is. Yeah, I know. Myra says Bendy means blessing. Oh, okay. Queen Bella says we need to teach our daughters to demand better and our sons to treat better. L. Dot says Grizzly Drew Crime, aka Wonder Woman. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Gene Davis says his text makes no sense. They did also translate it. At this point, a lot of them, some were still English, but some were from Spanish to English. Okay. So DJ22 says Bendy is bendición or blessing in Spanish. She was referring to Dominic. Yeah, I got that she was referring to Dominic waking up. I was just like, Bendy, is that what I'm hearing? Okay. So she said, I thought you were being sarcastic. You don't do that. You don't do this, that's all. And I mean, like, his reply is like, no, I wasn't, but effort, your comment pissed me off. She said, I'm sorry, really I am. He says, it's cool, don't worry. And then she said, I thought you were being sarcastic. He says, so now what? Do you want to see him? I'm asking you, right? And he says, so now what? I'm not going to say shit. My word. Ronald. I think that's the end of my presentation here. Oh, almost. So he said, if you want to, bring him. If you want to, bring him. If you don't, don't. If you don't want to, don't. If you want, I can go. If you don't want to, no. I mean, like, whoa, was that a riddle or what? When I listened to that a few times and I'm like, what? Interesting. Someone emailed to say Ro-Ro is short for roll on, roll off, originally for loading and unloading ships, but I've known it as a street term. Oh, it's a quickie sex act. The guy rolls on, rolls off. Oh, Ro-Ro. He'd be rolling. Now in jail. Soon to be in prison. I think. Yes, Angela says man-child. Okay. So again, he said, if you want to, bring him. If you don't want to, don't. If you want, I can go. If you don't want to, no. She said, I was sorry. I mean it. I'm asking you, right? And that's where I was at with transcribing all of that. It took longer than it looks. Okay, so that's the presentation. Here's the courtroom again. Okay. Right. Dusty Den says, my melons are staying over here. Thank you very much. Okay, it's been now about an hour 15. Let's sip some water, shall we? Okay, I told you it's going to be an all-nighter for me. 2:20 a.m. What time is it by you now? Do you think I forgot? Now I want to hear your answers. Who were the top 3 witnesses for you throughout this trial? I know there were so many really great witnesses. Who were your top 3? Let's see your answers. I'm waiting. Also, someone emailed to say, why don't you post questions and answer questions from paid subscriptions? Looks like you only do new dollars or other tubers with their own web source. I don't know what that means. Thought I joined as a True Crime sub. Well, if you subbed, you're a True Crime sub. If you're a member, there's a lot of members. Imagine if I put every single member's comment on the screen all the time. So I'm sorry that I missed your comment. But firstly, there's almost 7,000 people here. Trials, very hard to see everyone's comments. And I do my best. But for instance, I'm going to make an example. If I had to put everyone's comments on the screen as a paid sub is the email. This is how it would go. Thank you, Sheila. Laura Reyes Garcia. Good choices. Blue Bear, top 3. Sister Lara Reyes. Virgo and Angelica Reyes and Dr. Stern. Ooh, Dr. Stern and 2.0 too, right? Sandy Hurd says the sister. Angelica. Janet says 1:18 a.m. here, and here for me it's 2:18 a.m. Mar R says they can't really be deliberating this long. He's so guilty. Maybe they're having dinner. Sarah says the detective who got upset, really powerful. That was Lara. You see? Now, by the time I look again, there's another 500 comments that I've missed. Yeah, keep it real. It's like, gee, it's only one person. Her sister, Angelica. Janet says, Lara Reyes Angelica. Yes, okay. Luna says the guy that had the map presentation. Garcia. That was Detective Raimundo Garcia. Linda says sister, lead investigator, Detective Reyes. The one that cried on the stand. Lara, yeah. Ryan says Reyes, and Reyes. Okay, yeah, I agree. And you know, my favorite moment, I don't think I've clipped that yet. I still only made a short on that, was when Detective Reyes was asked by Eduardo, so when Mr. Burgos, was being interrogated by them, you didn't give him any food? And he was like, sorry, what is the question? But then he also said, and he asked for an attorney, and he was denied. The answer was like, I don't have a water bottle now, but Detective Reyes just looked and he's like, and he took that sip of water. He's just like, what? He didn't even answer that. It was just like, nope. Approach. And his map time was excellent in this trial. Okay, so let's put some music on again. Damn. We're all hopeful, huh? It actually always takes a bit longer than one thinks. From my bit of trial experience. Ronna says, I'm so confused on names. Don't worry. Tiff Knox says, do the pilot voice, G. What do you want me to say? Kelly says the jury's most likely going home soon. But they'll tell us, right? They'll come back in and tell us or not. Ooh, Sassy Girl says the judge is my favorite. Let's get this done. Okay. So, if you need some reminding, do you? Ooh. I wonder where that presentation went. Ooh, and I'm missing something. This Country Girls Live says, need members live with you talking like Ro-Ro. Yes. I would like to transcribe more of them, and then we do so need that. Where's my latest presentation? Oh, man. I made so many of them. Earlier this week. Is it this one? Could be this one. Okay. This Country Girls Live. Yeah. Need members live with you talking like Ro-Ro. I just want to see if this is the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. Opening statements. Angelica. Powerful opening statements, huh? Dr. Antonio Rodriguez and medical examiner Dr. Stern. Day 2. Remember the best friend of Grizelda, Adriana Flores. Very good as well. All of them were very good. I'm just reminding you of some if you want to answer as well. Border Patrol Agent Dennison. I mean, I didn't see anyone say Dennison, did you? He was, top notch, top notch. What a good guy. I really hope he gets a promotion. And then, Border Patrol Agent Lara. Excellent. Juan Ruiz. Laredo investigator, and Border Patrol agent Juan Mercado, who Burgos was waving at and smiling at, like, ooh. And then we also saw ring cam footage, yes, indeed. That's true, Emily. It depends how busy the chat is, yes. Jean says, I started out as a fan of the judge, but then I realized he didn't have control of the courtroom. Just my opinion. Yeah, I feel like a couple of those boundary lessons could apply. Maybe for the judge. Just be like, okay, no. This is how it's going to work. But I do know that he doesn't want the defense. Well, I don't know it. I'm assuming that he doesn't want the defense to file for a mistrial or something by them saying you rushed it or you were impatient or you didn't let us do this or whatever it is, right? But yeah, imagine Judge Vanner in this trial. Damn. Jean said they really were all excellent. It's hard to choose, right? Okay, so that was from day 2. Day 3, Elizabeth Stevens, Officer Cortez. I mean, he was so brilliant too. Detective Benavides, Angelica Comacho. I wonder if it's also Angelica, if it's said the same way. Angelica Comacho. Lieutenant Ramirez. Remember, I liked Lieutenant Ramirez. He was classic. Like, what a boss. We also had Officer Lizette Castillo, Officer Greg De La Cruz, and we also saw a dash cam video of Burgos. Dana says, I think his tardiness turned me off. Very unprofessional, especially knowing there were cameras in the courtroom. Aaron says he bent over backwards for the defense. Yeah. Leanne says, I couldn't believe that he smiled and waved at the neighbor. Thank you. Taya, the jury are staying till 9 p.m. according to Law and Crime YouTube channel. Well, they do know. They would know because Court TV has got cameras in the courtroom and they're chomies. In South Africa, chomies means friends. I should let Karin teach you guys that on my other channel. Law and Crime and Court Network are chomies, so they would know. They would have that information directly from there. So the jury's staying till 9. Okay, that's another 90 minutes. So I'm going to do another poll in a moment. I just quickly want to finish this. Day 4 then was the Daubert hearing. Then we heard from a special agent Masters. I mean, we forgot about Adriana Escamilla. What a brilliant witness. I think she'd be in my top 3. And remember Nicole Morales, forensic scientist, Detective Reyes, the interrogation video, and Dr. Ray Fernandez. And that was my presentation up to that point, yes. We are now day 7, afternoon session on Verdict Watch. It's been an hour. Ooh, see, they're stopping this. Not? Oh, they're not stopping it. Look at the meta. Then you're like, oh man, are they ending the stream or what? I got it right there. I'm like, they're stopping the stream. Are you stopping the stream, sir? No. Who? You say there he is. Who? Yeah, it's 7:27 in Texas. So, I'm going to make another poll. We are watching what's going on here, okay? Let's have a look. Hey. Court. No. I wonder what happened if I do that, actually. Wait. Can it be there? Can it be there? Can it be next to? How about there? Oh, that did not work out. No. Hold on. We're back. Okay. So, let's see. I want to see your poll now. What did it say? How long do you think the jury will deliberate? Under 1 hour, 11%. You were wrong. 1 to 2 hours, 45%. It's been an hour and a half or so. So, 2 to 4 hours, 27%, and 17% say tomorrow or next week. Sheila says, are they going till 9 p.m.? If so, they should be done tonight. Thank you, Tia. You say, I'd rather watch you than all those other YouTube channels I watch. Thank you so much. Right, Jean says, you can't pick 3. It's impossible. Shame. Tiff says, all but Shank. That was the defenses. It's amazing they didn't bring... Well, it's not amazing, but they didn't bring Shank back. Shame. They realized then in that double hearing they lost that battle, right? Francisco Ramirez says, I'm just enjoying the chat. We all know he's guilty. Okay. Thank you for joining the chat here with us. Anonymous says, Reyes is personification of the phrase, don't mess with Texas. I know. I would love to interview Detective Reyes. Yes. And the judge. Everyone, if I could. Vintage Mom says, how could anyone kill a baby? Okay. The music is nice and soft, right? It's not too loud? Okay. What I want to do is one more poll. So much fun with all the polls, right? You can even start a Q&A. Wait, what's happening to my stream? Did I freeze? What happened? YouTube, don't be naughty. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's make a poll. What was that called? Burgos. Okay. What else? What do you want to see while we wait? I'm trying to put options on the poll here. Or I'm gonna say Garcia. There we go. That one. Or let's see what you guys are saying. If you've got any ideas for me. Interesting. Melanie. See, while I'm making this, I'm missing messages. Laura, thank you for your $3 super sticker. Really appreciate it. Okay. I'm going to say something else as well, and you can tell me in the chat what that something else might be. All right, so let's get the chat going again. Cool. Sorry. Now let me try and find that. The sticker. Where was it, Laura? There we go. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. I'm asking you in the poll, what do you want to see while we wait? Lilia says, how did he last this long in prison? Well, in jail, right? He's been in jail. In the Webb County Jail. Frida B is a new member from Michigan. Thank you so much. Welcome. And hello to Michigan. Which video? You said let's watch that amazing what video? AI video. I don't think that was AI. But you mean the compilation? Mailer's mom says, gee, what is the next trial? I like to keep you on your toes. We'll see. Subscribe, hit the bell, you'll see me. It always also depends on if the court, how the courts are doing it. Are there going to be cameras in the courtroom? Is it Zoom? Is it WebEx? What's happening? Can we stream it? Can we watch it? All of that. There's so many things, right? How long will it be? What are the times? Because I'm obviously in a very odd time zone compared to many of you. That's one challenge of my job. Sometimes it's an advantage. Sometimes a total challenge, right? Oh, really? Tracy says, chat wants to see your shorts, gee. My YouTube shorts, right? Roro would be like, yeah, show us your shorts. No, man, what? And Roro says, did my chat show Fury Treats and Doc Fund? Oh, man, I didn't see that. Wait, I'm gonna go find it behind the scenes. How about that? Sorry, Roro, I didn't see that. It didn't show. I can't even see it behind the scenes. Interesting. I don't know if it arrived. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, let's see. Burgos dashcam footage. Oh man, this vote is so split. Dashcam footage, Burgos interrogation. I mean, the reason I know that many of you won't vote for that is because the sound was so crap. I would really hope to be able to get a copy of it. Especially once the trial's done, whenever that is. Dennis says, whip out your shorts, you. Garcia compilation video, 35%. That one's winning so far. And 13% said something else. Good choices, actually. Elgene Howell, I watched 3 channels. Main, Grizzly True Crime, Law and Crime, Crime Circus. That's it. Thank you. What does this mean? They're doing what? What are they doing? Yeah, we could listen to the defense. Oh man, no. How will we stay awake? How will we stay awake? Yeah, wait. Where are we going in this chat? That whole Dr. Stern ordeal was a complete fail for the defense. That's what we call grasping at straws. Okay, your troll... Oh, my troll shorts. You want to see that? You want to see Dieter and my troll shorts. Tracy, is that what they mean? My other channel. Oh, boy. All right. Texas time. Let's just quickly see Texas time right now is 19:35. Dr. Stern. Oh. I think it's gonna give everyone a fright, man. Like, this is so different. My other channel. It's called G&T. So if you've never seen my other channel, those are the shorts I think some of you are talking about. This is it. I would recommend going there to watch it. It's very different from what I do here. Troll shorts. Oh, the troll shorts. Okay, okay. Troll time. So how long has this been now? An hour 27. All right. I'm going to have to just get this ready then. Hold on. Troll shorts. Okay. So what I'm going to do is this. I want to be able to keep my eye on this courtroom. This is what you're talking about? Okay. I'm just going to take the clock for a second here. I'm going to show you this one.
And talking about Brian Koberger. Can we please?
Sorry, I'm going to refresh this one quickly. Wait. It's been a while since we reenacted some troll comments, so let's do that.
Too much reading of documents. I'm not interested if that's all you're going to do is read documents to us. And here you are again, talking about Brian Koberger. Can we please just wait for the trial? This presentation has so many bullet points that it's a little bit scattered. Why is it that you won't cover the case that I want you to cover? I've watched it everywhere else. Now it's your turn. Get to work. So where were you yesterday, huh? I was waiting for my Grizzly fix. Firstly, free speech in America. How about you get over yourself in the Netherlands? If we want to call it child porn, we can. Why don't you go find an island, you and your followers, and you can call it CSAM all you like. Here in the real world, okay, not the Netherlands, we stick to real identifiable language. Your voice is annoying AF. Thumbs down. It's been a while since we...
I'm only going to show you probably one more or so. This feels weird on this channel to show you these, but I'm just showing it to you. Many of you voted for this now in the chat, apparently, right? So here's a whole parody channel for you. Parody, troll reenactments, reviews, and more. So here's Snotkop. Karin will teach you what that means, okay? We also really like the You're Stupid, really, really stupid song over here. You can see Fury over here as well. Okay? And, sorry, I'm laughing at this one. Look at, okay. Trial Babalas. Okay, that's from Karin. These are characters, right? Check this one out.
This is realistic footage of what trial Babalas means to all of us Grizzlies. You see this bear here? This bear is in desperate need of coffee. Look there. He's like, where's the coffee? I've survived a whole 5 weeks of the Letitia Stark trial. See sniffing there for coffee. Shake it off, boy. Shake it off. This is realistic footage of what trial Babalas means.
So trial Babalas means, Babalas is like a word for hangover. So it's trial hangover. Oh man, because we get so tired. I'm going to show you from these trials, right? I just want to find another good troll one so you could see the troll reenactments. Yeah.
Time to reenact some troll
This
comments.
is Lizelle.
Why on earth would any family of a missing person contact you? You are nothing but a mouthpiece for a killer. Oh, I see that you and your power mods are at it again, deleting offensive comments that family and friends might see. I mean, hello, haven't you heard of freedom of slander and abuse? You know what? I'm unsubscribing, taking a screenshot of that, and also putting it on Twitter. And I'm going to tag you. Being played like a fiddle, are we? Who is your source, and why won't you reveal that? What, you think you're Sherlock Holmes now or something? Why you don't go down the rabbit holes with us? Come on, conspire, we want to see. Okay, you guys.
I'll show one more. Okay. Oh, the huge fan one. We've got Fury here. So many that I do for you. Okay, there's all kinds of characters here you might want to meet if you've never known about these. I can't believe you guys are voting for this. The Zelen trolls. Let's find a better troll one. I used to do so many troll ones. Oh man, how not to chat in a live stream. Okay.
Okay, so sometimes like reenacting the way that people behave in a live stream might make it more evident why it's not acceptable. So check this out. Hey everyone, I was just watching this other live stream and I'm here, but I'm gonna go to another one soon and I'm gonna put my dog and it's like, hey. This woman's voice always puts me to sleep. I know we're talking about murder victims here, but I'm about to tell you all about my abuse. The whole live stream long. If you'd like to head on over to my channel and subscribe, I've just uploaded something and I'm going live in the next 15 minutes. I'm gonna buy a super sticker so that she can read out something completely unrelated to this case right now. I mean, is it just me or is this killer kinda hot?
Never.
It's not very woke of you to be censoring things. We can call them what they are, which is adult words. As a paying member, I should be able to say whatever I want without getting timed out.
That's right.
Okay, so sometimes like reenact.
Okay, so if you guys do enjoy that, now you know where to find that. So thanks for voting for that. Now let's see what you actually voted for. Let me see quickly. I'm still watching what's happening in the court. Apparently, yes, they'll be there till 9 if you did miss that. So just hold on 1 second. I'm going to take that off. Bring the court back. Courtroom's coming back on just in case. Make it bigger. Okay. And I want to put it there. Because do we feel like they could come back or what? Okay, and I want to put the pictures back on if I can. Yes, like that. Verdict watch. We're waiting. And where'd my clock go? Oh, the clock is all the way over there. Here we go. It's been an hour and a half. So, you said, let me just quickly check Texas time. It's 1943, so they're still going to be there for another hour and 15 minutes. Anita says, I couldn't watch Eduardo's statement. Oh. Thank you, Heather. Tiff says, the bear makes me laugh. That's all of us after the trial, right? Trial Babalas. Charlotte, welcome to membership. Snarky time. Yeah, Carla. Hey, G, just got you. Can you catch me up? Lol, kidding. Oh, my word. Annie says, I found someone who was in the Navy with Burgos. I told him to come over here. Lol. Yes. And email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Tell me what you know, please. Okay. So, what do you want to see while we wait? 28% Burgos dashcam footage, 24% Burgos interrogation, 33% Garcia compilation video, and 15% said something else. Okay, so it's still actually a little bit undecided. Let me find something quickly here. I also have a document or two, so maybe we could look at this quickly. And one of the doctors in chat, Dr. McDreamy, also emailed me some information, so let me tell you that quickly. Jean says, maybe back at 8:58. Imagine. Yeah, Garcia 1. Okay, so I just want to see the prescriptions. I think that Dr. McDreamy was able to look up prescriptions that they showed that Burgos had. And so, interesting. I just want to see here. Testosterone. It does look like his birth date. Oh, I think she could look up patient information. So, Arimidex, 1 milligram tablet once per day. This one from 2016. I think that prescription they showed was from 2016. Depot testosterone 200 mils, 150 milligram injection per week. Phentermine 375 milligram tablet. All prescriptions were for 30 days, no refills. Oh, that was in 2016. And then June 6th, 2017, again testosterone. 5 months later, November 2nd, 2017. So, what they showed there, I mean, the latest one was a prescription for Burgos that the defense showed today of testosterone to prove that he had the needles, you know. Not that that proves anything, because it just proved, as the prosecution said, that he had access to the needles. And so, that was only for 30 days, that prescription, no refill, and that was November 2nd, 2017. Damn, okay. Don't ask me, says, I vote more G-time. Lol, just wing it. The interaction with your followers is nice. Oh, thank you. It's generally, yeah, when we have members-only streams, it's kind of how it rolls, right? That Dana says, I guess they didn't have any prescriptions. Must have been illegal purchase. Okay. Connie says, I'm surprised they haven't come back already. This is hands down guilty. This is hard to believe. I mean, is there one in the crowd that doesn't think it? Were they swayed by Eduardo? Isos Homestead, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Blueberry says, is that like little blue pills? I wonder, actually. I don't know. No, it says 1 to 50 milligram injection per week. Is that for gym, or what is it for? Why? Phentermine, which I think you guys said in the chat is for weight loss. Depot testosterone. We could look that up. Oh, let's see what that is. What is it and why is it all grayed out? Depot testosterone, adverse reactions. I'm trying to see what it is. Drug interactions. Why? Can you show it? It's all like grayed out. I think I'm not allowed to see it or something. I'm not sure why. Can't really read that. Sorry about that. And then I also see a power of attorney that Mary had sent me. Thank you, Mary, for documents. You know we love documents. So let me download this document quickly. Power of attorney. Affidavit that power of attorney is in full force and effect. State of Texas, County of Webb. I, Amy Rosado Burgos, being duly sworn, depose and say that Amy Rosado Burgos, at that address where they were, 11307 Pedrosa, as principal, did in writing, dated April 12, 2018, appoint me his true and lawful attorney in fact. Okay, is that because obviously he got arrested? And then she had the rights to the estate, to the property, to everything, or what? Is that what it means? Darlene says testosterone can cause rage. Yeah, like roid rage, right? Oh, Kaisera says, I think Fanny's banned now. Michelle says those prescriptions for the meds were 1989 are totally out of date. Shame on the defense for flashing those to all before having them admitted. But that wasn't for his birth date was 1989, I think. The prescriptions were 2016 and 2017. Marina says almost 8 p.m. in Laredo, Texas. No, the jury's staying till 9 p.m. according to Law and Crime Network. That's why we're still here. Otherwise, I would not be here at 3 in the morning. Johnny says, can you verify if Eduardo was really sleeping? You want me to verify that? Oh, man. Let me quickly get this document out. Where is it? Here. So here is a power of attorney document. We love documents. I, Amy Rosario Burgos, being duly sworn, depose and say, having that address, as principal did in writing dated April 12th, 2018, and he was arrested April 9th. That was the day of the crime, and he was swept up within 1 hour, right? Appoint me his true and lawful attorney in fact, and that attached hereto is a true copy of said power of attorney. That I have no actual knowledge of actual notice of the revocation or termination of the aforesaid power of attorney, by death or otherwise, or knowledge of any facts indicating the power of attorney has been revoked or terminated. Okay? Signed, dated April 12th, 2018. Yes, Dr. McDreamy, you say, whoa, I got called out and you're still live. Go G. I was just looking at the links you sent me. I don't know why, but that, the one of the links I couldn't really see. It was all grayed out, and I'm not sure why. When I clicked on it, it was the one for depot testosterone. Okay, so Norma Alvarez, welcome to Grizzly Super Supporter. Oh my word. Thank you so much, Norma. And Lulu Flowers says an 18 gauge needle is used to draw up testosterone because it's a thick solution. It's usually given within 21 to 25 gauge needle. Oh, okay. Jeepsler says testosterone is not roids. Testosterone, not roids. Different things. Cindy Yates, welcome to Grizzly $5 supporter. Okay. So, power of attorney signed. Now, to withhold the power, you must cross out each power withheld. Okay, what is it? What is it? Oh, he signed this too. I, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, having address at that and having the social security number, hereby make, constitute, and appoint my wife, Amy, having address at, okay, as my agent and my attorney, in fact, to act for me in any lawful way with respect to all of the following, except for a power that I've crossed out below. Oh, for everything. Okay. Real property transactions, tangible, he lost everything on that day, right? Rainbow Mom, of course he is. He's sleeping. He's got to get up in 4 hours to go work. Mr. Grizzly's fast asleep. Anita, thank you so much. You're like, lol, thank you for your sticker. I really appreciate it. Okay. If you want to go and watch the prosecutor's closing statements again, just go back in the stream, go watch it, but just check in, go forward here and there just to make sure that they're not back, you know? I'll also put it in the chat when they are back, if they are back today. So all of these things he just signed right over. He had to: real property transactions, tangible personal property transactions, stock and bond transactions, commodity, banking, business, insurance, estate trust, claims, litigation, all of that. Mary, thank you for the document. Let's see, you sent me something else as well, I think. What is it? Special power of attorney. Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm just checking everything that's here. Okay, special power of attorney. And what else? Affidavit accompanying the use of a power of attorney. Hey, at least there's some documents out there. Okay. I'm going to bring this over here again. The Ronaldo says, if I remember correctly, the jury in Juan Ortiz's trial came out of deliberations late, so we may be here a while. Well, in that case, I may set another stream, right? I thought they're going to be back within 2 hours or so. So most of you you voted for the Garcia compilation video. Yes. Barbara, I'm saying this with so much love. You say I sent you pictures of Grizelda and Dominic. Yes. about 100 people sent me the same picture. We've shown the picture. That one with all the, it's like a collage, right? I've shown the picture, yes. It's like Snapchat filters and things, right? So I like these because even though we can only see not the whole of Grizelda's face, it's such a beautiful, high quality picture, that one. And I'd love this little Ninja Turtle one, right? Yeah, exactly. Dagny says the jury's not voting on death penalty now. This is only guilty or not guilty. Question of life or death penalty is separate after the guilty vote. Exactly. That's in the penalty phase of the trial. We went over that earlier. So if you guys missed that, make sure you check it out. Okay. Let me just see something. Interesting. We're being so damn patient here. That's how it goes. Takes lots of patience. Bittersweet says completely and totally guilty, and I feel like the defense talked down to the jury. Yeah, the feeling wasn't great, right? I give it 35 minutes. If I find the clip of Eduardo taking a nap, I think it was from the morning session, actually. I think it was from this morning. Let's have a look. Verdict watch, yes. Day 7 morning. Let's quickly go here. I don't know if I'm going to find it, but what? Wow, they really did rest this morning. It feels like it's been days we've been busy with this. The prosecution rested their case today, and then the defense as well. What a day, huh, that we've had. Cheetah says, wasn't this power of attorney done so you could pay bills and manage things for the household, mortgage, kids while he's in jail on murder charges? Or commissary, by the way, let me know. Okay, I'm not sure about that, hey. There you go. Someone says, testosterone is a hormone, not a steroid. My husband takes testosterone because he had very low testosterone levels and was causing him extreme fatigue and basically making him feel like crap. Okay, and did it make you feel better? And do you think that's why Burgos was taking it? Dana says, it sounds like the defense was giving a math lesson, just throwing out numbers. Okay, wait, I'm trying to find something here. Thank you so much, prayer partner Eve. Thank you for staying up. It is my pleasure. Cray says, wasn't this going to take weeks? Well, the thing is that the trial, they said 3 to 4 weeks. This would be week 2 now, even though they took that long weekend. So Monday and Tuesday was off. So a week and a half, really. Okay, so that would be for the verdict then. We're waiting for when they come back. And it's been almost 2 hours now. And then we enter the penalty phase of the trial, especially because this is a death penalty trial in the state of Texas. And that is going to be a whole another process, which I think is going to be streamed. I still haven't seen anyone answer that question. Do you know if it always is or not? Heidi says, gee, how do I get your PayPal details? Everything is on my website on grizzlytruecrime.com, or the mods sometimes share that in chat as well. Thank you so much. The Karen haircut. Thank you, Nicole. Okay, I'm still, while we're busy here, I'm still quickly looking for something here. I'm trying to find that moment. Oh, it's not there. It's before there. Yeah, okay. I think it was this. I'm not sure, but I think it could have been this. Now you got double G.
On your end.
Look, 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 look. Isn't Eduardo sleeping? I'm going to move this here. Okay.
Mr. Donny,
look.
You're saying,
right.
I don't think
he's
he needs
definitely
any
sleeping.
I think the jury should be left the way it is.
He totally napped over there. 129.27. So at 129, let's watch. Wait, let's go back even a little bit. 128.50. Oh, even more. Okay. I don't know how long the nap was. Yeah.
American Board of Pathology, as opposed to, are you just certified?
Johnny, for you.
In context, immediately following her response,
look.
That she passed her forensic boards of the
Snap time.
pathology and was asked when she was certified, and she gave the date
He was totally sleeping.
that she passed the examination. I believe that, that was her opportunity to clarify as she.
I'm looking if he's looking. Burgos is just watching you. No one's really noticing at this point.
You have to ask the questions. I get it. Okay, so that's what I'm because you're saying that I should instruct them that she is not, and then you're saying I should also instruct them, what?
That her
Yeah, what now?
representation otherwise are
There,
failure
he's awake
to
again.
clarify, goes to her
Sleeping, going back to
credibility
sleep,
and
going back to
makes
sleep. Thank you, Leslie.
Okay, and so on your end, Mr. Hernandez, you're saying I don't think
Sleeping
you need any
again.
instruction. I think the jury should be left the way it is, and we'll take it
I
from
like
there.
that one. He's totally sleeping. And I didn't catch this whole 2 minutes or whatever it was, but he's totally sleeping. We can literally, yeah, like this. So you got to focus here.
I strongly should agree that you all should,
Nap time.
because the other than that stipulation, it would have to be her be brought back, and then you would have to ask her those questions.
We're going to see more now.
Well, Your Honor, yesterday, when we were discussing this.
Yep, totally passed out. Jazzy Whippet says, hang in there, G, more coffee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jazzy Whippet, I'll put your sticker on the screen when I can. It's not complying with me right now. Go, click it. Okay, more nap time.
In the conference room, Mr. Alanis had potentially indicated, stipulated to the.
Yeah, he's totally out.
Letter to the jury, we would also accept that as a remedy.
Shame.
The district attorney would agree.
I'm so tired.
Well, my official position is this.
You're going to get this in, and you.
Yeah, so you can definitely see he was totally sleeping. There we go. Jazzy Whippet, hang in there, G, more coffee. Now, at this point, it might have to be more coffee, yes. I'll activate pilot mode, where I used to stay awake all night as well, flying around the world. Pilot mode is going to be activated any minute now. Okay, so this. Still there, Sleepy Joe. Okay, how long has it been? 2 hours now, because I started the clock a little later. Remember? Putting it on the star here. Okay, I'm gonna just do a quick little walk. What's the time? I'm just quickly gonna get up, stretch my legs quickly. Texas time right now is 8 o'clock, so it's about an hour to go. Casey Cat said the guy across the table is watching him sleep. I will be right back, okay? I'm gonna fill up my glass here. Need some more water. Let me drink this quick. Okay. I also thought 2 hours max. We're all wrong. And I know you voted for what you want to see, but damn, that vote was all split everywhere. I don't know. Maybe we just talk to each other. So many things we could look at. But I mean, the replays are all there. If you want to watch it, it's time-stamped. It's all there. I would really like to see a nice copy of the interrogation footage. That would be great, right? Get some coffee down, you son. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to leave you with a little bit of music.
with you all because it won't take much decision on y'all's part in any event. So I know that Mr. Anís is not here, but there are other assistant DAs here that can listen to this. And the defendant's out in the courtroom with his present. The defense team is here. We got a note early on. It's July 6th. It's signed by, I'm assuming, the
defendant.
if they followed our instructions, the
Sorry.
presiding juror,
Okay.
4-person, last name Gomez. We would like to return tomorrow and start fresh.
Okay.
Would that be possible? Please advise. So, obviously, they just started deliberating, so my inclination is just to tell them to continue deliberating in my standard sort of form.
Okay.
I don't really want to say, give them any, what the law is type of thing yet. I don't think I need to. I'm also just wondering, on, I think it's 3532. In anticipation of further similar request. Is it 22 or 32?
So they need some more time.
Maybe not. $36?
I was getting my verdict jacket ready.
All right, in any event, the rule, as you know it, is, as I know it, is that upon either the court's motion or any other person's motion on a felony case, once the charge has been read and they've started deliberating, then they cannot be separated. In a death case, I would think that needs even more so. So, in any event.
I think, just for the court's knowledge, there was an order a while back in 2019.
I think we already addressed it. There's a motion already filed, so there is no separation. Either party could have filed a motion, and it shall not be separated upon motion being filed. And I think I've already signed an order to that effect, I think. In any event, that's not where we are now. I'm not, unless you want me to advise them of that, but.
No, sir. We have no objection to them going home, separating, and returning tomorrow. Judge, I believe the court said it's very early. It doesn't seem like the deliberations have really started even. So.
Well, but the problem is that there's already look for it.
Yes, it was from April 2019. April? I believe so.
2019?
Yes, Your Honor, and it was, if I'm not mistaken.
But it was filed by the defense, was it not?
Yes, and I do believe it was agreed, and it was signed by this court, and it was to sequester the jury during deliberation.
So look for it. I'll look for it over here.
Judge, we would.
I think he wants to have them continue working.
Oh, this is interesting.
I found it.
Oh, you did? Print it out for us. I mean, it was order on defendant's motion to sequester the jury. So it was signed back on the 23rd day of April 2019.
Okay, so they do have that order in place.
It says agreed but qualified. Not sure why I did that. It is therefore that in the event and as soon as the jury is sworn, they shall be sequestered and placed under the supervision of the court bailiff at such time. I'm not sure why it said that.
Judge, it was on the defense motion. I have conferred with Mr. Pena, and we would
Yeah, the motion.
withdraw that motion and waive any rights under error for regarding the sequestration. I mean, I think that order means that they perhaps, if I understood your order, Your Honor, correctly when you read it, it was once they were sworn, which means that we've
Right.
already gone.
I think, Your Honor, the qualification there was that it would only be for deliberation. And, I mean,
Yeah, I would have to go back to the record of that day, but I'm looking at the motion.
I think if there's a motion, then they should stay there.
That's the order.
They sequester.
I'm not sure it's one of these things that you can actually
Yeah, then you
waive,
can't
quite
leave.
frankly.
Yeah, they gotta stay.
In other words, I think it's
What do you guys think should happen here? Yes, I'm in a
Look at the
different jacket
motion.
now.
It may have been exactly the way it was interpreted by Mr. Elizondo. I have the order.
Nothing is smooth sailing here.
It was 3523. Why couldn't I find it? Oh, I said 32, 3530, 3523. Okay, we'll do that. Chalk it up to that. Thank you. Yeah, okay.
and they'll find it later on within the somebody here will have something.
That's what I'm thinking. Kay Baker says, I agree. If sequestered, they should stay. The defense is trying to pull a fast one. I mean, I don't know. I don't trust the defense, of course. They're just like, don't worry. We'll just waive that motion. I don't believe that. Are you sure? You're just going to waive it? You're just going to waive that motion? But then if they go home, then the defense will say, oh, that's it. Mistrial because they were sequestered. And actually, according to the law, they're not allowed to go home. Or what? You know, we always got to think of worst case scenario. Fury's with us again. I was getting all ready for this verdict. Yeah, Burgos, you look tired, bro. You've tired us all out. Yeah, I'm worried about the defense's nonchalant way of being like, don't worry. You could just... We'll just retract that motion. Yeah, right. Come on, Judge. You got the boundary setting skills. You could do it. Just tell them, sorry, you're sequestered. You're staying until you have come to a unanimous verdict. Does it have to be unanimous or majority in Texas?
It's a 3523 motion.
Which means?
Without a doubt, it hits the nail right on the head with regard to that. But it applies upon somebody making a motion before the request to separate is made. So, I mean, we're on all fours on this one. The question then becomes, does the fact that you agree to withdraw that actually play any role in that? I mean, waive your right to object later to the fact that it was separated, despite the language of your motion is you know. Wait. Whatever it is.
Grown, Judge.
Huh?
I said we've grown on these 4 years.
Okay, since 2019.
Yes, sir.
So, in any event, I think we can, I mean, I think they had just finished eating when they sent this out, probably.
Okay.
Anyways, what's your thought?
My thoughts, Your Honor, is that I mentioned to Mr. Boggs that if we work late tomorrow, the court can perhaps begin, if it goes to punishment, that if we can start at 1 p.m. If their concern is working late, if the jury's concern is working late, and that we can, and if they reach the verdict of guilty, that we...
Tomorrow, you mean?
No, that they stay tonight with reviewing the evidence to...
Oh,
so that we
just
can...
keep them here for a while longer, and if they reach a verdict, then we won't have, and if it is a guilty verdict, then we would not ask them to come back until 1 o'clock tomorrow.
1 o'clock, because we have some of our witnesses here from out of town.
Right.
Also, our concern is the amount of coverage all over social media. The possibility is very high of something going wrong if they're released, and contamination.
That's true.
Or communication.
That's true.
Or viewing, even if the court advises them.
Yeah.
This case is everywhere, and we risk, the risk is too great at this stage. That's the state's opinion right now.
All right. I am, for now, I am going to, I mean, I've taken your position into account for now.
Okay.
But for now, I think I'm going to have them continue deliberating. You know, they had about 2.5 hours off during the day. We left at, I think they left that shortly after 10 and didn't come back until 1. So they haven't been here all day. I mean, the sacrifices they've made, I take my hats off to them. I'm not minimizing that. I'm just saying I like the record to, in fact, reflect that they haven't been here all day. So, you know, the counter argument to that is, of course, you know, they've told you they're going to start tomorrow and it's fresh and whatnot, and you pushing them is going to give us a verdict that perhaps they wouldn't have come up with. But it is a defense motion. So in any event, and therefore an order was signed to that effect as a result of the defense motion. So I think I'm...
And Your Honor, I mean, of course, different set of circumstances, but I will say that, you know, just 3 weeks ago, we were at the 341st till 2 a.m. Waiting for a verdict. We worked late on another case.
Yeah, and every case is different.
Every case is different, but
every jury's different. And you know, this jury, we've asked a lot from them, and we're going to continue. There's a chance that they're going to continue to ask a lot more from them as well. So and for the record, the alternates are not in the jury deliberation room. They are in a separate room. I have 4 alternates there, and at some point, you know, you think about whether you should release 1 or 2, but then I think, oh, I'm not going to do that now. It's too early in the process, and so I'm not doing that either. But in any event, I think I'm going to, for now, and I'll let you know what the charge is going to be. So don't, the supplemental instruction is going to be, so don't put him back yet, because I need him here. So if you won't leave, or leave a representative of yours here, so that I can get you all to say I'm okay or not okay with the instruction I'm sending in, whatever it is. But it's going to be a standard instruction with regard to them continuing to deliberate under the instructions that I've given them already?
Yes.
All right. So, thank you.
Okay, so they're gonna continue. Now, I wonder now how long they're gonna be now. I was especially getting ready, in case you guys are wondering, why? What happened? Look, I've got this beautiful purple, I think it's amethyst, necklace. I was getting all ready for the verdict, to come in, be like, okay, we blazer it up, but for the verdict anyway. But now, we're ready now. That's the point. We are ready for when that happens. It's now 3:30 in the morning my time, so again, wish me luck. I'm fine though. I feel fine. I'm good. Ruzer says make them stay and put them in a hotel. Can they be in a hotel though? I don't know if that helps. Not sure about that. Freaking chat. Sometimes I just can't put your comments on. Limit 57 says it is what Dev hoping for that someone discussed. Do you mean the defense? It is what the defense was hoping for that someone discussed? Is that what you're saying? Ruzer said make them stay, put them in hotels. So I just want to put thank you for your sticker. Tony Elio says sequester them after 10 p.m. so they could sleep and think clearly tomorrow. This is live and they are still deliberating. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, we're still waiting. Thank you, Kristen St. John. I love you, G. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay. So, I like to calculate risk, and I'm like, there's a few risks here. With the defense saying, don't worry, we withdraw that motion. It's okay. They don't have to be sequestered. It's good. I don't trust that. I think if the judge is like, they make a decision, okay, it's fine, they can go home. I think the defense will come back and say, they went home. And this case has been covered widely on social media, as they just said, with the prosecution. And therefore, the jury was tainted. Therefore, mistrial. That's that. But now, if they continue on, which again is the defense that filed a motion in 2019 to have the jury sequester, is what I'm understanding. Then, if they continue on now and they're tired, I don't know. I would apply tough love and say, well, you're tired, but you're sequestered, man. What do you think we are here in the Netherlands, huh? It's only 8:30 there. Come on, people. 8:30. That's early. Get back to the deliberation room. If I was a judge there, I'll be like, you're sequestered, so you go back in there and we'll see you when you're done, okay? Mac Sauce, thank you for being a member for 2 months. You see, Imelda says it's a trap from the defense, and maybe it was a trap from 2019 already. Cherry says the judge's chair looks comfy enough for a nap. Yeah. Amy says they had a short week. Exactly. Clara Bear Lewis says, FGS, I work 14-hour shifts. Sometimes I feel like I do too. Here with you guys. But yes, exactly. C Minor Up says, but they've been going home every day. Yeah, but they've been going home every day, but now they're deliberating. That's a whole different scenario. That's a whole different thing. This has got to be risk-free. Just a Kidder says defense asked for sequestration, but that was before they flopped the trial. Jones says these are adults. They drink coffee and hammer it out. So when they say, can we please go home and start fresh? No, you can't. You get back in there and deliberate. Lenny says, don't trust the defense. Sequester in a hotel overnight. Right, Lenny? No, you can't go home for nap time. Okay. So now we're back to waiting. Where's my clock now? Damn it, man. I stopped the clock. Ah, man. Oh, man. Come on. stopping the clock doesn't help because now I can't start it again. That was so stupid. I thought they were back. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to play some music again a little bit. I just want to prepare something here on the side in case. I want to prepare another stream if I have to. You're like, what's our plan? What's our plan? We're staying here for a bit. But I might set up another Verdict Watch stream. Perhaps. And maybe we wait over there. We shall see. Not that there's much difference for you guys. For me, there's a difference, of course, because I'm sitting here on camera. And if I'm not, if we're also just waiting, well, I don't know how I would even have any nap time, even though it's 3:30 in the morning, because I'd be waiting for this, right? Carly says he's not going to give them away to win an appeal. That's the thing. That's the thing. Kelly says they're not going to stop at 9. I know that as well, right? Victoria says, in my opinion, the judge made the right decision to have the jury continue, and I agree, Grizzly True Crime, they should be sequestered. This is a death penalty case. I agree. So, get back in there, people. Okay. I'm gonna... Do you want a different song, by the way? You guys will be like, wait, what? Yeah, preach it, G. Well, you could just watch me while I do this, actually, if you want to. I'm just quickly going to make a thumbnail here. How do you know someone's a YouTuber? I'm going to make a thumbnail. Okay, let's quickly do this. Verdict Watch. I just want to make one just in case. Just in case they stop streaming or anything happens, then at least we have another stream available where we can all meet in case... This is, again, risk management, you see? In case anything goes wrong. So continue to... Yeah, I told you guys, I'm probably pulling an all-nighter. I could feel it. I knew it. I knew it. And she said, don't give this POS a chance at appeal. Jasmine says, thank you for staying up late. Pleasure. Okay, Verdict Watch. Cha-Cha Dodge says, I wish everyone who has never sat as a juror would refrain from judging the jurors. It's a grueling and weighty task. They're required to review all the evidence and lots of paperwork. Imagine. Yes, Timely Manner says, the moment you go nap, the judge will be back. Kimmy says, gee, once the jurors would find out they would be sequestered, they would want to deliberate. They only had to deliberate a few minutes in all the time we're waiting. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. T3 says, how many hours has this stream been on? Has the stream been, G? Your longest on record. My longest is 12 hours. I did a 12-hour live stream within the first few weeks of starting my channel. So that would be my record, I think. Okay, let's do this. What? Can you make a short with Eduardo sleeping when you know your client's guilty or something? Fury. Fury's got the zoomies, you guys. He's running around. You're like, yay! Kat said, did I hear him say the jurors have not started yet? It sounded something like that. It was from the defense, but do we trust that? Do we trust it or not? I mean, it's possible. I think they would have been going over the rules and, you know, the forms and how they're going to fill it in and how it's going to happen and then putting all the evidence out there, all kinds of stuff. I'm pretty sure that would be accurate. That they wouldn't have started yet. What do you think? Or they've hardly started. What do you think? That's what I'm thinking. Man, I feel for the family. Are the families just staying there or what happens now? Verdict Watch. Let's make it like this. Okay. Damn, Copper Horse. Welcome to Grizzly After Dark, the late show. It is 3:34 in the morning in Amsterdam. I don't live in Amsterdam, the city, but I'm pretty close. 1 hour away. In the Netherlands. Maybe I should just say Amsterdam from now on. People will be like, I know where that is. Thank you, Copper Horse. Oh my word, you're so sweet. Mods, if you need to rest, please go rest. Oh, hold down the fort. C Minor Op says, if jury not told they'd be sequestered, how can they be? I think they would have been told, though. How could they not be told, right? How could they be? Yes, someone says remove, just a kiddo, remove any chance of a mistrial, period. And It's Just Me T says, fantastic work, G. We all appreciate. Wondering what hour your sleepover giggles will kick in. Is that what you're wondering? Oh, dear. Yeah, what time? When I get really tired, I do giggle. You're right. You know me. Mac J says, hiya. Thank you so much, Mac J. Okay. Back to some music. And then I'll be here, but I'm just going to be looking over there while I make something. Thank you, Michelle. Esmeralda, I had to do a double take on your message there. I'm like, what? Christina, guessing 9:44 p.m. Thank you, Janet. So, did I get it right that they said if they go late, what did they say about coming back at 1 p.m. tomorrow? They're now sequestered and continuing to deliberate. But what was that about 1 p.m.? I'm trying to calculate the time. I mean, that would be like 9 p.m. my time tomorrow, I think. If I set up a stream, let's just see. There, it would be like, I'm just going to make an unlisted one for now. Michelle Denardo, thank you for your $2 super chat. Thank you. NB says, I wonder who the prosecution is bringing in tomorrow. Yeah, and they did say witnesses. So you see, doesn't that tell us? Oh, wait 1 second. Sorry about that. Doesn't that Sorry, I'll just check my stream here. Doesn't it tell us that they're going to start the penalty phase, you know, this week coming up? What do you think? Janie's child. Oh my, it's 3:30 a.m. Grizzly, you're amazing. Thank you. See, Sunny, she didn't tell me to go to bed yet. Darlene Weaver says they want to go home. Just say guilty and they can go. Exactly. Just say it. You can go. Night, night. Joe Ellie says surely the jury would be instructed if sequestering was possible. I mean, this stream wasn't too long, right? How long was the stream? Stephanie, thank you so much. And if anyone thinks I changed because of that one comment earlier, I did not, okay? I was so ready for the verdict. I still am. I am blazered up, ready for court with my purple necklace that I saved for this moment. Like, let's go. And now we're still waiting. Oh, yeah, penalty phase. There we go. Tomorrow at 1. But they said if they stay later, then tomorrow they got to be back at 1 instead of 9 a.m., right? Ooh, they got long days ahead of them. And there's witnesses that are from outside of town, is what they said. Ooh, which witnesses do they have? Esmeralda Diaz, thank you so much for your $1.99 sticker. I really appreciate it. Kat says, cat in the head, why don't you take at least a 2-hour break and sleep, G? Because I have jet lag experience. Because I was a pilot for 9 years at South African Airways. And you feel wrecked. If I were to go to sleep now, because I already pucked up my REM sleep, deep sleep, right? If you now go sleep for 2 hours, you wake up so pucked, it's better to stay awake. So when I used to travel to, like, fly to New York, I just stayed awake for 3 nights straight. It's like when I get home, and then I will sleep. So yes, there's that. Okay. Oh, nice. Thank you. Priscilla. Oh, man, I got a new picture. Okay, wait. That's cute. Let's see. Let's browse it and download it. Okay, and let's see. A picture of Grizelda. I'm here. We've been here for almost 8 hours. Okay. Sorry. Let's try that again. Yeah, I'm frozen. You guys are like, oh, frozen. And it was not a good frozen look. Now, let's try that again. Poor computer working overtime. Okay, let's see. I'm back, yes. Jennifer Leal, thank you so much. That's so cute. Look at your sticker. That's so cute. Oh, my word. Thank you so much. Casey Cat says, court click still stopped. What happened? Do they have witnesses for sentencing? Well, they're going into the penalty phase of the trial. So we looked at that a little bit earlier as well. Paula said, I think the family statements, I believe that do you want to go through it again, you guys? You want to see that again? The jury. Oh, man, I stopped the timer. I don't know how long they've been out now. I think 2.5 hours. If anyone knew exactly what time they started again, tell me, then I could start it again. Janet says, coffee and catnip. Thank you so much. Jean says, if he's found guilty, only then tomorrow they come in at 1. Okay. Check. Someone saying sound going off and on? Check. Hello. I'm glitchy? Okay. Shame. My computer and everything is just tired. Maybe I'm an AI bot and I'm failing. There's a picture that someone just sent me. Wednesday's Child. Thank you for being a Grizzly $1 supporter for 5 months. 157.57. I think it's been about 2.5 hours. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 2:43 now. 2:43. Where that clock at? Stopwatch. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Yes. Okay. Can it? Wait. I need to catch it just there. Yeah, buddy. All right. There we go. So it's been about 2:47 now. Oh, the victim impact statements tomorrow already? Okay, we got to find that article again. Just hold on. Which would be this one. I've actually got it on the screen yet, but I'm going to open another one. Fury, would you like to be the star of the show again? Hello? Hello? Come here. Now you could say hello to the Grizzlies at 3 in the morning. What am I doing? Hey. Look there. We're waiting for the verdict. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Say guilty, guilty. Remember, guys, it's not me saying it, it's him. Fury, what do you think? Guilty. You think he guilty? He am guilty, right? He am guilty. Fur Baby's mom, thank you so much. If the sound's glitchy, then refresh. Ooh, he's kicking on the table. Look at him now. He's like, I'm gonna bite you, girl. Look at him, snarky. Show off your claws. Look at his claws, you guys. It's like black claws. Look at him. Fury? You look beautiful, Fury. Oh my goodness, you look so beautiful. Look at you. Damn. I'm gonna need to screenshot this moment. They're coming back.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
They're back.
Once again, it's just preliminaries on these issues, but the defendant is in the courtroom.
Yes.
I know the state's here too, Michelle Anise. I see him here in the courtroom.
Check.
The proposal, my inclination is to submit the following jury supplemental instruction. I'm going to call it jury supplemental instruction note 1.
Can't see.
Members of the jury, please continue to deliberate by following the instructions given to you in the court's charge and applying the laws prescribed therein to the facts as you remember in this case. And that's it. And I understand the position that defendants took, that basically they would withdraw their, they have withdrawn their motion verbally. Actually, your motion is withdrawn, but your motion has already been ruled on, so I signed the order, so I would have to, you would have no objection for me setting aside my order. Is that what you're saying, technically?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I understand that's in for the record. Thank you. So I have a copy of that, so I'll give that to you in a minute, on the supplemental instruction. Also, when there is many exhibits, the way they are in this case, we usually send the jurors like an exhibit. Could you all take a look at it, see if you have any objections to the, it's a very,
I don't get why the sun is like that.
it has the numbers and also has a very brief description. And also has a very brief description. And if you all want a copy of it, we could give you all a copy. Did you file mark this, please?
Yes.
Anna, can you get a copy of this so we can send in the copy of the question to them instead of the actual note? In fact, get a couple of copies so that I can give to copy to council. Thank you. Well, keep that. So I was going to send that in.
Shame. Families or witnesses, everyone, you know.
The defendants is at the very end.
People in the gallery still in court there.
The defendants is at the very end. Sorry.
Anita says the jury has a question.
What was blanked out are the ones that were they originally were placed in numbered, but they were not admitted, or there were objections and they were sustained. So we took any references. Cindy's copy has that reference, but the one that I'm sending in does not have that copy. You want to, Mr. Peña, any objection to sending the? Is that no, right? I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. All right, and here's a copy of the supplemental instruction. It's just a simple instruction. And also a copy of the note for y'all. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to give you a copy of that before sending it in.
So what did they decide now?
I was just,
You have one? We don't have the entire contents of that, because there's several, right? And so since we didn't get the contents of it, we just put in the main, I think it says brown bag, or what does it say?
And what is happening?
Is that what it is? Was that what it is, Cindy?
Yes, there was two of them that I just listed, like .1 through, there were like 13 things in there, so.
There definitely is, the numbers are correct, but we just didn't get a description of all the items in there.
I think there were two of them that were like that, I just didn't put the whole description.
No, not that one. I left it on top of the desk.
I make a copy of that?
Yeah, pero tráemelo to make sure that's the one.
If I need to, Judge, I can pull them out and go through those and fill them in.
You're joining now? This is live.
I mean, it'll help. Oh, because it just says brown bag.
Thank you, Pamela. Damn, you upgraded your super supporter? Thank you so much.
46, and then
That's
it says
true, Magnetic
46.1 through 46.12, I think it is. And then there's one that is.
Thank you, Anonymous. To those with glitchy sound, close or restart app.
No, there's another one that has white out in it on the black marks. Oops, what am I doing? Yeah. So it was 46, and then the other ones were 47?
Someone's like, this is ridiculous, Judge.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, then 46 is not that very big. It's just 46 and 46.3. It's 47, the one that's.
oh, okay, that was.
And I don't know what 47 is. It's all of it is in there.
No, it's all right here, Judge.
Oh.
I haven't taken it
Thank you,
in.
Bonnie.
He hasn't taken it.
I'm sorry. So 47 is.
It's the stroller contents, Your Honor. The canopy, the logo.
Is it the stroke?
Sheila said, jury asked to go home. Judge said no. So now the jury wants that paper where they stated that earlier they had to stay in 2019. But they saw the paper.
So I guess we can just name it.
So what are they doing now? This I don't know. Rebecca, do they stay in a special motel room? Can we come here tomorrow?
I'm not going to name all the photos. Sorry, but the jurors must have. Honestly, I think I'm going to just submit it this way.
Thank you, Victoria.
Folks, I'm sorry. I don't. I don't really want to touch the evidence anymore, and it's been inventoried, all the items.
So just
We're reconciled and we're accounted for.
For housekeeping, Judge, will they be asking your bailiff to take them whatever they want to see, or is everything going to go in their room? All this stuff going to go in their room?
I'm inclined to send in, normally I won't tell you what I do. I normally send everything in, even though they don't ask for it. Because it's there and they want to ask for it. But obviously, if I send in the list, it'll avoid that.
They could ask.
They could just ask for whatever is on the list.
Perfect.
However, any objection to that?
No.
Okay, sweet dreams.
Then any objection to the index that we've
Sending an
compiled?
exhibit list, okay?
No,
To
sir.
sending that in?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Siren says, when I was on jury, it took
yes, I
2.5
think
hours
it's
to
this
get
one.
the only exhibit by defense. Damn.
Oh, maybe did I put them together? I think I gave,
Linda, the judge is on right here.
yeah, it's this one. Did you all keep a portion of it, or? I'm missing some. Did I put them together? Oh, this is all, oh, I know why. Take these, and, because I didn't copy all of it.
Matty Garcia says, it seemed to ask a question as they were reviewing evidence or asked for a certain piece of evidence that may have a... That's what it sounds like. Yeah, okay. Wow.
Hold on. Oh, wait. Right there.
Anthony, it's not a count down, it's a count up. That's how
Make
long
make
the
two
jury
copies.
has been
One
deliberating.
for each side. I got the jurors over here. Yeah. So
Thank you,
that's,
boy.
Goes to the juror along with the note, copy of the note.
Copy of the note. Okay.
Do you have that?
I have the original.
Who got the copies?
I think it's on my.
I don't want to get rid of the original. So have Alma give you a copy of the note?
With this and the index.
Yeah. And give it to Saul, and Saul will give it to him. All right. We're done? Oh, and you do have,
Right, Audrey?
what number was that?
526.
Okay. We also have Exhibit 526, which was withdrawn, which was the transcript of the video of the interview.
Yes.
Was withdrawn, and it's now going to be 526 non-jury. But it's also going to stay with us, but it's a 526 non-jury. All right. Thank you.
All right.
No.
Yes, Tracy.
You know what? Yeah.
What are they rising for? What's happening? Why are we looking at the ceiling now? Where's the jury? What's going on? Tell me, you guys. It's 4 a.m. for me. What's happening? You're like, gee, tell us. I don't know. You tell me. Rebecca. Welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Eileen says the HVAC techs are getting OT overtime tonight. They have to keep everyone nice and comfy with the AC. The Ronaldo says they took 2 hours for dinner. Is that true? I don't know, but I actually wouldn't really doubt it. Why do we have to look at the ceiling now? Is that it? Well, can't we look at the seal, not the ceiling? Yeah, the camera guy passed that. So, I don't know how long this is going to take. To me, I think based on what we're seeing, we should already know. Why are we even doing this, you guys? If they say the jury's going to go deliberate, they expect to be back. Like the judge is kind of making like, don't worry. It's cool. I'll be back soon. No. They probably will not be back soon. Dana says, are you feeling punchy yet, G? I don't know what punchy means. What does punchy mean? Punchy? Does it mean punchy? Okay, so let's just see quickly what Texas time is. Texas time right now is 9 o'clock. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. He gave the example, the prosecutor, of 2. So that makes sense to me. If it was still 2, yeah, that'll make sense to me. 9 p.m. in Texas. Oh my gosh. 4 a.m. in the Netherlands. So I'm coming up with a plan. Oh, is that what it means? I did not know that. Okay. Just a kidder says punchy means overly tired. And is it American or British? Punchy means I'm not feeling punchy. I just maybe a little impatient. I'm just like, damn, this has been a long waffly day. Jamie or James Dudley, thank you so much. That's for coffee, huh? Oh, there's the seal. Thank you so much. Atheist Ant says, Atheist Ant, that's a cool name. Atheist Ant, supplemental jury instruction. Yeah. Kia's mama. Look, Judge. Our sister, Grizzly over here needs to sleep. Let's get it together. Get it together, everyone. Brian Eyed Girl says, all rise for the for the judge leaving the room. The jury will flip if they have to stay all night. They'll just pick heads or tails. Oh man, this country goes live. Can't they deliberate while eating? Can't they? Yeah, Angela says, I love how everyone assumed they would be done so fast. Never assume. And it just never is. Although, wasn't the Chandler Alderson one like so super quick? Wait. How long was the one? Which are some of the quickest ones? Chandler Alderson deliberation. I think Gacy's one wasn't that also under like 3 hours? How long was Chandler Alderson deliberation? 2 hours. Okay. Deliberation. John Wayne Gacy, deliberation. I should know that off by heart by now. But I don't remember how long it was. I think it was like an hour and 45 or something from what I remember. Anyway, which ones were really quick? That murder one, huh? How long was that? I like murder. Oh man, I missed a lot of messages. Okay, wait, I'm going up. Oh, Jamie, I saw your sticker. Thank you so much. Yeah, punchy. T-Tree says means slightly irritated. That's what I thought it meant. Yeah, so tired, you silly. Well, yeah, that happens. Delirious. Eliza says, bringing in the jury because we want to see exhibit in the courtroom? Same time in Alabama. Yeah, not the most organized courtroom we've ever seen, but I'm glad they acknowledge that the way they say, this case, it's being covered all over social media, but like from everywhere. It's like this lady in the Netherlands. Melissa, thank you for upgrading your membership. That's what punchy, you see? But I'm not always sure. I have to check. Because to me, busybody means like literally like hyperactive busybody. Like I take things a little bit literally when it comes to sayings like this. Punchy, I'm like, am I ready to punch someone or what? No, we don't do DV. Punchy, ready to fight even though you're tired. Busybody, I know what it means. Everyone's going to tell me now. Yes, it means nosy, right? I'll probably be a busybody when I'm retired one day. I'll be that neighborhood lady taking notes. Pamela, FYI, check out OS versus Durman, Idaho versus Koberger, Florida versus Benefield, and NM versus Alexi Treviso. Thank you. Okay, wait. Thank you so much for your sticker. I really appreciate it. And I was gonna say a snarky response with love though. Like, I don't live under a rock, guys. I'm saying this because of how many emails I get. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen that? Like, do you guys think I live under a rock? Of course, I see all the true crime news. And especially when it's on mainstream media. Yes. Yeah, that's a lot of trials, huh? That Koberger trial. It's going to be huge. And the Benefield one, wasn't it? Her stand, Benefield. Her name is actually Benefield. Stand your ground. Wasn't that today? When was it? It's soon. Stand your ground. There was a stand your ground hearing, right? Pamela, am I right? Lisa says, thank you for all the time and hard work you put throughout the trial. Thank you, Lisa. Oh, man, Fury, what are you doing? I think Fury's being naughty now. I can hear him. La Muerte is out. Okay. T3 says, Grizzly is the best smarty pants. I think this is still going to be a while. I'm talking about 5 hours or what? What do you think? Kelly says, OMG, the Benefield trial is insane. Have you guys seen my coverage of it? Have you or have you not seen my coverage of the case? We did a deep dive on that one. But I think the Stand Your Ground one was, now. Have you lived in NL? What? How long? Oh, sorry. How long have you lived in NL? I'm UK expat now. Can 14? What does CAN 14 mean? Can 14. Okay. I've been here since October 2019. Here being the Netherlands, which is Europe. Amsterdam. But not Amsterdam. Utrecht. Exactly, this one, Eli, Ashley Benefield. When I covered the case, people are like, how can she even put her name in the title and make us believe it's Ashley Banfield? And I'm like, no, this lady's name is Ashley Benefield. It is what it is. That's the defendant's name. T3 says, look how beautiful Grizelda is. I know, look at this picture that I just got sent. She's so pretty. Thank you so much. I don't know if sometimes people don't want me to say their names, but thank you so much to the person who sent me this. I really, really appreciate it. Now, what are these? So, if anyone is, whoever, okay, I'm not going to say your name, but you said, here is the link to the Webb County District Clerk online records for Burgos. Not sure if you can access the documents, but lots of info and filings. Yeah, I've seen that. Can't access the documents there. Yes, unfortunately not. Matty says, I've been to Amsterdam. Cool. Yeah. Evie, $2. Fury Zoomy time. I don't know if I'm going to cover this one. I'm not sure. But right now, I'm not sure. It's literally like, don't be disappointed. I'm just not sure. I would like to cover one I've been covering for a long time, which is Taylor Shea Business, and I think it's happening at the same time. That one. Man, Marion, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Magnetic Jan says, you only say you're punchy to someone who's giggling or laughing and tired. Does sound like me, it does. Marion, did I already say that? Did I say it twice? Welcome. Melissa, a trial in New Zealand had a deliberation of 1 minute? It was not a murder trial though. Damn, 1 minute though. Imagine that. 1 minute, walk out, walk in. Okay, we're done. And Alec Murder, how long was that one? Wasn't it like deliberation? How long was it? I can't remember. Especially not at this hour. Okay. So they've been deliberating, this jury, for about 3 hours. And I truly think they're going to be much longer. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think so. He does turn into a ninja at 4 a.m. 4:08 a.m. Just under 3 hours, says Clara. That's for murder, right? Mm-hmm. So, I am thinking that we should go to another stream and wait for the verdict there. Verdict watch. So, welcome to all the new subscribers. I see lots of people are subscribing. Oh, thank you so much. Damn, there's 6,600 people that are still here right now. Did they really, though? I always want to say your name right. Is it Jerry? Is it Jerry? Jerry. They ate for 2 hours, but did they? So while we were waiting, they were having dinner. Sarah Weston, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Oh my word. We've just hit a new milestone. Now we've got 173,000 Grizzlies here in this community. Thank you so much, everyone. We love a growing community. Lots of Grizzlies from all over the world. Berlina Pflanze says, I'm punchy too. Forgot to tap my message. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the hearts, yes. Yo-Yo says, are you going to cover or stream Benefield? I saw it in Law and Crime. I would like to. when is the trial? I know it was a stand your ground hearing now. I've got it written. I've got a old school little notebook here. It says workplace slay. I got it from one of the Grizzlies when I still had a PO box. And I've written down all these upcoming trials. I was born in 1984, okay? I've got notebooks. I love notebooks. Okay, wait, July. We're now in July. July 27th. Kegan Klein has got his plea hearing. He's pleading guilty. On the 20th. What's the date today? Wait. The 7th. On the 20th is an Adam Fravel hearing. On the 31st, Laurie Vallow will be sentenced. Okay. Java Jill says, P.S. I'm always watching, usually on my husband's profile. He's a member too. Oh, nice. I might lower my YouTube membership to make my Patreon higher. Thank you so much. Patreon, you know it's a great source of support. And I saw in the coffee break I think we had earlier, I don't know, everything feels very long today. Someone was saying, can I show my setup? Well, if you want to see things like that, behind the scenes, if you want to go grocery shopping with me, I take you with sometimes, forest walks, things like that, that's all on Patreon. All tiers get exactly the same. So, yeah, the tiers start at $1 there too. There we go, October 10th, Ashley Benefield trial. There you go. See, I knew I had it written down in my snazzy little notebook. Okay, I have nothing for November or December. Send me trial dates, guys. That I would like on email. Give me a trial calendar. Richard Allen. January. Okay. So, I was busy setting something up here for you. Shannon, welcome to Grizzly $1 supporter. Yes, Emma, I'm at 173K. That's so exciting. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. And I would like to cover Chad Daybell's one as well. Yes, are they going to do the audio thing only again? I'm a visual learner. Visual. We don't want audio only. We want cameras in the courtroom. Although for him, they might actually have cameras in the courtroom. Hilaria says, love the flower video on Patreon. That's cool. So, I'm going to... Where's that stream now? Sorry, I'm trying to set it up. I'm setting it up for like 1 p.m. tomorrow. I don't know if that's actually happening or what. But we'll put it there. And then... What if we get lucky before we end the stream? They come back. That'll be amazing. I'm just looking what you guys are saying. Okay. So I want to show you something here quickly. Just give me a second. Stand by, everyone. Is the anticipation just killing you? Okay. You guys are all like, what about the Boone trial? Boone, 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 Boone. Why? Sometimes there's certain things that interest some of my audience and I'm like, what? What is happening? I don't know. So many trials to choose from. You know what I mean? I'm like, ooh, Taylor Shea Business. I want to see that one. It's going to be hectic. I mean, this trial, no one's covering this trial, really. There's actually no one covering this trial. Is there? Hardly. So, I don't know why. I find it so freaking interesting. Yes, thank you, Jeepsla, for helping Eliza out. I'm not sure what she asked, but yes, on my website. grizzlytruecrime.com is all the info. Okay. So, I want to quickly show you something. Wait. I know I keep saying it, but just hold on. Okay. I'm showing you a Patreon picture of Fury. Because he's like, show us pictures of Fury. Everything's on Patreon. Literally. Look at him. Look at him. KS says, I know of a couple covering Shea Business. Yeah, Boone, it's been a lot of delays, huh? A lot of delays. Anthony Boyd, thank you for your $9.99 super sticker. Okay, wait, let me show you another picture. Look at him. Look at the boss. See, this is my office, by the way. Different view of it. You can see more pictures there. Thank you, Anthony, on Patreon. Okay. So, hold on. 3 hours 6. Let me quickly find a blooper for you. If you're a member, you might, if you are a member, you might have seen some bloopers already. But I'll show you that and I'm going to go. See? Look. I'll show you pictures on Patreon of the Netherlands. Like behind the scenes stuff from Mr. Grizzly's birthday. All kinds. Sorry, the picture's not really sized well right now. That was Mr. Grizzly's birthday, so thank you to everyone. Wow, you guys really spoiled him too, huh? Yes. Okay. You see? So we got that. Wait, I need to find the bloopers. Just hold on. This one. Let's show you a blooper, okay? You want to see a blooper? There it is. Double G time. Okay, wait. Out of respect, I'm definitely going to take these pictures off. Blooper time. Okay, watch this. That was a very scary discovery because there her car was, but there was no sign of Naomi. Welcome back to another episode. Okay, wait. Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we... Why am I squinting like this? I'm like... Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we revisit the case of Naomi Irion. I have had the honor... Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we revisit the case of Naomi Irion, an 18-year-old girl... Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we revisit the case of Naomi Irion. Walked up to her car, shoved a gun in her face, told her to scoot over to the other side, told her to scoot over to the passenger side, got in the vehicle and drove off with her. So this happened on March 12th, 2022. Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we revisit the case of Naomi Irion. If you haven't followed the case at all, I have linked the description. Okay. Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and today we revisit the case of Naomi Irion. I've had the honor of interviewing her mother, Diana Irion, and in today's episode she'll be sharing lessons with us of how to cope with grief, what it's like for a family member of a victim of crime. Blooper time, guys. To go through all the ups and downs of such a... This case takes us to Fernley, Nevada. March 12th, 2022, where 18-year-old Naomi Irion had driven from her brother's house where she was staying, and she drove to a Walmart parking lot. This story takes us to Fernley, Nevada. So with all of that in mind, just know that I'm with you there in spirit. And what I would encourage is to have an open mind and an open heart, even though I'm sure we've all been through some stuff. It's good sometimes to just hear someone out. And I hope you have a wonderful day And I hope that you have a wonderful day listening to what Sunny has to say. Oh man. And I believe that today, Sunny will be telling you guys in the feed room of the family's dog kennels, just days before he was set to go to court, for crashing a boat while intoxicated, which caused 19-year-old Mallory Beach's death. Now what? Now I'm adjusting. First look at the murders. When I first looked at the murders of Maggie and Paul Murder on June 7th, 2021, When I first looked at the murders of Maggie and Paul... No. Just slow down, okay? Sometimes I shout at myself like that. I'm going to show you another one quickly. This was... it's a lot. I just want to quickly find another one. Just hold on 1 second. Don't worry, it's right at the top here. It's the most recent one from Patreon. I do like showing you bloopers. Okay, look at this. Was no longer alive. To motion to stay proceedings. Background to the documents. I'm gonna put the link. It's just welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. Recap of the entire case. Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and in today's welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and in today's video, we're going to go over 2 of the latest documents in the Idaho case. Grand jury materials under Qualified Protective Order, motion to enlarge time to file Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and in today's video... Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and in today's video, we're going to go through 2 of the latest documents in the Idaho case by the police for, they say, random checks. Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, 2022, and then... When was it? Bloopers on Patreon, you guys. When she's on Zoom hearings, she is smirking, she is making as if she's the most sinister thing that's ever walked the planet, which I think is a bit of her fantasy, although what she did really is terrible. So... Okay, so let's have a look. Taylor Denise Shea Business, Green Bay, Wisconsin. This... Okay, so let's have a look. Taylor Denise Shea Business. I just don't think so. That's what I want to show you. I don't think so. Enjoying the spotlight. Was no longer alive. And also in pieces. And the last person that she knew to spend the day with her son was 24-year-old. Okay, so let's look at the documents. State of Wisconsin, Circuit Court, Brown County. Yes, Jeffrey Dahmer was also in Wisconsin, so you can imagine This wannabe is just all inspired by her icon. Like, really get a better role model. Honestly, this is... So let's see how that goes. It seems to me that it's quite a short trial. Van. Detective Graf asked Shea Business what she did with the head, and Shea Business stated that she had put the victim's head in a black bucket and a blanket over it. Reads the criminal complaint. Like, where is this criminal complaint? Where is it? Oh, just go there. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Shea Business. Downloads. On February 23rd, 2022, around 3 a.m., 47-year-old Tara Pakanich called the police in absolute distress because she had found, trigger warning, her son's head and other body parts. But I would love to see her go to prison forever. You know why? On February 23rd, don't look down. Let's get into it.
I'm telling myself, don't look down. Yeah, let's get into it.
And she had told the police that someone called Taylor Shea Business had spent the day with her son. So the police went to look for Taylor, and Taylor stood outside. And when they found Taylor, on February 23rd, 2022, at around 3 a.m., a 47-year-old woman named Tara called the police, and she was in distress. She had found, So yesterday, we all anticipated that he might say, how do you plea? So yesterday, we all anticipated that he might say, not guilty, when asked, why is it like that?
I'm like, why is it like that? Yes, I direct myself, CJ. I'm like, nah, man, don't look down. Slow down. I don't think so.
And it was supposed to take about 5 days to... And it was scheduled to last 5 days. Then, the prosecution surprised Brian C. Koberger because grand jury indictments are secret, but by indicting him... On November 13th, 2022... 2022... so annoying! It was scheduled to start on June 26th.
I'm like 2022. So annoying. Okay, carry on a little bit.
It was scheduled to start on June 26th, and there were going to be many witnesses there, but the prosecution decided to go the grand jury indictment route. And so they presented the case to a grand jury, and Brian Koberger was then indicted by a state grand jury. Which means that they decided, yes, this needs to go to trial. Which means the preliminary hearing is no longer happening, in case you didn't know. This may have taken Koberger and his defense team by surprise. This may have taken Koberger, the criminal justice PhD student, well, he was, by surprise. Because grand jury indictments are usually done in secret. So he wouldn't have known that this was going on. And then to suddenly find out you've been indicted by a grand jury, so now you're going to be arraigned, formally charged with... And now you're going to be arraigned, well, that's what we saw yesterday. Him being arraigned and charged with burglary. Well, that's what we saw yesterday. Brian Koberger being arraigned and being formally charged with burglary and first-degree murder for each victim. Kaylee Consalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. In case they don't resolve all of those... issues on June 9th, then there'll be an evidentiary hearing to hear both sides again on the 27th. Now, before I play this arraignment again, I'm not going to... Now, before I play this arraignment again, so that you can see it if you haven't seen it yet in a more condensed way, because yesterday's live stream was a little bit long. For grand jury materials for this matter, counsel will need additional time to file pretrial motions pursuant to Idaho Rule. Imagine if it really does happen on October 2nd, 2023, and it's expected to last between 4 and 6 weeks. We last saw Brian Koberger in court on January... We last saw Brian Koberger in court in January, and it feels like it was yesterday. But yesterday he was arraigned, and that means Brian C. Koberger was arraigned yesterday. Brian Koberger, the suspect that was arrested on December 30th, 2022, was arraigned yesterday. And you might be confused, like, why was he arraigned? Wasn't he arraigned before? Well, no, he was charged with the crimes, but then there was this whole... Welcome back to another episode of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizelda K, and in today's episode, we're just going to recap what happened yesterday with all these hearings related to Brian Koberger. So he was arraigned yesterday. There was also a scheduling conference and a motions hearing. So if you do want to check out the scheduling conference and motions hearing, I've linked that in my community. It's boring AF and I wouldn't recommend. Boring AF, wouldn't recommend. Welcome back to another episode. And you can see how it goes, you guys. I might show you one more thing. Wait, let me just check on the jury watch here. Yeah, no, nothing's happening there still. Someone gave me one more idea. So, yeah, this will probably all be edited out. So make sure you go on Patreon if you want to see more of it. I just want to see something. Where's the animal? Wait, not that. You guys were asking for animal commentary, but where is that? There's been quite a few of them. So yeah, if you want, there we go, animal commentary time. Animal commentary time. Brace yourself. Thank you, Brandy. I just want to go forward and see if I actually narrate it. Hold on. Are we still there? We're still live? Okay, yeah. Why does this middle-aged man have a hat with a propeller on? It's giving me all the red flags. I don't like it. I don't think it's fun or funny. But let me know what you guys think. Am I being too hard on this baby boy right here? Am I being too hard on him? Oh my word. What is going on here? Okay, now we're coming up to Fontaine Plain. And since the last time I was here... So cute. They're just chilling. All of them are in the creche doing nap time. This mama over here. Shall we call her Martha Stewart? Oh, she getting her spa day on. She getting her spa day on. Yes, we can see you, Martha. I'm trying to find a good one. Look at her. She's like, oh. Like we did a whole bunch of animal commentary. Look at it. Time to go in for the snack time. He thinks it's now. He thinks it's now. That mother's like, no. I said no, Timmy. Thank you so much, Melissa. Act cool, act cool. Scratch the ear. We're gonna go in for another snack. Oh, shame. Look at this one. They're so young. Cute.
Look, he's still like, act cool. Okay, all right, I'm going in. Listen, Karen, I don't appreciate you telling me how to raise my kids. If I don't want them to have snack time right now, then Timmy's not gonna have snack time, okay? When their moms don't want to feed them, they come and snack on this sham.
Yeah, we do animal commentary too. We did indeed. There were much funnier ones. There were better ones all over the place. So if you go on Patreon, there's a lot of animal commentary. You just got to look in the search bar. Just type in animals, animal commentary, whatever you want there, bloopers. There's so much stuff over there. So, let's see. Is this live? Were you on JB's show the other day? Which JB? AFLA? Or are we talking about Gunner? Thank you, Love Over Hate. Really appreciate your sticker. I wasn't on any show the other day. No, I wasn't. I was here. I was probably here. Coco Stacks, welcome to Grizzly $2 supporter. You guys are snort laughing. You like that? Okay, well, it's over there if you want it. So, yes, there's lots of places to find me. If you ever wonder, where is she? Patreon, membership, my other channel. I'm always doing all sorts of things. And it's all different. It's all different from what you see here every day. So, man, wait. I just want to quickly, before I go, Texas time? What time is it? 9:30, huh? 9:36, right? 9:36 p.m. Texas time. I'm thinking they're going to be there till... Let's take a guess. What do you think? I'm thinking... what should we think? Do they eventually say, no, we need to call it a night, we need to go home? Or is it 1 a.m.? Huh? Some rando says it's 9:35 p.m. in Texas. They couldn't possibly go past 10 p.m. tonight. Laura said, be right back getting some tea. Kaya says, JB is my dog's name. Susie Max says, you're hilarious. Yeah, snork time. Okay. Marsha says, I find Patreon very confusing. It's pretty easy. It's lots of posts. Yes, it's all vertical. It's like a vertical website. That's how kind of it works, right? If you were to scroll. However, if you type in the search bar, bloopers, nature, vlogs, groceries, or any case that you're looking for, stuff's there. Ted Bundy, you'll find all my podcasts there. Yeah, Purple Rose says, I'm thinking it's bedtime. What do we think is going to happen? We just don't know. Damn. Casey Cat said, Lawn Crime only has their feed set up till 10 p.m. How do you know? Really? I don't know. Hilarious. Are they getting a hotel? Deborah said, did not know Jira stay this late. Emma says 12 a.m. Holly Monster. I'm also surprised, but yet I think it's just an admin thing. Don't you think? I think it's like going through all the evidence and the paperwork and really talking about it all and all that. That will take time. I don't think it's because they're undecided or something. I'm thinking it's just part of the process, right? Yes, 11:50 p.m. tomorrow. Exactly. Okay. Well, what I've done is, let me quickly go there. I've set up another stream for you. It is actually right here. So go next stream here. And I've set it up for 1 p.m. their time tomorrow. Now, I'm pretty sure we'll be doing something before then, right? That's when they said they want to bring their witness in. So like, well, witness might not be able to if they don't do this. So the next stream will be there. This stream should lead you there. And I'll find you there as soon as they're back. I'll be monitoring the court and all of that, right? Emma says, is there Twitter updating progress or anything? Nope. Not that I found. Not that I have found. Love Overhead says, someone is copying your show. You were drip drop. What? You were drip drop and JB Gunner making you look really bad. What do you mean copying my show? You were drip drop and JB Gunner. Huh? I mean, I am oftentimes in drip drop and JB Gunner's chat, if that's what you mean, or comment section, but I don't know what you mean. Someone copying your show. You were drip drop and JB Gunner. Love Overhead, email me. Do you have screenshots or what? I do have impersonators. Yes, it happens. Salt water cures everything, says, oh, okay, very nice. Once admin's over, it won't be long. Okay. Well, get some food. At 4:40 in the morning? I don't think so. Oh, hell no. No, thank you. I'm not hungry now. Kathleen says, should be 2 p.m. Your note on stream says 3 p.m. What do you mean, my note? I've set it up for 9 o'clock my time tomorrow, p.m. Which is, I mean, right now it's Texas time is 9:30 and it's 4:30. 9:30, 10, 11, 12, what? 2, 3, 4. Is it? 7 hours behind. 9:30, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if they said 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock. We could change it. It's very easy to change. So that should be 8 o'clock, right? If they come in at 1 o'clock tomorrow, their time. I wonder if they will, though. Will they or won't they? I'll save it as 8 o'clock. Okay. So, thank you everyone for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the love you give to Fury, all the coffees, the everything that you guys send me, all the ways you support me. If you don't know how, go to my website, grizzlytruecrime.com. You can find out how there. I really, really appreciate it. You keep me going through these long days, and honestly, I just hope that the family can see there's a lot of love and support here for them. It's been a really long wait for them for justice. Oh my word. So Berliner Flan says I'm 7 hours behind. Oh yeah, they are. Sorry, they are 7 hours behind. Yeah, they are. They are. Just A Kidder says you're set up for 1 p.m. according to my feed. Yes, I'm set up for 1 o'clock Texas time tomorrow. So we shall see. We shall see. Anonymous says Grizzly K equals the GOAT. Thank you so much. And to love over hate, please email me grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Tell me more. And I will see you guys in the next one, okay? Wait, the stream will lead you there. Just go there. Okay, here we go.
Hi Grizzlies! You will now be redirected to the next stream.